Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast, witness takes stand, shadows cast, whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game none's ahead. International eyes on the scene, lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass, in this court who holds the past.
Hello, good morning. Bringing you news from a very cold UK today, but I almost recovered to crime addict, and the Nightbot is also almost recovered. I mean, I think the worst is over. We are definitely on the mend. I mean, I sound a lot better, I think. I don't know. I'm not going to be the judge of that. But yeah, so before we actually start with day three, sorry, English, what is that? I don't know. um I have to apologize because we were supposed to finish day two, the afternoon session of the defamation trial we've been following, but we can't. And well, they just started, but I'll pause them for a minute, and I'll explain why we can't do that, because they took it down the feed. So this morning when I woke up, and when I was getting ready to set everything up for the live stream today, and to see how long we would have to do to catch up from yesterday's afternoon date, the feed wasn't there. I tried to find them. I went on Twitter, X, whatever you call it, and there was no explanation. The feed is just gone. So but good thing we only missing half of a day. So I think we missed probably the rest of the plaintiff testimony. Hopefully we did not miss anything of the cross with CNN lawyers, but I want to start doing this straight away because I don't know if they are going to take this live stream again afterwards. So, we're just going to do that again. I'm going to be in chat anyway, and we can talk during breaks now because sadly we cannot skip anything now. So, and Nightbot is looking at me as well because he wants to take the electric heaters because it's cold and we are going to be a splurger on ourselves for some heating. So let's start today of watching court. Well, do I say, but they had sound for a minute and now they don't have sound anymore. But anyway, we can um okay, good. I'm glad that your family's okay, Lewis. It's always worried, and if anyone is out there in LA, California, where all these fires are, please keep safe. Please evacuate. Be safe around yourself, and just devastating. I was looking at the news this morning. Well, my morning, your guys' is early morning, and it was it is horrendous the seeing the difference between the Google images and then just the nothingness, the emptiness that there is out there now is just yes, I mean it's just absolutely. And Kay would like send me the name of that so I can. Oh, okay. You're just sending that now. Awesome. I will search and I will keep an eye on them on that. But yeah, so today it's day three of this defamation trials with CNN. It's in deep waters. Actually, yesterday, this morning, I was doing some research and I saw a video of ah, this gentleman and this lady. They were talking about the defamation trial, about this whole situation, and they were saying that CNN is in hot waters, but not as much because they did 4 months, which they haven't spoken about. After 4 months after that piece, the original piece about Zachary, not about Zachary because it's not was not all about him. We featured him for like a minute. They said they aired. It's not like an apology, but a correction of some sort of the article about it. So I don't know if that's gonna been gonna brought up. I mean, we only on day three, so probably it is. That is going to be brought up of that day of the news stories that they did 4 months after the original one went live. And yeah, so probably that's gonna is gonna come up. I was looking as well on the courts records, because you can search about all the courts, and I found the whole 60-page complaint document that talked about how Zachary Young first went to against CNN, and what he's actually wanting out of CNN. But what I saw, because he obviously he talks that the parties, there's two parties, there's him and his company Nemesis, or the company that he owes, and that he used to do all the rescues throughout. And he used to work with companies like Audible, and like Audible, Amazon, that the way you can listen to audio clips, and they literally sponsor everything and everyone. um ah this is what I was looking for, the damages that Young, at least something that I was able to. So plaintiff each sick plaintiff, so Zachary, each six damages in excess of $15 million, exclusive of interest, costs, and attorney fees. And then he says that he wants a flat rate per cost of $47 per hour for the usage of the courtroom for this trial. So, I mean, it's already been what, 8 hours the first day. I'm assuming 8 hours for the second days, because we don't know. We did not see the complete whole second day, so that's already what, 16 hours times $47. That's already 752, um, 52 $52. So if we this is 2 week trial, 2 week trial, so 14 times 8 hours, that's 112 hours, right? 114 times 8 hours. Am I doing math correctly? I'm not great at math, so if you guys think that my maths are incorrect, give me 1 second. 1 second, guys. Sorry. Nightbot wanted to pass across, but I don't have camera on yet, because I still don't look well enough to be on camera. No one needs to see that. But anyway, we were doing math. The math that we were doing was of the hours that they are spending on the trial at the moment, by so 112 times $47, that's $5,264 that Zachary, on top of the 15 million, is asking for. That's just what's a small what he's asking. I'm sure he was asking for much more, because he's asking that in his name, but then he can ask for stuff in the enterprise name, in the company name that he owed or owns. I don't know if the company is still open or not. um but yeah, it's actually quite, I was like, I haven't read the whole document um about it, but they talk about the factual allegations and how he feels that this is a defamation issue to him, because of his name was associated with black market, and people, when you see here black market, you associate to something illegal, not something very good, so that's what, like, people associate the black market to. So that's what he was talking about, in terms, when he was on the stand yesterday, saying the black market was on the screen and everything. But what they did not talk about, at least for our knowledge, was the fact that CNN did put was not an apology, was like another story or something, redacting story. uh yeah, after 4 months. So I don't know if that was gonna be brought up by CNN lawyers, or it's going to be brought up altogether, because it can't even be, because the thing is, this docket, right, I was going through this docket and it has so much more documents. And if you guys think Sarah Boone, or for example, PDD case has a lot of documents, this case, my days, it had so many documents, and half of them you have to request to be able to have access to it, so it's not like an automatic access to them. So I did a bunch of requests and see what they can allow me to see in terms of this, but it should be fine because it's a civil case and not oh sorry, not a criminal case. So they should be a little bit more helpful, I want to say, in the sense that we can watch a little bit better the yeah the documents and the courts, and there's also the filings, the exhibit filings. CNN has, oh, the judge is back. Judge is coming into play, so I will yeah.
Sure. All right. We go on the record. I got a message last night that we didn't need to worry about arguing the document issue this morning.
That's correct.
Okay. That's why I had not come earlier. And Mr. Sanborn, your office was getting some menus to get to the jurors for today.
Yeah, and from Pregos, and Pregos will deliver. So we just need to tell them when they order. Y'all tell them what time to get them here.
Okay. What else preliminarily do we need to address, if anything? I don't know. Mr. Axelrod, you were standing there like you were ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
All right.
Let's get this thing moving.
You got anything on the plaintiff side?
Yes, Your Honor. We just have a few additional exhibits that have been stipulated to be admitted into evidence.
Okay. Why don't you hang on? You ready? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Delich.
Okay, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 93, Plaintiff's Exhibit 97, Plaintiff's Exhibit 100, Plaintiff's Exhibit 133, Plaintiff's Exhibit 139, Plaintiff's Exhibit 150, Plaintiff's Exhibit 153, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 186.
All right. And by stipulation, defense agrees to admissions of those?
That's fine.
All right. All those exhibits will be admitted. On that point, we're going to knock off by 3:45 today. I know also, what time, 4 o'clock tomorrow?
I think I'll check, but 4:15 might be okay. And
Okay.
I think it looks like we might end up playing video. And if we do, then I can probably just step out and play the video. I won't be here. So.
For tomorrow?
Yeah, if it's video, then as long as there won't be any argument or anything like that, and it's just video. As long as we have an agreement that we'll just play the videos and that'll be that, then I'll step out and let the videos play.
We might argue for random pauses throughout the video, but that's fine. I think that's a good use of time.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say for this afternoon, I know we've been doing all of the exhibits thus far electronically. Clerk's got to mark them, and we've got to have the physical ones to go back to the deliberation rooms. So maybe we can think about doing that where we get the physical copies where the clerk can at least start marking them so that we don't get to the end of the trial and you go, here you go with all the boxes sitting under there, and the clerk's got to try to mark them and make sure we got the right ones and all that stuff. So I think just from a administration standpoint, I'd appreciate maybe if we could get the physical ones to the clerk and she could start working on marking them.
Sure, Judge. Also, how do you want us to handle the video exhibits?
For purposes of the jury?
Yeah.
I know we had touched on this, and we don't normally send anything back there, whether it's a computer, that's got a flash drive plugged into it or what have you. Normally, if there's a video or something like that, audio recording or whatever, something that's electronic, if they want to see it during deliberations again, we bring them back to the courtroom, play it here. Nobody says anything, we send them back and let them go. Y'all had talked about at some point in one of our prior hearings of agreeing to get a computer that's got nothing on it other than an operating system that doesn't connect to the internet or what have you. Have y'all discussed that any further since that hearing, whenever that was, a month or two ago?
We have not.
Okay. I mean, my plan right now would be if they do want to see it, bring them back out, play it, and send them back. Obviously, we've got till sometime next week to resolve that issue. So maybe y'all have a conversation, see what you want to do about that. But otherwise, I really don't want there being, unless y'all can agree that there's nothing on this, it doesn't connect to the internet, it's an electronic paperweight. I really don't want there to be any issue of what they might or might not have back there or what they can and can't do with something back there. So, if you can figure out a way to do it and y'all are in agreement on it, we'll do it that way.
Okay. Let me talk to my team about that. And
Okay.
obviously, defendant. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else on the plaintiff side?
Not for plaintiff, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Axelrod had already ceded that he had nothing, so I'm not going to go back and ask him again. Let you change your mind. We got them all? Okay, good. All right, then if nothing else, we'll bring the jurors in. And I would just say, I don't know how much more you got on cross or what, or if we're going to be back under rec, but if there's something around 10:15, 10:30 to take that break, just kind of keep eye on the clock while you're questioning and figure out what might be a good time for us to do that. And everybody just make sure your phones are, if you've got them on, that they're silenced and nothing goes off.
Jurors entering.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Y'all be seated and get to your chairs. And if there are any issues with the temperature, let me know or let the bailiff know. Okay. Hopefully it'll be okay today.
Thank you for lowering the shades. Now we know what he looks like.
I'm sorry.
All right, y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Young, why don't you come back up and stand? And since it's a new day, we'll swear you in again. Just turn and face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Will swear and affirm that the testimony you shall give on this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, have a seat. All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. So yesterday, Mr. Young, we were talking about some of your posts on LinkedIn. Would it be fair to say that you posted frequently on LinkedIn during this period in 2021 about offering evacuations from Afghanistan?
I wouldn't say it that way.
You made a lot of posts on LinkedIn about evacuating people from Afghanistan, correct?
I wouldn't say it that way.
You wouldn't?
No.
Okay, how many posts would you say you made?
I don't know.
Okay. So how can you say you don't know if you posted frequently or a lot if you don't know how many posts you made?
I just wouldn't say it that way.
You can't tell me the exact number because you deleted all of those posts, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Ribez, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 79 just for the witness. And Mr. Young, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 79 as one of your posts about evacuating from Afghanistan?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 79.
No objection.
All right, defendant 79 will be admitted.
Thank you. And so what we're looking at, Mr. Young, this is one of your posts, correct?
Yes.
There's your picture?
Yep.
Obviously, you added your picture to these posts, correct?
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
You didn't add your picture? How'd your picture get there if you didn't add it?
I didn't add it to this post.
Okay, but how did your picture end up on this post?
It's on my profile.
Okay, and you knew when you posted that that picture would be next to your post, correct?
It's by default because that's my profile picture.
That wasn't my question. You knew when you posted this that your picture would be next to your post, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way.
How would you word it, sir?
I would say that's my profile picture, so it's by default on that post.
Okay, and so by default, you knew that when you posted, your picture would be on your post, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You had no concern about having your picture on your post, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you can see, you can't tell, there's no date on this post, correct?
Correct.
And if you could just go out to the main document, Mr. Mezzer, for a second. If you look at the Bates number on the bottom, that's a CNN Bates number, correct?
Correct.
You didn't produce this, correct?
Correct.
Because you deleted it, right?
Correct.
So now zooming back in on this post you made, you wrote, if you or someone in your network needs help with Afghanistan airbags, please reach out and please share, right?
Yes.
In this post, you don't say sponsors, correct?
Correct.
You say if you or someone in your network. So pretty broad, right?
I wouldn't put it that way.
You don't think that's broad if you or someone in your network?
No, I don't.
I think you talked about yesterday that your network was certain people, but here you're saying if you, meaning people in your network, or someone in your network, someone else's network, needs help, reach out, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You never did any air evacuations, correct?
Correct.
Never did one,
That's correct.
and you deleted this post, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you take that one down? Mr. President, can you put up Defense Exhibit 92? Just for the witness, yes, just for the witness. I'm sorry, thank you. Coffee hasn't kicked in. And Mr. Young, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 92 as another one of your Afghanistan posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 92.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 92 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so again, before we go dive in, Mr. President, just looking at the Bates number on the bottom, this is another document that CNN produced, correct?
Correct.
You didn't produce this?
No.
You deleted it?
Yes.
Got it. And you deleted it after you thought about suing CNN?
Yes.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the content. You write, still conducting emergency evac flights from Afghanistan. Please reach out if you require support. This is your post, right?
Yes.
That's your picture?
It is.
Again, no mention of needing sponsors in this post, is there?
No, there's not.
And you write, still conducting emergency evac flights, right?
Correct.
You had never conducted an emergency evac flight, had you?
That's not how I would put it. I personally
Sir,
did.
my question is, my question. I know you don't want to answer my question, but try to listen to my question. You had never conducted an emergency evac flight, had you?
That's right.
Okay. But yet you write, still conducting emergency evac flights, correct?
That's what I wrote. Yes.
Okay. And then as you see at the bottom, there's a response by a Saeed Burden Shah Sadat. Do you see that?
I see it.
And he says, please help me, sir. I pleaded a lot.
I see that.
And so that's a response from an Afghan who saw your post?
Yes. Well, I can't be certain, but looks like it.
Right. He's effectively begging for help from you?
He's asking for help.
He pleaded a lot, right?
It says, please help me, sir. I pleaded a lot.
Okay. You take that one down. Mr. Advisor, if you put up PX 313, which is in evidence. And Your Honor, I believe this is evidence, so if I can publish to the jury. 313.
313.
Yes.
Yep. Right.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Young, this is a document that CNN produced. We can go back up to the.
I think so. I didn't see the.
We can go back up. It's out. I think we can't say it. Anyway, that's fine. Your picture isn't on this one. Do you know what?
No, I don't remember.
And your name is not Zachary Young, it's Zachary Y, correct?
That's right.
So at some point in the midst of performing or posting these LinkedIn posts, you changed your name, correct?
Yes.
You don't know when you changed it?
No.
You're right. We are now shifting focus to air evacuations from Afghanistan, from Kabul to safe countries. We have not been focusing on raising funds, so funding is required for us to help. If you have funding, please reach out for support. Do you see that?
I do.
And again, you never did air evacuations, did you?
Correct.
And so I think you testified yesterday that kind of the last land evacuation you did was kind of in the beginning of October. Is that correct?
I think so.
So would it be fair to say that would this have come after that period, logically, if you're shifting to air evacuations?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I think you testified yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, in response to one of Mr. Friedman's questions, that early days it wasn't viable to charter aircraft. Did I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you said lots of nonprofits were saying they were chartering aircraft. And I'm paraphrasing, so tell me if I got this wrong, but you thought it was a waste of money or something like that.
Not a waste of money. No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, how would you say it?
I would say not as reliable. I described how, if you want me to go over it again, I can. But
No, so but I have it right. You said that early days it wasn't viable to charter aircraft. What do you mean by that?
viable for my focus, which was corporations, because they want specific people, as opposed to this other model, the nonprofit model that was raising donations to charter aircraft, very limited number of seats, 150, for example, but they had lists of like 30,000 people that want to get on it. So for my focus, which is corporations, it's not viable.
But so there were nonprofits that were organizing air evacuations from Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, so people were doing that.
they were.
You weren't doing that.
I was not.
You never did that.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, but you advertised multiple times about the fact that you were offering it, correct?
I did, and I can explain if you're interested in hearing about it.
I'm not.
Okay, thought so.
If you can put that down, hold on one sec. Yeah, you can take that down, Mr. Meza. If you could put up PX 309, which is in evidence. And so, Mr. Young, this was something that Mr. Friedman showed you yesterday or the day before, I can't remember. Would you recall this?
Yes.
And so looking at the top one first, we could just keep the whole document, Mr. Meza. This is another one of your posts.
Yes.
And again, your picture's there, correct? So your full name is Zachary Young. And again, you don't know when this was in time versus the one where it was Zachary Y, correct?
No.
Okay. And you write, flights, Kabul to Abu Dhabi, 14.5 per pax, is that per person?
Yep, correct.
Which includes 4-month visa at UAE. Sponsor needs to arrange onward travel, or we can offer onward to Albania for an additional $4K, which includes refugee status on arrival. If they have no passport, price is an additional $1,000. Limited availability beginning next week. Can also provide U.S. corporate references who have used us recently. So this is another LinkedIn post of yours, right?
Correct.
Another LinkedIn post offering flights, right?
Yes,
You had never done flights, right?
correct.
You had never secured a 4-month visa in UAE, had you?
No.
Getting a visa from UAE, just for everyone, is the United Arab Emirates, right?
That's right.
That would require an agreement or someone from that government saying, here's a visa, right?
Correct.
You're also offering refugee status in Albania, right?
Yes.
At no point had you ever arranged for onward travel to Albania, had you?
No, I didn't.
You had never secured refugee status for anyone, had you?
No.
And refugee status is, again, something that would have to be conveyed by a government?
Correct.
You would need the Albanian government to agree to give refugee status?
Yes.
You never had any conversations with the Albanian government, did you?
No, I didn't.
You can go down, Mr. Vez, go back to the first one. You write, per pax is expensive because availability is extremely limited and demand is high. That's how economics works. And fair to say that demand was high because there were so many Afghans who were trying to get out of Afghanistan.
No, not fair.
No?
No.
Then why was demand high, Mr. Young?
Demand was high because there were corporations that wanted their people out. So they were very interested in actual options like me that could do evacuations for specific people.
Sir, the corporations wanted their people out because of the Afghans wanting to get out of Afghanistan, correct?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
I don't know if you word it that way, but you agree that the Afghans were desperate to get out, weren't they?
I agree with you. Afghans were desperate to get out, yes.
Right. You can't dispute that, right?
No, I can't dispute that.
Right. And so demand was high to get on these flights because Afghans were desperate to get out of the country, weren't they?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
No, you wouldn't?
No.
You don't think that Afghans were desperate to get out of the country?
I agree with that part.
You don't think demand was high because Afghans were desperate to get out of the country?
No.
And you're right. Availability is extremely limited. Availability was extremely limited because Afghans couldn't go on Expedia and purchase airline tickets, correct?
No.
No, they couldn't, right? There was limited availability to get out of Afghanistan, correct?
Correct.
And the availability was limited because there wasn't an easy way to get out of Afghanistan, correct?
That's correct.
Now you write, we have an agreement with the Albanian government to provide refugee status, correct?
That's what it says, we.
You didn't have an agreement with the Albanian government, did you?
That's why I said we.
You didn't produce these messages in this case, did you?
I didn't see the bait stamp on this one.
Okay, we can go back up.
No, that was CNN.
Yeah, so you deleted this one too?
Yes.
And your economics work, that's how economics work, correct? That's something you wrote, correct?
Yes.
But for the horrible conditions on the ground in Afghanistan, you wouldn't have been able to charge such high prices, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way.
It's not really my question. Is that a yes or no? Without the horrible conditions on the ground in Afghanistan, you wouldn't be able to charge the prices you charge, yes or no?
I wouldn't word it that way. I know you want to
Please
yes.
answer the question, sir.
I am answering the question.
Yes or no, sir? Without the horrible conditions on the ground in Afghanistan, you wouldn't be able to charge the prices you were requesting.
I wouldn't word it that way.
So that's a no?
I wouldn't word it that way.
Your Honor, yeah, I would request that you instruct Mr. Young to answer the question.
I think with his answer, he's not agreeing with your question.
Okay. Then we'll move on. You can take that one down and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 311, which is in evidence. Yeah, and this is another document that CNN produced, correct?
Yes.
This is another document you deleted?
Yes.
You deleted after you were thinking about filing a lawsuit against CNN?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
No?
Well, okay.
You
Yes.
understand?
You're right. You're right.
Okay. You're right. I'm right? You deleted this after you started thinking about filing a lawsuit against CNN?
Yes.
After you met with lawyers to talk about filing a lawsuit against CNN?
No, I wouldn't agree with you.
We'll get into this, but you started meeting with lawyers in December of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And you started deleting these documents in December of 2021, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So you were deleting these documents at the same time you were meeting with lawyers to talk about filing a lawsuit against CNN, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So you write, if you are a sponsor with funding serious to evacuate people from Afghanistan on short notice, please reach out. We can provide references and we can deliver. And this is something you wrote?
Yep. Yes.
Do you think it's easy to understand?
Yeah.
Do you think it makes it very clear that you only take money from sponsors?
Yes.
That was your intent in writing this?
That's what it literally says.
Do you think anybody looking at this would see that you only take money from sponsors?
I can't speak for everybody.
Well, what's your understanding?
I mean, it says if you are a sponsor, corporate sponsor with funding, so I don't really know how it could be more clear.
Yeah, you don't think that this could be any more clear that you only take money from sponsors?
No.
This document was in CNN's reporting, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they showed it for a second.
That wasn't my question, sir. This document was in CNN's reporting, wasn't it?
It was.
Can you take that there? If you could put up plaintiff's exhibit 348, which is already in evidence. And you see, Mr. Young, that this is another document that CNN produced?
Yes.
This is another document you deleted?
Yes.
If you could blow up the post, Vanessa. So now your name's Zachary Y. Looks like that's a different picture of you. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you know when or why you changed your picture?
No.
But you had no problem with putting a picture of yourself up next to your post, correct?
Of course not.
Okay. And you knew that these posts were public on LinkedIn, correct?
No. That's not exactly how I would word it.
No?
No.
Okay. You knew that these posts with your picture could be seen by people on LinkedIn, correct?
I knew that these posts were for my network.
Okay. You know LinkedIn is like a website, right?
I know it's a website, yeah.
Okay. You know how websites work?
Not on a deep technical level, but I'm generally.
Okay. You know people can access websites, right?
Yes, I do.
And they can see the content on that, right?
It depends. There's privacy settings. I'm not really that familiar with how to manage it all, but not everyone can see it.
So this one you write, if you were a sponsor wishing to help evacuate person from Afghanistan and willing to support, please reach out. We can help. And you see that Tariq Amiri responds to you. And he says, I am an SID applicant. I think you talked about what that was.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a special interest visa applicant?
That's right.
Okay. Please help me evacuate from Kabul, Afghanistan. It's really horrible for us these days. You see that?
Yes.
And so this was an Afghani that reached out to your post?
I would assume it's an Afghan.
Was it pretty frequent for you that Afghans responded to your post that you were posting about evacuations?
It happened from time to time. That's why I had to go back and clarify sponsor for funding. I thought it was obvious, but I had to clarify that.
But you were, as we talked about yesterday, you were directly advertising to everyone, including Afghans, sponsors, corporates, everyone, right?
It reached Afghans, so that was advertising to them, but that was not my intent. It was for corporates.
Yeah, but as you know, this court already found that you advertised to Afghans, right?
Oh, I'm aware.
You're not equivalent to that.
No, not at all.
Can take that one down, Mr. Vanessa. Can we put up defense exhibit 85, just for the witness? And Mr. Young, if you look at this, do you recognize the second post, Zachary Y, as one of your posts about Afghan evacuations?
That's right.
You're on our move for admission of defense exhibit 85.
Is this the full exhibit or are there more pages?
I think there are multiple pages. No, just one page.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1085 submitted.
And may I publish?
May.
And again, this is a document that CNN produced.
Yes.
And if we can go to blow up the post. Yeah, actually grab the top one too, if you would. Thank you. Where it's at the very top where it says Zachary Y commented. Yeah, go on, go up. Yeah, grab that. Come down. Thank you. All right. And Andy W., you don't know who Andy W. is, I assume, correct?
I don't.
He writes, I'll call if any of my contacts have information on a company that can go in and extract our Afghan allies from Kabul, PM me, please.
I see that.
And you respond, right?
Yes.
And you say, looks like even getting to the airport in Kabul is difficult. For anyone interested in an overland option into Pakistan, please reach out as I may have an option. And so this was you kind of jumping onto someone's post and responding that you have an option, correct?
Yep.
Your post didn't mention anything about sponsors, does it?
No, it's to a corporate client. It's responding to a corporation.
Okay. Mr. My question, please try to listen to my question if you would. I know that you and Mr. Friedman had talked about the testimony that you were going to give in response to his questions. But
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm really focused on my questions.
Your Honor, can we approach her? I mean, that's it's inappropriate and untrue.
It's actually the testimony from yesterday.
Right, while they resolve their issues at sidebar, well, there's not much to comment because not much happened apart from the spiciness. But yeah, now we cannot skip sidebars like we did yesterday when we were watching this on catch up, but watching live. It's good. It has positives. We not losing. We don't have spoilers, and you get to hear me now on the commercial breaks. And no, I'm joking, on sidebars, and you're not gonna hear me, don't worry, for the whole lunch hour, because we're gonna take our lunch. I'm gonna take probably my dinner around that time. I will talk about a little bit doing like a morning recap, and I am glad, sorry Lois, but I'm glad I scared you. I'm joking. But yeah, so now I can talk about a little bit doing sidebars and this little interruptions to at least bring you a bit of entertainment. No, I don't know. Even what I'm saying, this is completely new to me. I'm normally used to being catching up or to trials or rewatching stuff where we can zoom past this parts, but no, this is live. And yeah, and if anyone, by the way, can find, like, because I can't find day 2 afternoon of this case, please let me know, because I would like to watch it as well, because feeling like we missed a big lump of information of this trial without that yesterday's afternoon, or hopefully Law and Crime will put that up, because otherwise we're just gonna yeah, be watching with the missing part of day 2. At least was day 2 and not day 17. That was the crucial day where more evidence was presented, because probably was just the carry on of the the beginning of Cross and the rest of the direct to Zach. So at least not a big loss, I guess. See on the bright side, silver lining. Don't know if that can be it, but yeah. So yeah, so they're still on sidebar. I think they have more sidebars than Karen Reed had sidebars in her trial. I think if we were being counting something, sidebars will literally be up from the roof right now. And um and then the spiciness counter would have been up too, because my days, I guess. Whoop, looks like they are coming back. Hopefully. And I'll don't drop.
All right, we can take that one down. Oh, I'm sorry. We can take that one down. We could put Defense Exhibit 87, Mr. Nemesis. Yeah, just for Mr. Young, thank you. And you see Defense Exhibit 87, Mr. Young,
Yes,
and you recognize this is one of your posts.
yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Defense Exhibit 87.
Are there any other pages?
It's just a two-page document.
Can I see page 2, please?
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defense 87 is admitted.
Thank you. And so, again, so if you can just pull up you can go back to the main question, the two posts, just there on the first page, Mr. Menz, you can just pull those up. All right, thank you. And so again, Mr. Young, what we're looking at is Andy W., who don't know, is posting about evacuation flights. Do you see that?
Yes,
And you respond, I have access to evac aircraft in Afghanistan. Let me know how I can help, correct?
correct.
And again, you never evacuated anyone from Afghanistan by aircraft, did you?
That's correct, and that's not what it says.
You said I have access to evac aircraft in Afghanistan, correct?
Exactly, and that's correct.
And you never evacuated anyone by aircraft, did you?
The requirement never came up that it.
Sir, please, my question is simply, you never evacuated anyone by aircraft? Yes or no?
Yes,
Thank you. And again, with this one, no mention of sponsors, correct?
correct, and it's in response to a corporate.
Sir, again, my question is, there's no mention of sponsors, yes or no?
That's correct.
There's no mention of corporations, yes or no?
Wasn't required. Yes,
There's no mention of just only if you're an NGO, correct?
correct.
Mr. Mezza, if you can take that one down and put up Defense Exhibit 89. Just for the witness, yes, thank you. And Mr. Young, the post actually goes from the first to the second page. So Mr. Mezza, why don't you show it in bold? And if it helps, Mr. Young, I have these in paper form, if that would help, just let me know. Okay. And you recognize this as a post by you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 89.
Your Honor, I'm just reviewing. Oh, can you go back to page 1, please? Oh, what page were we on before? Because I was reading that one, and then we switched from it. Oh, can we go back to 2 then, and then I'll read 1? And page 1, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 89 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. So again, this guy, Andy W., who you don't know, correct?
Correct.
He posts about evacuations, right? We see that?
Yep.
And we don't really need to focus on that, but let's go to the second page. And you respond to his post, correct?
I did.
If you could blow that up, Mr. DeVeza. And you're right, seems too much false hope peddling in these channels.
Yeah, there's a typo, misspelled too.
Even if those wishing to leave have passport and visa, in most cases, they will face serious problems from Taliban, which control the outer perimeter of the airport.
That's right.
Even if they somehow manage to pass with a $10,000 bribe, which is standard, most will be turned back because they lack the required docs to go anywhere onward. Do you see that?
I do.
Then you write, unfortunately, we have many quote-unquote quiet professionals wishing to turn a quick profit from this unfortunate situation, marketing and imaginary charters leading nowhere. Do you see that?
I do, and more typos. Unfortunate.
And what you're saying right there is, unfortunately, we have many quiet professionals wishing to turn a quick profit from this unfortunate situation. You're actually suggesting that this person and other people posting about charters to leave Afghanistan are marketing imaginary charters. That's what you're saying, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, I'm looking at your language. You wrote that these many quiet professionals are wishing to turn a quick profit from this unfortunate situation, marketing imaginary charters leading nowhere. And by using the term imaginary charters, you are suggesting on LinkedIn that those people are, I guess, committing fraud or getting people to pay for things that are imaginary, right?
No, that's not.
You're not? What are you saying there?
I think I described it yesterday how
I'm just asking you what you're saying there.
I can read it if you want me to.
I'm asking you the simple question, Jim. What are you saying when you say marketing imaginary charters?
I'm confused. If you want me to read it, I'll read it. If you want me to explain it, I can explain it. But I can't understand what you're asking me to do.
Sure. You can explain what you're writing right there, but this isn't a document that you saw yesterday. So your testimony yesterday, whatever it was, is not relevant to my question about what you're meaning when you write imaginary charters here.
What I mean by imaginary charters are the fact that even though these people had good intentions, it was very difficult to charter an aircraft that would be willing to go to Afghanistan, and even harder to get the clearance to land. So they spent a lot of money doing something that I use the term imaginary charters. I meant they're real airplanes, but the likelihood of actually landing in Kabul, especially when the Taliban took over the airport, pretty unlikely. So I said imaginary.
And you're saying, unfortunately, we have many quote-unquote black professionals wishing to turn a quick profit from this unfortunate situation. And the unfortunate situation is the situation in Afghanistan, correct?
Oh, yes, that is correct.
And you're saying that these quote-unquote black professionals are looking to turn a quick profit from the situation in Afghanistan?
I am, but it's more complicated than as you described.
Okay. You go on to say, if you know of anyone truly in harm's way who needs to be outside Afghanistan tomorrow, contact me. This post doesn't mention sponsors, does it?
No, wasn't necessary.
Okay, it doesn't mention corporate clients, does it?
Wasn't necessary.
You wrote, whoever needs to be outside Afghanistan tomorrow. You didn't have the capability to get someone outside of Afghanistan tomorrow, did you?
It always depended on the situation. There was no timeline. It was as the operational environment permits.
Were you able to perform next day evacuations from Afghanistan?
It would depend on the requirement. I believe that one of them, I don't remember perfectly, but there was one for Hero that was pretty quick compared to the other ones, which took like a week, sometimes two.
Yeah, so my question really is were you able to provide next day evacuations from Afghanistan?
That was probably an exaggeration, but the time it varied depending on the details.
So the answer is no, you weren't able to provide next day evacuations from Afghanistan?
It's not a yes or no answer. It's a longer answer.
May I approach your honor? So if you'd open up the page 781, line 9 through 14. Let me know when you're there.
Which page?
781?
781? And the lines?
Sorry, 1 second.
789-1 is the end of an answer, Mr. Ashford.
Hold on one second. I got it here somewhere.
Line 9.
What's that?
I think line 9.
Line 9.
On 789.
Yeah, you're right, Your Honor. There you go. Yes, it's 789, 7 through 12.
I see.
All right.
Your Honor, we'd object this improper impeachment. It's consistent with what he just testified to.
Overrule the objection. Go ahead.
All right, so Mr. Young, you remember sitting for a deposition?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
You take that seriously?
Very.
You were asked that question, you were asked in that deposition, were you able to perform next day evacuations from Afghanistan? Did you see that?
Yes.
And what was the answer you gave in your deposition?
I said, no, unfortunately, that was probably way too ambitious.
Thank you. You can put that to the side. Mr. Mezza, we can take that down and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 94, which is in evidence. And so I think, Mr. Young, this is a document you looked at yesterday. So if you go to the next page of this document, and I think Mr. Freeman asked you about this, and you recall that this was a message between you and someone on LinkedIn, correct?
Yes.
And these are messages between you and a potential evacuee, correct?
No, not correct.
No?
No.
So this person writes a long email to you, or a long message to you, correct? Talking about needing to get out of Afghanistan.
That's right.
If you go to the next page, Mr. Demesic. And you write, do you have a sponsor able to pay evacuation costs, correct?
Yep, correct.
And he responds, not really, but can't I pay them myself?
That's right.
And you respond 14,000.5 per person, right?
I did, and then I blocked him.
And you provided that price to this person, even though the person explicitly told you that they did not have a sponsor, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't produce this in discovery, correct?
I don't think so, no.
Because you had deleted it, correct?
Correct.
At about the same time you were talking to lawyers about filing this lawsuit, correct?
Yes, I was talking to lawyers.
Now, isn't it true, and something we touched on yesterday, that you had no contacts on the ground in Afghanistan?
No direct contacts. I used a network.
My question is, did you have any contacts on the ground in Afghanistan?
Not directly.
So that would be a no.
And so not directly.
If you could turn to page 627 of your deposition. And look at pages 19 through 21.
I see that.
And, Your Honor, may I proceed?
May I just hang on a second?
Sure.
What was the page in line?
It was 627, 19 through 21.
I think it should be through 25, though, because I clarified my answer.
Your Honor, I agree with Mr. Young for completeness purposes. I have no problem with him reading it, but he should read it until line 25.
I think the portion I selected is dead on. It's the exact same question and the exact same phraseology.
It's just out of context.
Mr. Young, there is no question posed.
Mr. Young, yeah. And talk to me, don't. For purposes of cross, just read 19 through 21. If you want to address the rest, you can.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Young, you were under oath when you were deposed, correct?
Yes,
And you were asked, do you have any contacts on the ground in Afghanistan, correct?
correct.
What was your answer?
No.
Thank you. You can close that. So when you start advertising on LinkedIn your evacuations, you contact a guy named Ayuri. I'll just call him Ayuri. You know who I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
Because you think that Ayuri had contacts in Afghanistan that could help. Is that right?
I knew he did. Yep.
Okay. Now, you had no idea where Ayuri was in the world in 2021, correct?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Okay. Do you know where he was in the summer of 2021, in earlier fall?
No.
So to do these evacuations, you needed this guy Ayuri and his contacts, correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you didn't even know who Ayuri's contacts in Afghanistan were?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Did you know who those connections that Ayuri had were?
I didn't know their names.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that you didn't develop the plan for the evacuations?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Isn't it true that the operators on the ground developed the plans for each of the evacuations?
They did with my oversight.
Because trying to put together an operational plan for some place you're not physically located is a recipe for disaster, correct?
Indeed, very correct.
So you were coordinating the activities from your house in Austria, is that fair?
That's right.
And you were doing this primarily through Ayuri, correct?
That's right. Correct.
You were calling Ayuri, and Ayuri was relaying your messages to the operators on the ground?
Not in every case.
But in most cases?
In most cases.
And you don't even know if Ayuri was ever in Afghanistan, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know.
So fair to say that you had no direct knowledge of what the conditions on the ground in Afghanistan in the fall of 2021 actually were, correct?
It depends what you mean by direct.
I mean, you weren't there.
I
Right?
wasn't there. Yep.
Everything you were getting was either second or even third hand, right?
That's right. Correct.
And I think you said this, but you didn't even know the names of the people on the ground in Afghanistan, correct?
That's right. Need to know.
Right. The only person I think in your deposition, you testified that you knew one name and you think it might have been Abbas, correct?
Yep. That's right. Well, that's the name that he used. Whether or not that was actually his name, I don't know.
And so, yeah, you said this need to know thing. I was interested in that.
Mhm.
You said you didn't need to know the names of the people on the ground because of this need to know concept, correct?
That's right.
And then you also said that after each of these evacuations that you sanitized your communications afterwards, correct?
Right.
That's a fancy word for deleting, right?
It's not fancy. It's just operationally sound.
It's a synonym, right?
Can you repeat the question?
I can move on.
Okay.
It's not really that
I'm
interesting.
getting confused.
And I guess it's your testimony that you were deleting your communications on your phone. Would they be on your phone or on your computer?
Phone.
Okay. You were deleting your communications on your phone in Austria because you were concerned that someone would gain access to your phone in Austria such that it could imperil people in Afghanistan?
I wouldn't word it that way. No.
Let's be totally clear about this. You never were in Afghanistan, correct?
That's right.
And you never left Austria, correct?
That's right.
In this time period.
Yes.
So you were deleting things off of your phone out of the concern that someone could have gained access to it in Austria, correct?
No, that's not. It's a more complicated answer. I'm happy to explain.
It's okay, I think we got it.
Okay.
So you didn't, I think, I'll just ask this, you didn't find out the names of the people on the ground in Afghanistan because it was too risky for them?
No, that's not how I would word that.
How would you word it?
This is part of the need to know thing. So Yuri is taking a lot of trust and even involving me in contacting group chats with these operators. So if I went to Yuri saying, hey, I need to know the names of these guys, just from a business context, it looks like I'm trying to find a way to go around him, which would be totally unprofessional. But from an operational standpoint, these are people that are actually putting their lives in harm's way. So the more people that know their names, just in general, the more risky it is. So this is a concept. It's not just in the evacuations and the work I was doing with the U.S. government. The need to know always applies.
Yeah, we're not focused on the U.S. government. We're focused on Afghanistan because that's what you were talking about, right?
But the same principles still apply.
But I want to focus on Afghanistan.
Okay.
You said first, there's a lot in that answer, that you didn't want to get the names of the people on the ground because you thought that would cause Yuri to think that you would go around him?
From a business perspective, that's a realistic concern.
Right.
It erodes
So
trust.
this was your trusted compadre?
Yeah.
And you thought there was a fear that by you getting the names of the people, you thought that he might think you were working around them?
Right.
That was one of the reasons you didn't get his names?
Because there's no need for me to know the names.
Okay. And then the second part, I think you said, was it would be incredibly risky for the names of those people to get out, right?
It would create unnecessary risk, is a better way to put that.
Well, let's look. I might have gotten it wrong.
I might have explained it poorly before, but that's the way it works.
You said, I don't think you said incredibly risky. I got that wrong. You said from an operational standpoint, these are people that are actually putting their lives in harm's way. Why were they putting their lives in harm's way?
Because they were conducting these tremendously risky evacuations from a war zone. It's dangerous.
Why were they tremendously risky?
You want me to go through the conditions in Afghanistan again?
I mean, I'll try to summarize for you and tell me if I got it right.
Okay.
They were tremendously risky, right? Because the Taliban was hunting people, right?
That's right.
Right. And the Taliban wasn't letting people leave, right?
Some people, a lot of people, correct.
And so if you were one of these people on the ground who was covertly helping people get out of Afghanistan, it could be risky for you, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. You need to keep it secret, right? The secret is possible.
Yeah, you could use that word, keep it secret.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Try to do things covertly, right?
Yep, we used the word clandestine, I think.
Not out in the open.
That's right.
Underground, right?
I didn't use that word.
Objection, may we approach? Or I can just tell you, I'm worried about what we discussed yesterday. We're getting real close to it.
Well, talked about it yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And then the third thing was, so I think what you're saying is that you're suggesting that it would have been potentially risky for these people in Afghanistan for you to know their names in Austria. Do I have that right?
It creates unnecessary risk for anybody who doesn't need to know who they are to know who they are. It's just unnecessary. It's not specific to me in Austria. It's just.
Right. But what I think you're saying is that it would have been an additional unnecessary risk for you sitting in Austria to know these people's names.
It creates unnecessary risk for the operational integrity of what we're doing, for the people on the ground, for my corporate clients who have.
Sir, I'm not asking about the
complicated
corporate.
answer.
I'm just asking you about the
Objection,
people.
Your Honor, in the middle of talking.
Let him answer the question.
Okay, I will. So I'm just
Go
asking.
back and rephrase it and start a question again.
Sure. I'm just asking, Mr. Young, you're talking about the risk to the people who are working on the ground in Afghanistan. And I'm asking you, would it have been an unnecessary risk for you sitting in Austria to have those people's names?
Correct. Yes,
It would have been.
it would have been.
because there was some possibility that someone would get your phone in Vienna, Austria, and find out who these people were in Afghanistan?
No, I wouldn't put it that way at all.
So what was the risk?
The risk, I'm trying to explain it. It's, you're risking operational integrity when you have names of people that you don't need to know, or the details of the movement. The more widely disseminated that is, the more people that know about it. It risks the people, the passengers, the operators. It risks the model itself, because if somebody is monitoring those communications or gets into your phone remotely, I'm explaining, is this okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody's monitoring that stuff, you're not going to know about it, but the next time you use it, you know, that maybe you inadvertently reveal the identity of the operators on the ground. So they start to get monitored, they get to put under surveillance. It makes the whole thing way more risky from an operational standpoint.
So you were concerned that somebody could be monitoring your phone in Vienna, Austria?
That wasn't my specific concern, no.
Isn't it true that you never spoke, you never had direct contact with any of these operators one-on-one who were working on the ground in Afghanistan?
Yes,
You did nothing personally to vet any of these people on the ground in Afghanistan?
I vetted them through Yuri. I know they all had combat arms experience and special operations training. I knew that they were the right people to do this through Yuri.
Right. So everything you knew about these people came secondhand through your.
Yep, that's right.
You didn't pay the people in Afghanistan, correct?
No.
You paid Yuri and he took care of all that?
Yes.
And you didn't even know how many people Yuri was paying, did you?
Not precisely, no.
And independent of Yuri, you didn't have any contacts on the ground in Afghanistan, correct?
That's right.
Now, I think we talked about this yesterday. At some point, that might have been yesterday or the day before, you said that you weren't doing immigration. Did I have that right?
That's right.
And so you never, in any of the evacuations you did, you never provided passports or visas, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that at all. That's not true.
Did you ever, in connection with your work on evacuations in Afghanistan, provide immigration passports or visas to the people that you were evacuating?
Yes, we provided visas. I think it's been a long time, but I think we got visas for them.
Your Honor, 619, 13 through 21.
Did you say 619 or 613?
619, please. Okay.
Go ahead.
You remember sitting for a deposition, Mr. Young?
Yes.
And if you look at line 13, the question was, did you ever, in connection with your work on evacuations in Afghanistan, provide immigration or passports or visa to the people that you were evacuating? Do you see that?
I do.
And you answered, not that I recall. Generally, the model required that the people that were traveling from Pakistan onward, the client had those arrangements in place for asylum and resettlement, those types of things. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. You put that to the side. Mr. Meza, if you can put up PX 310, which is already in evidence. And you recall you testified about this yesterday or the day before with Mr. Friedman?
Yes.
And I'm looking at if you could blow up that second one, thank you. And you see, this was your post to Mr. Lerner, 75K for one vehicle, 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul to Peshawar, can also facilitate passports and visas in transit to Dushanbe, but again, it costs money. You see that?
I do.
Okay. You say here that you can facilitate passports and visas. How would you facilitate passports and visas?
Through Yuri.
You never did it, correct?
Right.
You never even tested it, did you?
Yuri did.
You never even tested it, did you?
I didn't, but Yuri did.
And you say Yuri had the ability to do this, but you had no visibility into how Yuri got people passports, did you?
No, we didn't discuss that.
So I think you talked about this yesterday with Mr. Friedman. And I'm talking about the steps for these overland evacuations.
Mhm.
So I think in the first step, you would collect them from wherever they were. Is that right?
You mean after the?
After the engagement.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you would move them to a safe location.
Well, can we back up? The first step is the operational element.
Yep.
Has to go and make a initial contact with the people.
Okay.
And the first thing is they have to know that help is on the way. You're not just out here waiting for somebody. We're real. We're coming to help. So that's the first step. And then they do a quick assessment, get more details that probably the client didn't really know or didn't understand, the tribal elements, the ethnicity, to really refine, what is it that we're dealing with? We have a general idea. We need to confirm it, collect their documents, look at what visas they have or they don't have. Then they would step back. I think I talked about the Pashtun tradition of once you accept them, they're your responsibility. So you don't collect them until that part's done.
Okay. But then you collect them.
Yep.
Then you move them, right?
That's right.
And I think you testified yesterday that you moved them to a safe house, correct?
Correct.
And I think you said you move them from safe house to safe house as you get closer to the border, correct?
That's right.
All the time, kind of avoiding any risks, right?
That's right. Or mitigating. I mean, there's risk. You can't avoid all risk.
Right. And so I think you testified that you evacuated about 20 to 22 people, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So the first evacuation you did was for Audible, correct?
Yes.
And that's an American company, correct?
Yep.
And I think you said that you had communications with Audible via Signal?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. But you don't have those anymore, right? Those weren't deleted after the CNN publications. Those were deleted beforehand, right?
Right.
And I think it was your testimony that for Audible, you evacuated 3 females.
Yes.
And these were all young women.
Yes, that was my understanding.
Okay. You didn't even know what the connection to Audible was for these women, correct?
Oh, that's true. Yes.
But these women needed to get out of Afghanistan because they were in danger of being killed by the Taliban.
It's been a long time. I don't remember the specific profiles, but they were high risk, which is why Audible needed a real solution.
And so Audible, I think Mr. Friedman showed you some invoices yesterday. We'll take a look at some of those.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Metz, if you could put up PX 62, which is in evidence. And so this is the invoice that you sent to Audible, correct?
Yes,
And so Audible would pay you the $54,000, correct?
that's right.
And if you look down, there's a Bank of America
Mhm.
thing, correct?
That's right.
And so that was one of your bank accounts, correct?
Yes.
You had a couple bank accounts at this time, correct?
Yes.
You had this Bank of America account for your company Nemex, correct?
Yep.
You had a Bank of America account for Zach Young, correct?
Right.
And you had another bank account in Austria?
Yes.
And you produced records for your Bank of America accounts, but didn't produce records for the Austrian bank accounts?
Action, Your Honor, is in full compliance with the court's orders on production.
And we have another sidebar. Sorry if I'm scaring you. Be aware. I'm just talking a little bit. While they are on this brief sidebar yet again, but it's just interesting how Audible, a company, obviously they're talking about here Audible as the seems it's their own company, but well, it is its own company, but it is an Amazon company. So that means the big Amazon, aka Jeff Bezos, is kind of involved in this. Sorry, my phone buzzing here. But it's just interesting that they are focusing more on this one company than the other one, the Bloomberg. That I think that's another like a news agency. I'm not 100% sure what. Um, yeah, Boomerang. I think it's no, it can't be that. So Boomerang, I googled Boomerang, right? And the first thing, oh, this is in UK. Um, showed me it was a kid's cartoon, and I was like, yeah, no, it can't be a kid's cartoon, can it? Hopefully it's not, but it might be. I need to. Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Is we still have this lingering cough from whatever we had, this sickness bug, which I still think, and I was just talking to my mom over in Portugal, and she says it's COVID, and I think it is. I think it's a bit too late for now for us to test. I think we would test negative now. But anyway, talking about this, so he had support from several companies, and several times he said no to people because of the funding, because they did not sponsor them to come. But then how would people in Afghanistan, right, go to get sponsored? It's just anybody, or you have to have money behind it? I just don't know. It's so many questions that I have that I would love to ask this. And we're still gonna have the jury questions. So hopefully the jury has some questions like this type sort of questions after when the the cross and possibly the redirect happens, because I think the judge said yesterday that there's gonna was gonna be at the end of it all the jury questions. So they was like would compile all the jury questions and then would go through all of them, and um yeah, and then ask and read and go from there. So we'll see what questions is the jury has and how long is that gonna take, because he's been on the stand for like 3 days now. We are on day 3. He literally was there all day yesterday, most of the day on day 1 after the openings and everything, and started day 3 still there as well. So I know it's the plaintiff and basically is his story to tell, so he's probably has, but I want to see as well witnesses saying how his life got impacted, how his business was impacted, and I want to see financial records and companies saying that, oh, we don't want to do business with him anymore because of this, or because of this particular story, or any other reason. But I'm starting to see his side, even though I still don't agree that it's defamation. I'm starting to see his side. Still, I'm not, but and I know a lot of people are not going to agree with that. Um, that I am in the big side of like a corporation, CNN, that fake news and all of that. Because yes, true, sometimes CNN doesn't like it's very sensationalist, and it's just reports on things without fact checking and fake news and just clickbait news. But that's every news network really, sadly, that these days they do. That's a way to grasp readers and viewers, and at the end memberships and stuff like that. But in another thing, I understand how he's feeling that his name was put in the same area on the same vicinity as the words black market. And when we think about black market, we think something illegal, something that like, you think, buying a kidney or something, people joke, oh, black market and stuff. So that two words has that connotation of something that it's illegal, something that it's not right. So they normally don't have a very good connection. So that's probably that's where it is coming from, in my opinion, from what I've gathered of this trial so far. But I mean, we are 3 days in out of apparently 2 weeks trial. And yeah, also, I still haven't decided what we're gonna do, because there's a trial that we were supposed to cover on Monday, um, that is starting out of Tennessee, the Jason Chan one. I don't think we are gonna cover that one anymore. I think I want to cover this one. I'm still not 100% sure. I still not have made my mind 100%. But this trial is grasping me too much, and I'm getting way too involved and way into it. For a trial that was just jump on the spring on. I was like, "Ooh, let's do it," because I could not do Daryl Brooks anymore, and the court is starting again.
All right, great. All right, so just for the record, I'm sustaining the objection to the last question. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this case, I had addressed what Mr. Young did and didn't need to produce in terms of bank accounts, and he was not ordered to produce the Austrian bank account that was the subject of the last question. So, all right, Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. So just looking at this, Mr. Gomez, if we could bring up Defense Exhibit 15, which is not in evidence, so it would just be for Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 15, which purports to be the Nemex bank account statements for 2021. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move for admission of DX 15.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defendants 15 is admitted.
Thank you. May I publish?
You may.
Okay. Your Honor, I think it was already admitted as DX 47, but we've already done it, so. All right, so, yeah, so this is your company, Nemex Enterprises, correct?
That's right.
And that's the address of Nemex Enterprises?
No, it was actually my mom's old address.
Okay. Do you know why that's the address of this bank?
No, I had to update that since this time.
Okay, but that was, is it fair to say that that was an address that you entered at some point?
Yep.
Prior to this?
Correct.
Sorry, prior to 2021?
Yes.
Okay. You're familiar with that address?
Yep. Mom used to live there.
Your mom, you still live there?
She did.
Okay. So turning to page 40, please. And actually step back one page so we can just try to give the jury a frame of reference. One more page. Yeah, if you blow that up. Thank you. So Mr. Young, right now we're looking at the page that details the August 2021 income inflows and outflows. See that?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So let's go jump 2 pages forward now to page 15. Sorry, page 40. Thank you. If you could blow up that whole section. Thank you so much. All right. So if you look at the line on 826, do you see that?
Yes.
It says wire. So a wire comes in from Audible. Correct. That's the Audible company that hired you to do the evacuations.
That's the one.
$54,000 comes in. Yep. And then below, in the withdrawals and other debits, do you see that?
Yes.
You make a payment to Ayuri Love-Reniuk, right?
I can't pronounce it either.
Okay, of $20,000, right?
Yes.
And you send it the next day, right?
Yes.
you sent Ayuri the money, the $20,000, correct?
Yes,
And then you don't know what Ayuri does with the $20,000, correct?
Right.
But the result is, based on this, you made $34,000. You kept $34,000 from the audible evacuations, correct?
that's right.
And just to make sure, after Audible never followed back up with more evacuations, correct?
No, but they provided references.
Okay, yeah, but my question's a different one. Audible never followed up with any additional evacuations, did they?
Correct.
So you can actually keep that up. So Bloomberg was, I think, the second evacuation you did?
Yes,
And for Bloomberg, you evacuated 4 people?
4 females and 1 infant.
Um,
I think there was 1 infant too.
Okay.
We didn't charge extra for the baby. They don't require additional planning or space.
Okay. And so Bloomberg, you charged $141,500 for the 4 people, correct?
That's right.
Which was roughly $35,000 per person, plus or minus?
I'll accept your representation. That sounds accurate though.
Well, let me just, I don't have my calculator on me.
Yes, I'll just say yes.
Yeah, 35 times 2 is 70, 70 times 2 is 140, so you agree with 35 is pretty close?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you go to page 44 in this document, so now we're going forward into September.
Mhm.
Mr. Meza, if you could blow up that, thank you so much. And highlight the 141,500. There you go. And so on, I guess that's 9/1, Bloomberg emails you, or Bloomberg wires you the 141,500, correct?
Yes.
And then on the same day below that 9/1, no, it's you wire $30,000 a year, correct?
It's the one below. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. And so it would be your understanding that the $30,000 paid to Ayuri was for Bloomberg.
Yes.
Okay. So you personally made on the Bloomberg evacuations about $110,000
Yes.
for 4 people being evacuated.
Yes.
That's about $27,500 per person.
You're asking me to do the math in my head, but it sounds right.
25,000 times 4 is 100,000, right?
Yes.
We can agree on that. And so 10,000 divided by 4 is 2,500,
Yes.
right? So it's about 27,500 per person, right?
Yes.
Close enough? Okay. I think you said Hero was the next one, but Hero kind of spread out over September because there were a number of evacuations, is that right?
3 of them.
Right, we'll get there in a second. Civil Fleet was another evacuation you did, correct?
Yes.
And Civil Fleet was a nonprofit organization?
I understood them and understand them to be an NGO, and I don't really understand the difference.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you never had any direct communication with Civil Fleet, correct?
That's right. Never did.
And it's your testimony that you only dealt with a Mr. Henry Clark?
That's right. He brought that requirement to me.
He brought it to you. And Mr. Clark, he was someone I think that you've testified in your deposition was a member of, or someone in your personal contact group,
Professional.
professional group, and you deleted Mr. Clark's contact information from your phone, correct?
I believe so. It's been a long time.
And you deleted his contact information after or at around the same time you were thinking about bringing this lawsuit?
I just don't remember exactly when I did.
Okay, we'll get to it later. And you evacuated 3 people for Civil Fleet, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that when you testified under oath, you testified that they only needed 3 people evacuated?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay. Well, so if you open up the book, I'm sorry, would reviewing your deposition help refresh your recollection as to what you previously testified?
Yes.
All right, so if you turn to page 160. You go to lines 4 through 9. You tell me when you're there.
Yes. I see it.
Okay. And does this refresh your recollection that you testified previously that the requirement to evacuate, you believe, was 3 females from Afghanistan?
That's great. That's what I said.
But that actually wasn't accurate, correct?
No, I could have been more precise. Should have been.
Right. You were actually hired to evacuate 6 people by civil fleet, correct?
That's right.
And you never mentioned those 6 people when you were previously deposed, did you?
No.
And that was the only evacuation where you weren't able to get everyone out, correct?
Correct. Well, no, not correct. I was able to. They aborted. We'd already done all the work. They wanted to stop for some reason.
Isn't it true, sir, that civil fleet demanded a refund for the 3 people that you couldn't get out?
No, it's false.
And that demand for a refund had nothing to do with the fact that you omitted those 3 people when you testified previously?
I just said it was false.
So it's your testimony in front of this jury under oath that when you testified previously that you only were hired to evacuate 3 people, that was just an oversight, correct?
Yes.
So I think you testified yesterday that you were, you charged civil fleet $65,000 to evacuate the 6 people, is that right?
I believe so. I'd have to see the invoice.
Mr. Mez, if we can go to page 44, I think Margaret might be there. And if you look, there's the civil fleet payment for $54,000. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that the middleman who connected you to civil fleet got a cut to that $65,000, correct? That's why it wasn't a full payment.
I wouldn't word it that way.
How would you word it?
No one connected me to Civil Fleet. Thus, the middleman that you mentioned, I never had direct contact with Civil Fleet.
No one connected you to civil fleet? I thought you just testified that Henry Clark connected you to civil fleet.
No. That's not accurate. You're misrepresenting that. Henry Clark was the person in the middle between me and Civil Fleet. I never had connection with Civil Fleet.
So Henry Clark was the middleman.
You could call him a middleman.
I think you just said he was in the middle.
He's in the middle. He's a middleman.
Okay. Just as long as we're on the same page. And then I think if you look down at the bottom, there's another payment of $20,000 to Mr. Lavreniuk on the 1st. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was a payment for the civil fleet evacuation?
Looks that way, yes. Same day.
Sir, isn't it true that with the civil fleet evacuation, there was a person on the ground in Afghanistan named Jordan Bryan, who you were actually communicating with over Signal?
No.
That's not true? No. And isn't it true that you were coordinating with Jordan Bryan to meet a boss, to have a boss help facilitate the evacuation of those 6 people?
No, that's not true.
Sir, isn't it true that at one point you became frustrated with Jordan Bryan's responsiveness to your Signal text messages?
I mean, I just said it's not true, so I don't know where you're going.
Isn't it true that you texted Jordan Bryan over Signal saying, effing communicate,
Objection.
or you were on your own?
He said it a million times. We never had a conversation with this person, and Mr. Oxford just keeps asking him questions about what happened in the conversation, and it occurred 4 times. There's no basis to read these.
I'll rule the objection. He can answer whether he sent a message saying that or not.
Okay, thank you, Ron. So isn't it true that you sent a Signal message to Jordan Bryan saying, effing communicate, you actually used the full word, communicate or you were on your own?
No.
You didn't send that? Isn't it true you sent the next signal saying, I don't give an F about your teeth? You didn't say that?
No.
And isn't it true then you next said, in fact, if you F this up, I'll likely come there in person and knock them out?
No.
You didn't say that? Yesterday, I think you testified that after the CNN publications, you went into like this type of panic over the Austrian government. Is that fair to say?
That's part of the reason.
Part of the reason. Let's focus on this part for right now. And you were concerned that because of the way the Austrian government works, that they could come and do something, right?
That's right.
As of 2021, you had been living in Austria for 14 years?
That sounds right.
Okay. And I guess in this panic, you decided to delete all of your LinkedIn messages, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. But you saved all of the invoices that you sent to these companies for doing the evacuations, correct?
I don't know that I would word it that way, but I had the invoices. I was able to find them for discovery.
Right. My question is this. You deleted all of the LinkedIn posts about evacuations, but you didn't delete the invoices, correct?
That's right.
Okay. The panic didn't reach those invoices. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How did you communicate with Mr. Clark, the man you say was in the middle of civil fleet?
Signal.
Okay. How would we find Mr. Clark?
I don't know.
Okay, so the last evacuation you did was Hero, correct?
Yes.
I guess it was the third or the fourth. It was
He was the last one.
was the fourth or the fourth, right?
Yep.
And Hero is a nonprofit focused on rescuing Christians, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And Hero was raising money from donors in the United States to pay for these evacuations, correct?
Correct.
And I think you said you did 3 separate evacuations for Hero, is that right?
That's right.
And I can show you the invoices, but I think Mr. Frieden walked you through the math. I can do it again.
Let's try it without him first.
Okay, yeah. So do you remember what the total amount of money that Hero paid you?
I don't remember in my head.
I'll still do it real quick. Mr. Meza, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 53A. I'm sure Mr. Friedman used this. Just for the witness, yes, sir. All right, I think we looked at this yesterday. Did you see that that's your invoice to Jason at the Great Campaign?
It's attached to this email.
Yeah, and then we can go to the next page. I think it's the invoice.
Yep.
See that?
Do it.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 53.
No objection, Your Honor.
Or 53A, I'm sorry.
Oh, is there any other page?
It's the 2 pages.
Can I see the second page, please?
We just added up.
Got it. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defense 53A is admitted.
Okay. And so that's $75K for the first civil plea, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then, sorry, thank you, Mr. Demezza. I would not be anywhere without you. That was the first $75K for Hero, not civil plea.
Sorry. Good catch.
Yes, not mine, Mr. Demezza's.
Good catch.
And after that $75K comes in, you send Ayuri $30,000 for this first?
I think so.
Okay, we'll go look in a second. Then there's a second, do you recall a second invoice for another $75,000?
Yes.
Okay. So that's $150 total. We'll go look at those in a second. And then, do you recall a third invoice for $38,000?
Yes.
Okay. So that takes us to $188,000. Does that sound right?
Yes.
All right. So all told, for the 3 evacuations for Hero, you got paid, actually, I think there was a tailing $8,000, right?
There was, that's right.
And you don't know what that was for?
No.
That was not for a separate evacuation?
No, it wasn't.
So the total was 196?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mezza, can you put back up DX15, which is in evidence? And remember, these are the bank account statements for Nemex. If we can go to page 44. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, could we just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Axelrod, but I just want to make sure we're in compliance with the rules. The bank account numbers are not being redacted from these exhibits, and it's being live streamed.
Ooh.
So can we just redact them in real time?
I didn't realize that.
Are the exhibits being real time?
Yeah,
So
All right, take it down.
are they being shown on the,
they are. Your Honor.
aren't theirs in the evidence? Or did y'all move?
We might have had the same issue. We didn't show them, we just moved them into
Right.
evidence, so we didn't redact them yet.
You can't, there's a lot of account numbers in the documents. You can't do it really quickly.
Oh.
Why don't we just do this? I can show them to Mr. Young. We won't publish them. And then we can show them to the jury later once they've been redacted.
I have no objection to that, Your Honor.
We can do that, or I didn't remember seeing where on the page it was. I know he obviously was blowing up a section of them. I don't know if you can blow up a section that omits the account number from what will be shown on the screen. If you want to have them viewing it while he's talking, but otherwise, if you want them to just respond to the questions.
I think we don't need to see the.
Okay.
Let's see how we can do. I'm sensitive to the detailed information.
Can we just accept your representation and then double check it?
I'd rather have you testify to what the truth is.
Let's do this for now then. Just display them on the witness stand and you can ask the questions and at least Mr. Young will be able to look at the document as you're
That's
talking
great.
about it.
And if there's some small thing that I want to show to the jury, we will see if we can do it without disclosing any PII.
Thank you, Your Honor. One last question. I don't know if it's possible, but if the press can redact that or remove that portion, we'd request that you issue that order from their video.
If there's any republication of it, obviously it's not going to affect what the stream was, but for any press members that are here or viewing, if there's a publication of anything to do with the bank account documents, you're instructed to remove any account numbers or other personal normally confidential information from anything that you would display on a print or otherwise. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They'll just make sure you don't have, are yours redacted?
No, we didn't show ours to the jury. We just moved them into evidence. So before we were going to send them back, we were going to apply their actions.
I was hoping there was something we could do. Anyway, let's try doing this. So Mr. Mezza, if you could put up DX15 just for Mr. Young. And I think we can probably do it without showing bank account information. All right, so Mr. Young, you would agree, we're looking at page, I'll be really clear for the record now, page 44, which includes the deposits and withdrawals from your Nemex bank account for September of 2021.
Yes,
Okay, there's one on 9/10/21 for $75,000.
that's right.
Mr. President, can you just blow up that one and you can just publish that to the jury, just that little piece? I think that does not have Mr. Young's bank account number. Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so just looking at this piece, $75,000 comes in. If you look at the wire detail, it says Orridge Hero Inc. You see that?
Yep, I do.
So we know this is for Hero, right?
Yes,
And it actually references the name of the extraction. You see that?
I do.
Mr. Mezza, now if you can take that down.
Sir. Is there a concern?
I think it's probably a partial, I doubt that that's.
There's nothing sensitive.
All right.
Oh, but I wanted, can we leave it up to Mr. Young? Yeah. Oh, yeah, thank you. You're always on top of it. I'm sorry. And go back out to the main page. And then, so on that same day, there's a $30,000 withdrawal that you send to Yuri Lavrenu, right?
Yes.
And that's for the first hero
Yes.
transaction. Now, if we go back to the main document, Mr. Demeza, and go to 930, it looks like there's another $75,000 from Hero. Can you blow that one up? On 930, yeah. Right. And so, Mr. Young, you would agree there's another $75,000 on 930?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't need the jury to see that, but we're going to have the jury look at the next page. Now, can you go to, just for Mr. Young, go to page 48? And so now you see, Mr. Young, we're looking at deposits and withdrawals for October, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, Mr. Demeza, just highlight the withdrawals. Yeah, just capture the withdrawals. And Mr. Young, before I do this, would you agree that there's no personal bank account information of you on this clip?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish just this clip?
Objection.
Right. All right. And while that's coming up, there's a way that we can cut the exhibits from the stream that's being displayed, if you want me to do that.
I think that would make sense.
All right.
And this press is still in the room and people are still seeing, sensitive information.
All right. Yeah. All right. Don't worry about it, Gary.
Okay.
We'll do it like we're doing here.
Okay. We're almost done on this, so this will be a momentary issue. So, Your Honor, may I publish this piece?
Yeah.
And so if you look at this, Mr. Young, on 10-1, the first one, there's an online banking transfer of $130,000. That's actually to your other Bank of America account, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On the next one, there's a $4,000 transfer to Ralph Logistics. Do you see that?
I do.
Then going down, there's another $8,000 transfer to Ralph Logistics. You see that?
I do.
And then going down, there's a $12,000 transfer to Ralph Logistics, correct?
Yes.
You believe these were for payments related to Afghan evacuations, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea what Ralph Logistics is, do you?
I know more about it now, but that Yuri gave me the instructions for this account and I transferred money there.
Right. And so at the time in October of 2021, Yuri said, send $24,000 to Ralph Logistics, and you did it, correct?
Yes.
And you sent this money to this account because Yuri told you to?
Yes.
You didn't know where this money was going in the world, did you?
No, I didn't think a lot about it.
You didn't know who was receiving it?
I knew that I had the account information.
Right.
To make it.
You didn't know what Ralph Logistics was, correct?
No.
You didn't know the purpose of this payment?
Oh, of course I did.
What was the purpose of sending the money to Ralph Logistics?
For the evacuation.
What was Ralph Logistics doing for the evacuation?
Yuri was doing the evacuation. This is just an account.
What was Yuri's connection to Ralph Logistics?
I don't know.
You never asked Yuri why he asked you to send this money to Ralph Logistics, correct?
Correct.
So in total, I think we calculated it. You did $196,000 from Hero, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all told, I calculated, do you know how much money you made from student evacuations in August, September, and October?
No.
Okay. Does $457,175 sound right for the money coming into your account?
Sounds right.
Okay. And does it sound right that you paid IURI a total of $130,000?
Does that include the Ralph?
No, I'm gonna get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know about IURI?
I don't know the math breakdown.
Okay. I guess we'll have to do it later. And then you paid $24,000 to Ralph Logistics?
In my mind, this was to Yuri. This was just the account information he gave me.
So you think that really IURI was Ralph Logistics?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why IURI was having you send money to his account before, and now he's having you send it to a different account?
No, I don't know why.
So does it sound right that out of the $457,000 or thereabouts you received, you paid about $154,000 of that out?
Does that include the Ralph?
It does.
Okay, then yes.
Okay. So you kept about $300,000 for your work doing evacuations for August, September, and October?
That sounds right.
Now, you would agree that you would not have been able to make that $300,000 for 3 months of work if Afghans would have just been able to go to the airport and buy a ticket to leave the country, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way, but it's factually true.
It is actually true, correct? I think I would assume you probably had a lot of conversations, text signal conversations with IURI, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any of those anymore, do you?
No.
And is it fair to say that you may have deleted some of them before the CNN publications and deleted some of them after the CNN publications?
No.
No?
No. Wouldn't be.
When did you delete the IURI publications, the IURI communications?
After, I think I went over that after each evacuation. Everything was.
Okay. But so after you did the last hero evacuation, you never had another conversation with IURI?
That's right.
Okay. But you did delete IURI's contact information, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Right. And you deleted it at about the same time you were thinking about bringing this lawsuit, correct?
Yes.
How do we contact IURI?
You could, you have his bank account information, so you could subpoena. They do know your customer, so they have that. You could have got it from him.
Where is IURI?
I don't know where he is today.
Where was he in 2021?
I think he was in Ukraine for some time, and he was also in Pakistan on the ground.
IURI ever been in the United States?
He had to, he must have been because he had U.S. accounts. I don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know. He's got U.S. accounts. I think you have to be here physically to do that.
So let's go back to Defense Exhibit 82, which is in evidence. I may have published it, all right? It's in evidence. Mr. Friedman used it yesterday.
Yeah, you may.
All right. You recall this, Mr. Young. We looked at this briefly yesterday. Mr. Friedman asked you a bunch of questions about this. And so again, just putting this in reference, you reached out to Jill Kornetsky before she ever reached out to you, correct?
Yes.
And you reached out to Jill Kornetsky before you had ever done a corporate evacuation, correct?
I think so, yes.
Well, we looked at yesterday. You didn't get paid by Audible until August 26th, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. And you reached out on August 20th, right?
Yep, that's right.
And Jill Kornetsky didn't work for a corporation, correct?
I think she worked for an NGO, so that was part of my model.
But again, my question is this. Jill Kornetsky did not work for a corporation, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way. A corporation, yes. Okay.
Do you know the difference between a corporation and an NGO?
I believe an NGO is a version of a corporation. It's not an S corp or it's a business entity. I can't explain the difference.
Okay.
I would if I could.
Okay. You don't know the difference between a corporation and a non-government organization?
No, I know the difference, but not on a technical level. I couldn't explain how an NGO operates.
So, Mr. Young, if I take your testimony yesterday, I would assume you fashion yourself as a pretty sophisticated worldly person. Is that true?
No, I wouldn't say it.
No?
No.
You've been all over the world, correct?
You said sophisticated, and I can be rough around the edges at sometimes, so I'm not sure how I can.
So let's get rid of sophisticated.
Okay.
You fashion yourself as a person who's been all around the world, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. And you've been to a lot of places where NGOs have a very large role in those places, correct?
Yes,
Right. Because there's a lot of NGOs operating in the Middle East, correct?
there are.
Right. NGOs are non-governmental organizations that are generally like public interest groups, right?
Yes,
Right. So you know the difference between an NGO and a corporation, correct?
broadly, the way you describe it, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. You reach out to Ms. Kornetsky and you say, "Hi, Jill, nice to meet you. I'm a former capital A agency CO with strong connections in Afghanistan. I know you can't testify in this case. I know you say you can't testify in this case about your connections to your former government employer. What did you mean when you wrote to Ms. Kornetsky, I'm a former capital A agency?"
I meant exactly what you read here. I work for a agency, and it says CO.
What were you trying to convey to her when you wrote this?
It's really a way of kind of seeing who they are, what their background is, because somebody who would read agency CO who's not from that specific area wouldn't have any idea what it means. Or they would if they were.
So if she was from that type of background, how would she interpret what you wrote?
She would know that more about where I was working before.
Yeah, and what would she know?
She would probably know the agency and what a CO means.
Okay, and what agency would she know?
Actually, you're on a calls for speculation.
Mr. Young. Sorry.
However,
Okay. What agency would she know that you were conveying by writing this?
I can't speak for her.
Sir, you just testified that by writing this, if she was of that background, she would know what agency you were talking about.
Yeah.
So what agency would she understand you were talking about if she was of that background?
So if she had that background, that means she would interpret that as the Central Intelligence Agency.
That's the CIA, right?
Yes.
All right. So fair to say, based on what you just testified, that you were sending her this message with the understanding that if she had that background, she would interpret this message as you saying, I'm a former Central Intelligence Agency CO.
If she had that background.
Right. Okay. What's a C/O? Why did you write that?
Again, it just says CO, but if they're from that background, then CO would mean case officer.
Okay. Why were you sending a message to Jill Kornetsky with the understanding that if she was from that background, she would understand this to read that you're a former CIA case officer?
It's a way of vetting and proving bona fides of who I am and where I come from.
So you were giving her this information to prove your bona fides, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way because if she's not from that place, she would have no idea what it means. So it's hard to really unpack that.
What's a CIA case officer?
CIA case officer, I talked about that a lot my first day. They're the people that go overseas, they're highly trained, and they do two things. They collect foreign intelligence and they do covert action.
And you were sending this to her, so because if she was from this background, she would understand that you were telling her that you were one of these highly trained people that went overseas, was covert, and was collecting intelligence.
You got it.
All right. And then she would understand that you would have the background that you were one of these people who had been living covertly doing work for the Central Intelligence Agency.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. And these people who are COs, I'm just speaking generally now. You understand generally how a CO works, right?
Yep.
Okay. These people who are COs who are living abroad collecting intelligence, they're essentially living under assumed identities, correct?
No.
No?
No.
So when a CO goes to a country like, any country really, let's pick one up, China.
Okay.
Do they say, I'm in China, I'm from the United States, I'm a Central Intelligence Case Officer?
In some cases.
Really?
Yeah, I can explain it if you're interested.
Okay.
There's lots of different types.
Right, but there are many, I think you said, there are many who live covertly, correct?
There are, yes.
Right. And so those would be the people that I'm focused on.
Okay.
And those would be people who would be living in different countries, and it wouldn't be in the open that they were case officers for the Central Intelligence Agency, correct?
That's right.
And so those would be people who would be living in different countries, essentially pretending to have jobs and being there for reasons that weren't true, correct?
Correct.
People who have identities that they've established that aren't correct, that aren't actually true, right?
In some cases.
In some cases, right?
In some cases, it was very real.
Right. And in some cases, those people who are Central Intelligence Agency case officers who are living covertly, they have to receive lots of training about how to blend in, correct?
Yes.
And essentially how to live a life where people don't know that you actually are a Central Intelligence case officer, correct?
Correct.
Right. So you have lots of training to kind of how to deceive people so they don't know what you actually do, correct?
I wouldn't word it that way at all.
You wouldn't word it that way, but that's a sum and substance, correct?
No.
No. Mr. Young, if you're a Central Intelligence case officer and you don't want to get identified as such in a foreign country, don't you essentially have to act a certain way so that people don't catch on to you?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And so you establish essentially a fiction about who you are in that place, correct?
Correct.
Right. All right. Now, this message, I'm almost done.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, let me just finish up this document, then we'll call it, take a break. This exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, this is not something you produced in this case, correct?
Correct.
You deleted it, correct?
Correct.
Now, this message with Ms. Kornetsky, this is not a message with anyone not a message with an Afghani about being evacuated, correct?
That's right.
This is just kind of a back and forth with someone where you're arguing about cost, correct?
The cost came up. That's
Right. Right. And so I think that you testified that you deleted all these documents because you were concerned that the Austrian government could come and take them, I guess, right?
No.
No, that's not it. Okay. So anyway, let's go back to this. Yeah, let's go down. Yeah, go to the next page. And so without Ms. Kornetsky responding, you write her back. And we don't know the dates of this, correct? So we don't know if it's the next Tuesday or a couple Tuesdays. We don't know how long after it is, correct?
Yes.
But you write her back without her responding to you, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you write, "Hi, Jill, just checking in. We've been having success all month running groups into Pakistan. Let me know if I can help," correct?
Yep.
And essentially what you're trying to do is you're trying to drum up business, right?
Yeah.
Right. And Ms. Kornetsky says, you aren't the guy charging $12,500, are you?
She says that.
And you say, depends on the scenario. We can also arrange air evac to Abu Dhabi and Albania. And I think you've already testified that you never did air evac to Abu Dhabi and Albania, correct?
Correct.
You're right, it's not free though. We don't have a nonprofit standing behind us fleecing millions in donations. Why did you use the word fleecing?
I think I described it, but I'll go over it again if you want.
This is a different word. What does fleecing mean to you?
Fleecing means wasting money.
Does it mean ripping people off? Fleecing, conning, scamming? No?
I wouldn't word it that way.
No, you think it's just you think fleecing is just wasting money?
I think it's a waste.
Okay. So you say we don't have a nonprofit standing behind us wasting millions of dollars in donations.
That's right.
The charter aircrafts from our friends. So you don't know Miss Cornetzi, correct?
No, I don't.
You never met her,
Never.
right? But before you have any substantive conversation, you're criticizing nonprofits for fleecing millions of dollars in donations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, I don't know what date this is, you have no personal knowledge that any company has fleeced millions of dollars from anyone, correct?
No, not correct.
How do you have information that nonprofits were fleecing people?
It was common knowledge in the industry that these nonprofits were stood up very quickly and raising huge amounts of money, chartering very expensive aircraft. So, and it was on the news that they weren't able to land in the airport. So this.
But my point is, you didn't have any firsthand knowledge. You weren't involved with any nonprofits who were fleecing this money, were you?
No, I was not involved.
All right. So you're just reporting what you saw on the news and what you kind of picked up, right?
Correct.
And so you're saying they're fleecing millions of bucks. This is your opinion, correct?
It is.
Right.
It's more than my opinion. It was happening.
Yeah. So you're essentially criticizing nonprofits that were fleecing donors' monies.
I'm criticizing the effectiveness of that model. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't want to go too long. Why don't we take a break?
Okay. Sounds good. All right, y'all go ahead and your notepads and your folders there, and leave those on your chairs. You gonna print those? All right, while you're packing that up, let me read you the instruction. We're going to take our morning recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. Do not do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules that I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, please notify court personnel. If you do use your phones while we're on break, make sure your phone or electronic device is turned off before we come back in the courtroom. We're going to have lunch menus that we're going to put in the jury lounge for you to make some selections for lunch. Why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll be in recess till 10:40, and then we'll get you back in. All right. Any questions or anything? Nope. All right. See you back in a few. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Not going to be seated. Anything we need to address before?
Not for Wednesday.
No, you're not.
Amazing. All right.
Sweet music.
I'll see y'all back at 10:40.
All right. So while they're gonna go on break, I'm gonna talk a bit about everything and about nothing. But one thing that he was just saying, 10:40, because so the part of Florida that they are on, then they are on the CST Central Time, because in normal Florida, EST Florida, it's already 11:30, and that's what I was saying. It's like, but you are kind of a little bit late for break because it's almost lunchtime. But no, they are on CST, so that means they do start trial there about 8:30 in the morning, and then so they're gonna finish at 3:45 today, CST. I need to figure that out. What time? I think for me it's 9:45 or something. It's an hour later than I thought, so which is fine. I mean, I don't have anywhere to go tomorrow because I'm still off sick, so yay. Anyway, I found a better what is it we say, a better feed, a better feed than this one, because it's Fox News feed, and they don't have the very annoying thing on the screen. So because that means that this is not a law and crimes feed, it's Fox's feed, and they are feeding off of the Fox. So we are going to be using now the Fox's one, because I don't want that very annoying banner on the screen, and it just confuses me. It's the same feed, it's the same trial. Probably the sound, I'm sure, is going to be, the same as it was before. But saying that, I also have found the remaining of day two of the defamation case. Well, which I think it is the remainder of the day two. I am not 100% sure, because obviously while I'm on stream, I can't be playing the videos in the background while we're watching court, because otherwise that's going to stop court, and it's a whole other thing. It's a whole other nines. But yeah, so just thought of that. Also, during the lunch break, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do a bit like recap of the morning, and then because me and Nightbot need dinner, or need to figure out what, if we're gonna eat for dinner, or maybe just like a little stretch break or anything, we are gonna be playing some coverage of the wildfire in California, just to keep it like as a background noise while the lunchtime is going on, and not for you to hear me doing about what 90 minutes time talking about nothing, almost literally nothing. Because what we're gonna do now is, like, this morning they just like went to some reports, some bank statements, which were a little bit spicy because they forgot to um redact the information. How can you come to court and you forget to redact the information that is on the financial reports or whatever that you are going to give in public, literally, because court is public, and there is being live stream, and you don't even redact that information. And like, I just don't understand why they sometimes excuse me, sometimes attorneys aren't, they are very bright, they are great, they are very good in what they do. I could probably never do what they do, because it's not that I can remember all the laws, it's just the talking and on the spot thinking that they have to have. I probably will not be able to manage to be able to do that. But the little simplest things, sometimes they do forget about it, like redacting personal information like cell phone numbers, account numbers, and all of those stuff. I think that would be one of the first things you would think of doing. It would be that. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Pardon me. I like this microphone. I can just press a button and you guys cannot hear a thing. I hope. I hope that button does work and you just not hear me cough and me pretending that yeah. So earlier, before the trial started, we were going through the complaint of this case that Zach Young filed against CNN. So because basically this is um what um the judge had to go through to make sure that they had enough to go on trial for, and if it was actually worth it, or he would could have just like asked for mediation or anything, but is actually on trial. And then as we see, it's still going like in a 50-50 thing. I don't know. I still think that it's not defamation. I'm still thinking on that. But I am not 100% sure that CNN, it's not fully innocent, if you know what I mean. I think they still have some part blame there, but they also not at the same time. So I'm still 50-50. I don't know where the jury is, because in the video that I was watching earlier, the guy that was talking about the jury, and they were talking about the jury selection and everything for this case, and he said that people were not happy, about mass media corporations and how they act, and about all the fake news and sensation and everything and all the big blah blahs. But they did say that they could be impartial. Now, can you actually be impartial, or are you just saying you can be impartial for saying to be impartial to be in this trial, and then you're not impartial and just swing in favor of the plaintiff? Because let's be honest, Zach is not someone that needs the money. Neither is CNN. Zach doesn't need the money. I mean, for the money that he charged to those Afghans to escape. I'm not saying he's rich, that it's a millionaire or a multimillionaire. I'm not saying that. Probably is not. I don't know. Doesn't sound like it. But he's also not going to be homeless tomorrow. And it's not going to be having to sacrifice a whole lot to be able to afford food for tomorrow. So I don't know why yeah. But anyway, carry on that document. I'm just trying to find if there was any, yeah. So there's just the claims per of the plaintiff, the count, a group libel, and then count 4. There's like several counts, and then there's a what? A prayer for relief. Oh, it's just, yeah. So at the end, yeah, this was like started in 2022. So it took him a year to bring this lawsuit over to him. It's just interesting. It took him a year because the piece was in 2021. So it took him a year because this document that we got, the complaint, is the first document that was on the docket about this case. And um one of the first documents, like I said, all the other ones I had to request them, and it was absolutely craziness. And yeah, so this is the first like proper document that has all the whole information, and it was filed in 2022. So, and I think, oh, good thing we do, like, I think we swap. I need to be careful. Let me have a look 1 second, because there was just a notification, because I think Law and Crime, now with that swapped feeds, they took out their feed. We are on Fox, so I think we are good. Fox is still live. Fox is still thing. Let me just double check, make sure that they are live and I'm not here waiting. We still have 5 minutes anyway for the break. Yes, the one that we still okay. We're still on track. We're not. I don't know why Law and Crime keeps doing that, because they took out day 2. I could not find day 2 out, and now they took day 3. Ugh, day 3 that we were just watching, and they started another one at day 3 part 2. I don't know why they keep doing this. It's actually rather interesting. I don't know, but anyway, we are on Fox, Fox's feed, so I think we are okay for now. And I am gonna try to find the last part of yesterday's day of this case, and then probably play in a separate stream, so then I can word it like part 2 of day 2, because we don't have that part, that part. Okay, so I was just looking that, the exhibits on that document, it says that because of my level, because I'm not an attorney or whatever, I can't see the exhibits that they attached to that complaint document, but then I can see all the ones that CNN was actually gonna use. They have screenshots for days. Literally, they gonna have literally screenshot for days about this case, and I really can't not wait for this case to move on. This part is getting a little bit spicy. It's getting a bit more interesting. Yesterday was a little bit boring in the fact that it was Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Sorry, that's how I call Zach. Mr. Goody Two Shoes testifying how good and how great he is and how much service he provides for others and everything, and how he cannot do any wrong. But now today, that image it's falling apart a little bit because I mean, no one is perfect. I'm not perfect. You tell me who is a perfect person, and we'll see. But yet again, is showing his side of things because yes, there was non-profits that could have been doing. They've been doing this for probably longer or at the same time that he has, and they can provide the same thing for free. And why can he not do that? He was doing that. It's just like I just don't understand the fact why he cannot had provided this. And I understand that if it feels like he's been defamation because his name was together with black market and everything, but I'm still not 100% convinced that that is enough, because I think people like, especially if you are a big company like Audible, like you used to work with, and the other one I want to say Boomerang for some reason, but I know it's not. But um, yeah, if companies see more than that, I think big emphasis on think in the fact that they can see if you work with the company for a long time, they know how your operation model is, and they don't go by what CNN says about you for a minute, because all like and then they retracted. I need to find the article where they retracted, because it was 4 months after this piece in 2021 came out that CNN, what I don't think it was forced, but because there was already talks of a defamation suit and everything, CNN released a correction story or something of the genre. And I want to see that. I want to see if the CNN lawyers are going to bring that up, because that would be interesting to see if they were or not. I'm sorry. I'm constantly monitoring the feed to make sure that this one doesn't go down like the law and crime keeps going down for some reason. I think they took it down because of the information of the bank informations, like they were, because the judge was saying it's like, well, it was already live streamed, so there's nothing much you can do about it. But and I think law and crime is very good doing that in terms of um yeah, in terms of taking information when like personal information is shared that shouldn't have been shared, and all that type of things. So probably that's why they keep doing it, to remove the link. So I don't know. We'll see why. I mean, excuse me, sorry, I am still having a little bit of issues. I'm still recovering from COVID, so forgive me if I'm like a little bit, my throat, it's not 100% yet. And I am dying for a thirst. I would love to have a glass of water right about now, but that will be the first thing that I'm doing after they come back from break, which they haven't. They did say 22:40, didn't they? I think they did. I'm not 100% sure. So they should be back by now. Wow, I've been talking about for 15 minutes already. Wow, I can talk for England. well, that's not a surprise. I can talk definitely for for England, but yes, so it's definitely going to be a shorter day um for court in general in here. So they say it's going to finish at 3:45 in the afternoon, but remember that they are in Bay County, where this trial is it from, is in CST, which I did not know that Florida had two different time zones. It's actually something new that I learned today. That Florida has two time zones. I thought they were all in just one zone, and yeah. Ooh, some water just arrived. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I desperately needed some water. So I know I probably say water in a very funny way, because if you are new here, I am not English. I am in England, but I'm Portuguese. Anyway, the the trial, Florida, two time zones, which is crazy. I did not know, and apparently Bay County, it's on CST time zone, which explains why trial starts quite late. Explains exactly why it starts about well half nine EST, and then 2 p.m. for myself, half two for me. But yeah, another thing that I really want to watch, and I don't know if we're gonna. I might do a video or something about it on here. So make sure that you subscribe, like the stream as well. By the way, I always keep forgetting doing that. But it's the Morgan Geyser release hearing. There's happening right now. That one seems fair. This, the Slenderman's hearing is happening at the moment. Ooh, they changed the view. We're looking at the seal now. um so yeah, so that hearing is happening right now. I've been trying to listen to a little bit, but I've been keeping my eye and my ears on as well at the same time as I'm on this trial on the fires in LA, and court it will be back now.
Fortunate. Okay. And we don't need to fill the record. We good with getting it here around 12 and let them go when the food gets here?
I think so. I think that's fine.
Okay. All back in there. Everybody stand for Mr. Sanborn. That's the first time everybody stood up for you, wasn't it? Get it where it's facing towards the mouth. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Young, just make sure when you're testifying and that the mic's, close to your mouth.
Closer?
To pick it up.
That better?
Okay. All right, we got them all. We're ready to go. We'll bring it back in. We'll bring the jurors back in. Apparently a long commute from the jury lounge back over here. All right, y'all be seated. Y'all ready to go? Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Messer, can we put back up DX 82, which is in evidence? Go to page 2 when you get a chance. There you go. I think we, yeah, thanks, Gary. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mezza, let's do it. Keep going down on this page. After the fleecing, cover that. And so after you make the comment about fleecing millions of donations, Ms. Kornetsky responds, it costs money, but not 12.5K. Those aren't break-even numbers. Good to know, though. You see that?
I do.
And so, Mr. Young, I think you testified in response to a question from Mr. Friedman that your profit margin was like about 60%, somewhere around there, right?
It varied, but I think that was the average.
Yeah, right. And so when Ms. Kornetsky says it costs money, but not 12.5K, those aren't break-even numbers. She was right, right?
She was.
Okay. Go to the next page, Mr. Mezza. And you say if you have reliable options at lower costs, you should take them, right?
I did.
And that's at 310. Now at 311, you say, in any case, I know the scams these others are running with their nonprofits. What do you mean by using the word scams?
What I described earlier, I thought it was just a waste of money in many cases.
Is a scam a waste of money, or is a scam like a fraud?
It's a waste.
Scam isn't another way to say fraud or con or fleece?
I just wouldn't use it that way.
You think, so it's your testimony under oath for this jury that by saying scam, you're just saying waste?
I meant waste, yeah.
You didn't write waste. You wrote scam. What does scam mean to you, Mr. Young?
I just answered the question.
So it means waste?
Yes.
Okay. In any case, I know the scams these others are running with their quote unquote nonprofits. And if you have half a brain, you should probably do as well. So spare me the judgment. And so when you say if you have half a brain, you're insulting her, right?
Yes.
Right. And just to be fair, this is a person you've never met, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Go down, Mr. DeBezza. And Mr. Kornetsky responds, LOL, I don't think I'll spare you the judgment. You guys are having a back and forth here, right?
Yep.
Sure, there are scams. There are also mercenaries, and there are other people withholding. There are others helping without withholding a dime for themselves. So now she's kind of giving it back to you, right?
Yeah, that's
right. She's calling you a mercenary. Is that? When she says there are others helping without withholding a dime for themselves. There were a bunch of nonprofits, veterans who were doing evacuations from Afghanistan, correct?
There were.
And that's what she's referencing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then she says, for 12.5, there should be legal support for obtaining a visa and assistance figuring out a final destination, dumping people in Islamabad. She makes that comment.
Please, this is good, Mr. Expert, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Go to the next page, please. And you say our costs include legal status on arrival in UAE or Albania. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And again, you never secured legal status, visas, passports for anyone in UAE or Albania. That was all done by the people who hired you, correct?
That's why I said our costs.
Okay, my question was, I'll read it again. You, Zach Young, never secured legal status, visa, passports for anyone in UAE or Albania. And I think you testified before that your sponsors had done all that, right?
That's right.
So when you're using are there, you're speaking of you and your sponsors that had paid you?
In this case, our costs include legal status in UAE or Albania. I'm talking about Yuri. He'd done that in other cases, so that cost included that. Not the sponsor, not Audible, Bloomberg.
Got it. But just to be incredibly clear,
Yep.
Yuri had never done an evacuation working with you where you had secured legal status in UAE or Albania, correct?
That's right. That's accurate.
So you had no idea if that was true.
No, that's not correct.
So you just relied on whatever Yuri said and then you just repeated it, correct?
I wouldn't word it like that. We had a long history together and a lot of trust.
So here's the deal. The way this works, I'm going to ask the question in the words I want to. Answer it if you can. If you don't understand my question, tell me you don't understand it. Okay? Ms. Kornetsky then gives a breakdown of the cost. Do you see that?
I see that.
And she ends up with $3 million in revenue. Do you see that?
I see that.
Minus $1 million in cost.
I see that.
Equals $2 million. And that's a profit margin of 66%, correct?
Yes.
Pretty similar to the profit margin you were making, correct?
The profit margin, yes.
Right. And so then we can go down. And you say, I'm not chartering the aircraft directly and being offered small scale capacity for the small groups of 5 to 6 people I can bring forward. In any case, F off. You had never chartered an aircraft or gotten people on any aircraft for evacuations, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell her to F off, right?
Yeah. Regrettably, yes.
Okay. And it's regrettably, right? Because you don't know this person, right?
That's not how I would put that.
But you don't know Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
That is correct.
Right? And is it fair to say that she was irritating you, right?
That's correct.
Right. And in a quick moment of weakness, you told her to F off, right? It was an impulse.
It was an impulse.
Right. Fair to say that when you told her to F off, you didn't think that Ms. Kornetsky was a bad person, did you?
No, I didn't think she was a bad person.
Right.
No, I was just frustrated.
You were just frustrated. And so you made an offhand comment that you shouldn't have, correct?
I can explain more if you want, but I don't want to jump ahead of
So
you.
that's just my question. You just made an offhand comment, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Isn't it true that you actually thought that Ms. Kornetsky's heart was in the right place?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we can keep going. And she responds and she comes back at you. If we keep going down. And so then you make this comment, we don't accept a requirement unless the sponsor demonstrates they have onward travel arranged, which I think is consistent with what you testified before, correct?
Yes.
Every U.S. company we work with has been thrilled with our capabilities In any case, I don't have to defend our model to some spiteful P on LinkedIn and waste someone else's time. And that's what you wrote, correct?
Yes.
And you don't think it was appropriate to use that language, correct?
Not exactly correct. Part of it.
I'm focusing on the spiteful B. You don't think it was appropriate to use the spiteful B language, right?
I shouldn't have used the B part.
Okay.
I do think she was spiteful. I still do.
Okay. But you don't think it was appropriate to call a woman you'd never met a B, correct?
Correct.
And you could understand why some people would think that would be offensive.
Oh, yes, of course.
Of course, right? You could understand why some people, if they looked at this, would be offended by the language you use, correct?
Oh, yes, sure.
For sure, right? Isn't it true that, based on this back and forth, even before the CNN publications on November 11th, fair to say, it's pretty obvious Jill Kornetsky didn't like what you were doing,
Yes.
right? And I think we talked about this yesterday, but there was another person named James Daniels who was posting about you before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't like what you were doing either, did he?
Right, correct.
Right. And so you had these two people who, even before CNN did anything, were jumping on LinkedIn and saying stuff about you, right?
Yep, correct.
All right. And if you could just put up Mr. Demeza PX298, which is already in evidence. If you could just pull up the top, the Mr. Daniels post you looked at yesterday. And so this was before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Daniels is jumping on LinkedIn and saying, is accusing you of making false promises, correct?
Yes.
And then he says there's a special ring of hell reserved for people who exploit the Afghan crisis for profit, correct?
That's what he says, yes.
So this was his post before CNN did anything, right?
Yes.
And this was a post that people on LinkedIn could see, correct?
Yes.
Right. And he's calling you out, right?
Yeah, I mean, pretty harsh.
Right. And this post was something that after the CNN publication, you took a screenshot of this post and of the responses that came afterwards, correct?
That's correct.
And this was when you were in the state where you were incredibly worried about the Austrian police, but you decided to take a snapshot of this, correct?
And a lot of other stuff, yeah.
And a lot of other stuff that you thought would be useful in your case, correct?
No, not correct.
But then you deleted all of your actual LinkedIn posts, correct?
Eventually.
Right. So you saved this, but you deleted the things you actually wrote, correct?
No, that's not accurate the way you worded it.
You deleted your LinkedIn post that you wrote, correct?
I did.
Right. There you go. All right. So we're jumping ahead to I think you testified about this yesterday, your conversation over Signal with Katie Bo-Willis. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. And so is it true that you reached out to Katie Bo-Willis before she ever reached out to you, correct?
That's right.
And you asked her to connect on LinkedIn, correct?
Yep.
And you had reached out to her because you had heard that CNN had contacted Bloomberg about you, correct?
That's right.
And then once Ms. Willis agreed to connect with you, you began communicating over Signal?
Yes.
All right, so let's do this. Put up PX 122, which is already in evidence. All right. Keep going now. I'll describe the entire thing, yeah. Yeah, just so we don't have to come back to it, G. Thanks. All right, so this is your first reach out, and now you're ZY on LinkedIn. Do you know why you're ZY?
No.
Okay. Was that a change you made?
I had to have.
Okay. Hi, Katie. Nice to connect. Please let me know if I can assist with any Afghan evac requirements. I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. Is CNN involved in rescue efforts, or would they like to be? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you told Ms. Wills you get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. That wasn't true, was it?
I had been working for journalists, just not directly and not on a daily basis.
Right. So the statement that you wrote, that you led off with, I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. That was not true, was it?
Yeah, that's true.
It's true that that was not true, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you can't name one journalist who reached out to you for evacuation services, can you?
A specific journalist?
Yeah.
Then no.
Have you ever been reached out directly by a journalist for evacuation services?
No.
So you certainly didn't get daily reach outs, did you?
No, not literally.
So that was a lie, correct?
I wouldn't call it a lie.
A fib? A white lie? What would you call it?
I would call it an exaggeration.
Okay. You then write, then Ms. Lillis writes, "Hi Zachary, good to connect. Would love to talk to you a little bit about your operation. Is there a good number to get you?" You say, "Sure, I'm at a number," and that's a number on Signal, correct?
Yes.
Can be available in 1 hour if that works for you. And then you follow up 20 minutes later, she doesn't respond. You have requirements with which I might be able to assist. So again, you're asking her, can I do some work for CNN, right?
That's what I was hoping.
That's what you're hoping. Okay. You take that down, Mr. Demeza, and put up the X120. It's already in evidence. All right. And so again, I think you testified that this was a document you produced, correct?
Yes, this one.
So again, you deleted the post that you wrote on LinkedIn, but in this state of panic, you screenshot your communications with Katie Bowe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you knew you would want those if you were going to sue CNN, correct?
No.
Okay. Katie Bowe writes, "Hey Zachary, Katie Bowe here. I'm stuck covering some hearings for a couple of hours. Could you chat at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time in 3 hours?" You respond at 2:26. I think you said yesterday that this was off-screen time.
Yeah.
Okay. "Hi Katie, unfortunately I would be tied up for most of the day from that time, but can we circle back tomorrow or Friday?" Then you immediately respond, "Do you have requirements with which I might be able to assist?" So you're pretty eager to see if you can do some work,
I
correct?
would have loved to for CNN, yeah.
And then Katie says, "We're actually working on some reporting related to ongoing efforts to help get at-risk Afghans out of the country, and your name came up in a couple conversations we had recently. So I was hoping you'd ask you a little bit about your operation." You see that?
I do.
You respond, I think we can go to the next page. So she sends that at 2:43. You respond 3 minutes later at 2:46. I guess you had time to talk now. "Yes, I have heard CNN was asking about me, which is why I connected. I thought perhaps you needed assistance rescuing Afghans. I'd rather not be named in any reporting." And that's what you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Lillis responds, "Why don't we chat a little off the record and I can give you a sense of what we're working on," right?
Yep.
And so fair to say, she was saying, "Jump on the phone with me and I'll tell you what I'm working on," right? That's what she said to you.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, I wasn't really aware of what off the record, on the record means. I just didn't understand it.
Right, but she says, "Why don't we chat?" And chat means have a phone call, right?
That's right.
Right. So she was asking, will you jump on the phone with me, right?
She was.
And you say, "Sure, if you all agree, I won't be named in any article." Do you see that?
I do.
Right. And you said you don't want any media attention, correct?
That's right.
At this time, you were, so this is November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And as we saw from the Jill Kornetsky exchange, you had been kind of on LinkedIn offering evacuation services for about 2 months and change at this point, correct?
That's right.
Right. Posting about evacuation services with your picture, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, I mean, maybe you don't know this. Did you know that Afghanistan evacuation stories were getting media attention?
I don't recall it. I assume so.
Yeah. You knew that the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan was a big story.
Oh, yeah.
And you knew that the U.S. media was covering it because they had all those horrible videos at the Kabul airport, right?
Yeah, I've seen that video.
Right.
Yep.
But you knew this was like a pretty big story in the United States, right? The Afghan withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that you knew that by advertising on LinkedIn, you knew that those posts could get attention, right?
Within my network, yes.
So you think just within your network?
That was my intention. Yeah.
Well, I'm not asking about your attention, sir.
Okay.
I'm asking about your knowledge. Wasn't it fair to say that by posting about Afghan evacuations, you knew that those posts could get some attention? They're out in the public, right?
No, they're not.
They're not. Okay. You didn't agree to speak to Katie Bowles, correct?
I offered to under a condition.
As long as she wouldn't name you.
Yep.
And she says, I can't promise that in advance, unfortunately. But if you do agree to speak off the record, she says that guarantees that any reporting we have won't reflect that you spoke to us, right? So she's making a pitch. You talk to me and we won't include what you're telling us. Our reporting won't reflect you spoke to us. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And she says it offers you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure we have the story straight and to make your case and keep your name out of it. I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are, right? That's what she did. That's what she wrote to you, correct?
Yes, correct.
So she was offering to you the chance to get on the phone, hear about what CNN was working on, make sure they have the story straight, give you the chance to make your case to keep your name out of it, and you did not take her up on that offer, right?
That's correct.
Right. You respond. You don't jump on the phone. Instead, you respond 2 minutes later. What's the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue? There are a lot of people involved in these efforts the past month. What's your interest in me specifically? Right?
That's right. I'm getting suspicious.
You're getting suspicious, right? You at this point, you're like,
What's going on?
she's asking, there might be questions about me, right? Because she told you right off the bat, she can't guarantee you that your name won't be in the story, right?
She said that.
Right. And she says again, let's speak on the phone tomorrow. I can run you through all of that, right? She's again offering to get on the phone with you, right?
I didn't trust her, but she offered that.
Okay. She offered to get on the phone with you, correct?
She said that, yes.
And you didn't take her up on that offer, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You then write, I think it's probably I'd rather understand why the interest in me specifically before we speak. Okay?
Yep.
So you write that. She responds. We've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to get people out. Understand you're working on them too, and just want to talk about the lay of the land. You see that?
I do.
And you say, okay, I'd be happy to talk and help to understand what's actually been effective and what has not, but still would prefer not to be named in any article as a condition of talking with you. I know many people out there adore the attention, but I'm not one of them. So again, you're making the offer. I'll talk to you, but you need to guarantee me you're not going to name me, right?
That's right.
And she doesn't agree to that, right?
She doesn't.
Right. Then you're right. Also, FYI, in the past 24 hours, former sponsors we have helped have come forward requesting me to sign NDAs, referencing CNN. Like me, they prefer discretion. You see that?
I do.
You tell her that sponsors had come forward, sponsors with a plural had come forward requesting NDAs, correct?
I do.
Okay, that wasn't true, was it?
That was a typo. It's sponsor, singular.
Sponsor.
Yeah,
You meant to say sponsor, but you wrote sponsors.
yeah, it wasn't precise.
Just a typo. But the last line, I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Young. The last line of that test says, like me, they prefer discretion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you were talking about one sponsor, that would be it. They is plural, isn't it?
Right. I mean, like Bloomberg's a huge company. I know
Okay.
Mike himself was personally involved, the chief security officer. So there's a lot of people that were involved in the sponsor side.
Okay. So it's your testimony under oath for this jury that when you wrote sponsors have come forward requesting you to sign NDAs, that was a typo. You meant just to say sponsor.
That's right. I was referring to Bloomberg.
So your sentence was supposed to be, in the past 24 hours, former sponsor we have helped have come forward.
Yeah, it wasn't precise.
Okay. Now, at this point, you're right. I'm also aware of others who view our success as competition to their own models. Do you see that?
I do.
And so is it fair to say that at this point, you had suspected that either Ms. Kornetsky or Mr. Daniels or Mr. Lerner had spoken to CNN?
I wouldn't word it that way. It seemed like somebody must have given her some kind of false information.
Well, by this point, you knew that you had the situation with Kornetsky, correct?
Yeah.
And by this point, I don't know exactly when the Lerner, actually, you must have already had the conversation with Lerner, correct, too?
I think so.
Right. So by this point, you had had some kind of antagonistic interactions on LinkedIn, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you knew there was at least two people out there, and maybe including Daniels, three, who you knew weren't really crazy about what you were doing.
Yes.
All right. Then you go on to say, it's hard to imagine anyone, quote unquote, competing in this environment, but some of these nonprofits organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed. What are you talking about when you're calling people total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed?
Some of these groups were very effective. Others were not. Others, we had a lot of people like Mr. Daniels and others that really wanted to be involved. They wanted to help. They just didn't have a background to do it, and they didn't have any real understanding. They'd been watching too many movies and didn't really understand the true nature of doing something like this.
Was Mr. Daniels organizing a nonprofit?
I don't know what he was doing. I know he was.
You just. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Let me finish. Yeah.
I don't know a lot about what he was doing, but clearly he didn't have any real background in evacuations.
But you just brought up his name in response to my question about total clowns organizing nonprofits. Who are you talking about, these nonprofits organized by total clowns?
No one specifically, just people like Daniels and others that were really trying to get involved. Their heart was in the right place, but they didn't have a real firm understanding of reality and the background to do anything helpful, to be honest.
You're saying they're organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed. It's pretty critical, right?
Sure.
Right. But it's your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you're in Austria, but you're still an American. We're free to have opinions, aren't we?
Everybody's free to have an opinion.
Everybody is. That's what's great about this country. And you can't name me the people that you're referring to as total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed, can you?
No, it was a general statement.
Okay. And again, you're saying they have raised millions of dollars in donations to charter insanely expensive aircraft from their friends, and most don't even work out. What are you saying there?
Exactly what it says, that some of these groups raised a lot of money. This is an issue that was very easy to want to get involved in and help, and I understand why. But many of them were completely wasting all this money they'd raised. They were trying to charter these aircraft. They weren't able to land in Afghanistan. They just didn't know enough about it. So they were trying, but not effective at all. That's what I mean.
Okay. And Katie Bo says, that's part of what I hope to talk about, the price model. Our understanding is you're asking for $75K for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15K for a single person to the UAE. That was true, right? That's what you were offering.
True.
Right. At this point, right, you have to know Katie Bo's asking about you, right?
Definitely.
Right, you have to know. And this is November 3rd. This is 8 days before publication, correct?
Yes.
Right. She then says, that seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have that kind of money, correct?
Yes.
That's what she says. And what she's saying when she says folks who clearly don't have that kind of money, she's talking about Afghans, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
$15,000 for a single person to the UAE is exorbitant for an Afghan who doesn't have that kind of money, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Then you then respond. Go on to the next page. I think the full message is there. Pricing always depends on local resource availability at any given time in a highly unstable environment. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. So you're agreeing with her, right? That 15K would be way more than any Afghan could ever afford.
Yes,
It would be exorbitant for an Afghan.
yes.
Okay. Rather, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have resources to support with those Afghans most in need of the kill list variety. You see that?
I do.
Isn't it true that your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability at all?
No, it's not true.
It's not true?
No.
Isn't it true? Let me just read this again. Your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability, did it?
Not only that, no.
Your Honor, I'd like to go to 825, line 1 through 3.
Did you say line 8?
I said 825, line 1 through 3.
Sorry. I mean, we're fine with your Honor.
I don't have it, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Young, you remember sitting for a deposition, correct?
Yes.
If you look at line 1, you were asked, but your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability, did it? And what was your answer?
No.
And your pricing was actually sending money to Yuri, however much money he told you, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Right. When you would do individual evacuations, you didn't know how Yuri was spending the money, correct?
That's right, correct.
He would just tell you, send me X amount of dollars, and you would do it, right?
Yes.
Then you write, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need, the kill list variety. That wasn't true, was it?
That was true.
Sir, you never aligned any corporate sponsors with anyone on a kill list, correct?
Sure did.
You actually didn't align corporate sponsors with individual Afghans, did you?
I aligned corporations who wanted to evacuate specific Afghans, aligned them for the purposes of my business.
My question is this. You actually didn't align corporate sponsors with individual Afghans, correct?
I'm confused by the question.
Sir, your model,
Do you mean connect them with?
well, this is your words.
Yeah.
You said, we focus on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need, the kill list right. What you were actually doing was corporations would contact you and say, we need to evacuate 3 identified people, correct?
That's right.
You weren't finding anyone on kill lists, were you?
No, I wasn't going out and finding them.
You weren't connecting sponsors with people most in need, were you?
No.
You never aligned any Afghan in need with a sponsor, did you?
No.
So that statement, your statement about what you were focused on was inaccurate, right? Correct? No?
No.
You did not actually line up or align a sponsor with a single evacuee, did you?
I aligned corporations for my business, and these corporations were wanting to get specific Afghans out. Maybe I worded it poorly.
In each of the evacuations you performed, the clients identified the evacuees, correct?
Yes,
You never identified anyone, correct?
that's right.
Keep going. Oh, then you say, when we can ensure delivery for less, we do. But it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging. There. Let's go keep going down. Go to the next page. And so Ms. Lewis writes to you, so I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential EBAT case who you asked if he has a sponsor to cover the $15K cost. And when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. Can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor and an EBAT case? She writes that to you, correct?
Correct.
You understand what she's asking you, right?
Now I do, yes.
You didn't then?
I can't, this was a long time ago. I'm interpreting the,
Yeah, you didn't understand her back then when you said, can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor in an EBAT case?
no, I understood.
Okay,
It's clear.
right. She then says, some other folks engaged in this kind of work we have spoke to have characterized your prices as inflated. So I want to understand if this is a for-profit model or if we're not understanding the X and then we can't get the rest. And you never gave her an example of connecting a sponsor with someone in need, correct?
Correct.
Because there was no example, correct?
Correct.
You've never done such an alignment, correct?
Correct.
You then write, we'll leave it with the recent sponsor. Oh, thank you, Jake. We'll leave it with the recent sponsors to whom you've already reached out to decide if they would like to provide comment. Is this another typo, or did you mean to write sponsors here?
No, I didn't know who else they reached out to. I knew they reached out to Bloomberg.
So you were choosing to use sponsors because you just kind of guessed that they'd reach out to other people?
I don't know why they wouldn't.
But you only knew about Bloomberg, right?
I only knew about Bloomberg. That's right.
I hope they do, but I will honor their wishes with or without NDA.
That's correct.
And again, let's just kind of test your sponsor typo. You had only had one sponsor ask you to sign an NDA, correct?
Yes.
But here you say, I hope they do. I will honor their wishes, right? You're talking about multiple sponsors, correct?
That's right.
And then Ms. Lillis says, we're not in any rush. This is November 3rd, correct?
Yes.
The article wasn't published November 11th. Getting it right, or the segment wasn't published until November 11th. Getting it right is why I'm talking to you. And she says, let me rephrase this question. Can you explain why it costs $75,000 for a single vehicle to get in Pakistan or $15K to UAE? How does the math work, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's asking you to explain the math, right?
She is.
Right. And you actually had never gotten anyone to the UAE, correct?
That's correct.
But 5 people in a car for $75K, that was something similar to what you had done, correct?
Yes.
And you know how the math worked, right?
No.
You got $75K and paid about a third of it to Ayuri for doing the work, right?
That's correct.
Right. You could have explained that to Ms. Lewis, correct?
I could have.
Right. And that would have shown that your profit margin was about 66%, correct?
That would have shown the profit margin.
Right. And you didn't want to do that, right?
No, I didn't want to do that.
No.
Why would I?
Right. Why would you want to let a reporter know that you were charging $15K a person to get people out of Afghanistan when they're desperate and keeping 10,000 of that 15? Why would you want to do that?
Totally inaccurate. What company wants to talk to anybody about their profit margins? That's proprietary. It's stupid.
You respond, it's stupid. No, I can't because I'm not on the ground and I don't understand the challenges. Is that true?
Yes.
You don't understand the challenges?
No, I'm
You
not.
sat through the testimony, I think for the last 2 days.
He's in the middle to answer the question. He said you didn't understand the challenges. Mr. Young began responding, and Mr. Axelrod kept going.
Was there more to your answer?
Can we do it again?
Re-ask the question.
Sure.
And if he's in the middle of answering, let him finish answering.
I will, sorry, Ron. The portion where you say, I'm not on the ground, that was certainly true, right?
That was true.
And you say, I don't understand the challenges.
I said that.
Okay, isn't it true over the last 2 days, you've talked extensively about how you were so critical to understanding the challenges on the ground?
Yes, I did understand the challenges on the ground.
Okay, so when you say I don't understand the challenges here, Was that another lie to Ms. Lewis?
No, it means that I don't understand pricing from Yuri down. I don't know who he pays and how much he pays them. I don't understand how much Safe House A costs or B costs. I didn't have visibility, so I couldn't break it down. I didn't have the visibility on the ground.
But you understood how much you were paying Yuri, right?
Sure, but that's only one part of it. She wanted a breakdown. My understanding was she wanted me to break it down.
Right, and you could have broken it down, right? You could have said,
No,
I get about 15K per person, and I send about 1/3 of it to Yuri.
to me, that's not breaking down the model. That's just exposing my margin. That's a small part of it.
But you didn't understand the rest of it, did you?
No, I mean, in general, I didn't feel like that I had to break down anything to Katie Bow. And I still feel that way.
You then go on to say, go to the next page. I think we missed, I'm sorry, I think, if you go back up, I'm sorry. So after you sent this message, you sent a bunch of screenshots of different things, correct?
Yes.
And then you respond, keep going down. You say, I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. And just to round this out, you had never evacuated anyone that didn't have a sponsor, correct?
That's right.
I'm sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. Who are you talking about there?
At this point, no one specifically, but again, this is a very suspect conversation that we're having. I'm already very suspicious, and she had pricing that came from me, so I assumed. I mean, just in reading this back and forth, she'd obviously been talking to somebody, and yeah, didn't really understand.
Yeah, didn't really understand. So this is on November 3rd. You obviously know at this point CNN is interested in you, correct?
Oh no, I wouldn't say it like that.
No?
No.
Looking at this back and forth, your testimony under oath for this jury is you didn't think CNN was interested in you?
Not specifically.
What does that mean specifically, Mr. Young?
It means they seemed interested in this small part of the options that were available, the direct to corporate. And this is something maybe I thought that she was focusing on. And again, I don't trust her by this point. So I was concerned, she might be doing a piece on the industry, which would have a negative impact on my business if she's doing some inaccurate reporting on the private market for corporate evacuations with information that she's getting piecemeal from various places from people that don't really understand anything about what's going on. So I was concerned that could be what she's doing.
Yeah, so Ms. Lewis asked you specific questions about your pricing and had referenced specific things that people had said about your communications, correct?
Yes.
You knew that she was asking questions about you, correct?
I knew that she was asking about what I was doing, me being someone, I wasn't the only one doing private evacuations for corporations.
So you certainly knew at this point that CNN may be interested in other people, but they were certainly interested in you.
Yes.
Right. And you say promoting slander. At this point, what in this exchange with Ms. Lewis was slanderous?
Nothing in the exchange itself, but again, it seemed very suspicious to me. It seemed like she was criticizing the private markets, which maybe she felt should be free, even though the world doesn't work that way. So I was concerned that she could be attacking the industry that I was involved in.
But it's okay to criticize in America, right?
Not if it causes damage and it's false.
Okay, but if it's true, and you said that nothing that she had written to you at this point had any falseness, if it's true, there's nothing wrong with criticism, correct?
Not as long as it's true.
Right. We live in a country where just because something is tough doesn't mean that it's defamatory, correct?
You're right.
But you've already testified that you can't point to anything slanderous in this exchange, and you throw out the word slander, promoting slander in this exchange with Ms. Lewis, correct?
Yeah, it's amazing how it's almost like I had a crystal ball. And I I hadn't seen the article or the video yet, but that's exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, you haven't seen the article in the video because they don't get published for 8 days. And you can't point to anything in this exchange, but you're already accusing her of being slanderous, right?
Pretty good at reading people.
So this then keep going down, Mr. President, is that the end of it? Yeah, so now if you can jump over to DX96, which is Ms. Lewis's cracked string. It isn't. Yeah, oh, thank you, Gary. I'm sorry about that. All right, and so this is an exhibit that Mr. Friedman showed you, correct?
Yes.
And we'll go to the third page, because most of these are already in the other one. And if you could blow that out, Mr. Mezzo. And this was, that text is something you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Correct. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to pay evac costs, which as I noted are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You wrote that, correct?
I did.
Why did you write that?
I don't remember at the time. I mean, it's a true statement.
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor able to pay the costs and do the other things that were required.
Yeah, what did you mean by that? Like, what message were you trying to send by writing that?
That I don't know what exactly. I'm not a nonprofit. I'm something else. I do corporate evacuations, so I need a sponsor. And I don't know what else I can tell you beyond that.
Yeah, so you write, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them. So fair to say, you're telling Ms. Lewis that you only do evacuations with sponsors. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
And you thought that was pretty clear the way you wrote that?
Yeah.
Right. You thought that the way you wrote that, Ms. Lewis would understand what you were trying to say?
I hope she would.
Right. And you think that's pretty clear as you sit here today, right?
Yeah, it reads pretty clear.
Reads pretty clear, right? Generally, someone who would read this would understand that you only take money from sponsors, correct?
If they had the full context, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And this was a quote that was included in CNN's reporting, correct?
Yep, they did.
Right. Okay. Before we leave this, at the very end, you say, in this case, the focus of your article seems pretty clear at this point. You understood it was about you, right?
No.
No. Okay. You say, as you proceed, I would just appreciate if you would take the time to make sure you have your facts right to avoid libel. And you wrote that because you knew that the article was going to be about you, correct?
No.
So you were saying, avoid libel because there might be some other people out there that are hurt, right?
They could hurt the industry.
Okay. So you're just looking out for the industry when you write this. You're not focused on Zach Young.
That's correct.
That's your testimony under oath for this jury?
It is.
And so after this conversation on November 3rd, you didn't have any further conversations with Ms. Willis, did you?
No.
After this, you never followed up with Ms. Willis or gave her any other information?
Correct. And she never reached out to me again either.
So that's November 3rd. And I think you testified that you don't know whether or not Mr. Marquardt tried to call you on November 3rd or 4th, right?
No, I said he never called me.
He never called you? Okay. Isn't it true that on November 10th, 2021, Mr. Marquardt texted you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, you eventually communicated with him?
I did.
All right. And you never spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So please put up PX 129. It's already in evidence. Do you understand this to be your exchange with Mr. Marquardt?
It is.
Okay. And so Mr. Marquardt texts you on November 10th, correct?
Yes.
And says, hey, Zachary, are you there? This is Alex Marquardt from CNN. I know you've been speaking with a colleague of mine. I tried calling you last week, but you did not pick up. We are going to run a piece in which we detail your interactions with people inquiring about your services and the prices to evacuate people from Afghanistan. I wanted to give you a chance to explain why they are so high. Would you prefer to answer questions by text or on the phone? Thank you. And so this was 2:42. And so that would be
8:42 in Austria.
6 hours ahead? I'm not so sure.
You're right.
I'm not so sure.
Well, you can Google it if you want.
On November 11th, I think it's 5 hours.
Oh, was there a time change?
It's Eastern Daylight Time, so it's only 5 hours ahead, correct?
Yeah.
So you testified yesterday that 8:42, you had already been in bed, right? But now you know it's 7:42. Would you already have been in bed?
Not necessarily. No.
Not
It's pretty
necessarily.
early. Pretty early.
It's pretty early. Mr. Marquardt reaches out to you at 2:42, which we know now is 7:42 Austrian time. And you respond at 11:53, which would be 4:43 p.m. Austrian time, right?
Correct.
So fair to say you waited almost 21 hours to respond?
Yes.
And you write, hi, Alexander, please provide a list of questions as well as the facts and assertions about what you intend to publish. I will need some time to review and provide comment. And he responds, thank you for responding. The piece is running this afternoon DC time. That's why I reached out yesterday. I will send you my cues and deadline ASAP. And you respond, that's not a realistic deadline. I will need a few days to provide comment. He says, I'm sorry, I tried to reach out to you last week on LinkedIn. You did not accept my request. Do you still have his request on LinkedIn?
I don't know.
No, you deleted a bunch of stuff on LinkedIn, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. I called you last week and I tried you yesterday, no avail. I will let you know what the deadline is. And then he writes, you provided some answers to my colleagues, which we may use as well. You see that?
I do.
So we'll go down. And so he writes, I need your answers at the latest by 2 p.m. Eastern time zone, 2 hours. Can you please break down the extremely high prices for evacuations you were asking? I have seen your conversations with others charging $75K for a car to Peshawar, $14.5K for a flight to UAE, another $4K to get to Albania. Others involved in evacuations have said your prices are too high. So the first question he was asking was about your prices, correct?
Yes.
And the numbers that he's citing in this text to you, these were actually the prices that you were charging, correct?
Yeah.
And that was actually from your LinkedIn post, correct?
Correct.
This was the same question that Ms. Lillis asked you last week, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And Mr. Marquardt asked you to break down the price, correct?
Correct.
And this was a pretty simple question to answer, wasn't it?
The margin part would have been, but the rest of it would have been
It would have
complicated.
been simple. You paid a third to Yuri and you kept 2/3 yourself, right?
If we're just talking about the margin, then yeah.
Right. You didn't need any time to answer this question, did you?
Not a lot of time, no.
How long would it have taken you to break down your evacuation prices?
Not very long. Could have done it an hour. I don't know.
You could have done it in a few minutes, right?
Probably.
Right. You just didn't want to answer it, right?
I wanted some time before I got back to him about all of his questions that he had. Some of them were a lot more complicated than this one.
Okay. But this one you could have answered in a couple minutes, right?
Yes.
The next question is, are you making any money off this? If so, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out? And this was also a pretty simple question to answer, correct?
Oh, I wouldn't say it's simple. No.
Are you making any money off of this? You could answer that in about a second, right?
That part, yes.
Right. Seems like a yes or no question, right?
Yes, that part.
Right. You didn't want to answer that question, correct?
No, that's not correct. I wanted time to, it's not the full question that he asked, and I would have needed time to explain it because it's a complicated answer.
The second part of that question is, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out? That's just an answer about what you're doing, right?
That's a false statement that he's making, and I would want time to correct him. Reality.
Sir, whether you took money directly from Afghans or not, there can be no doubt that you were profiting from Afghans desperate to get out, correct?
No.
You were being paid by corporations to evacuate people desperate to get out, correct?
That's correct.
You were profiting from people desperate to get out, correct?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
So is my question wrong? Just yes or no. If I got it wrong, tell me I got it wrong. You weren't profiting from Afghans desperate to get out.
No, you got it wrong.
Okay. So when corporations were paying you to get desperate people out of Afghanistan, that wasn't profiting you.
I was profiting from it.
You were profiting from it because corporations knew that they needed to pay to get desperate people out of Afghanistan.
I wouldn't word it that way.
Factually, that's true though, right? Whether you would word it the way I would word it, actually it's true, right?
I just think that's not the cause of the demand, the desperation that you seem focused on.
Afghans were desperate to get out. We can agree on that, right?
I agree that, yeah.
Right. They were desperate to get out because some were going to get killed, correct?
Some were going to get killed, yeah.
And some were very at risk of death or worse, right?
Correct?
And so the corporations or the NGOs that hired you were taking care of people who were at risk of getting killed or worse, correct?
That's correct.
You were making money, whether you want to admit it or not, because people were afraid of getting killed or having worse things happen to them, correct?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
But actually, whether you word it the way I word it or the way you word it, it doesn't matter. Actually, it's true. You were being paid because people were desperate to get out, and there were corporations who were willing to pay you to get those people out.
I disagree.
Your Honor,
I disagree.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered 100 times. Just getting argumentative.
That's the statement. You've asked the same question. He's responded to it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
He just doesn't want to agree with your question as phrased, so that's his right to do.
Fair enough. The next question was, we intend to show a conversation with Jill Kornetsky in which you tell her to F off after calling her a spiteful bee. Would you like to comment on that? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. In this question, I mean, this is just your opinion on that exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure, I'm sure it was a bad question. You knew that you had this exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Marquardt is simply asking you whether you want to comment on that exchange, correct?
No, not correct.
He says, would you like to comment on that exchange?
He's focusing on one part of a very long exchange, the fuck off part. It needs to be put in context. We saw the context. He's not referring to that context. He's referring to the nasty part from me.
Did your comments to Ms. Kornetsky, were they reported by CNN in either the TV segment or the article?
No, they weren't.
And then the last, there's two more. What is your relationship with the CIA? You told one person you were a former case officer. You told another person, you are a current NOC. You see that?
I do.
This would have been a very easy question to answer, correct? The answer is, I think you gave it here. I can't answer it, right?
The answer is that would be I'd need a long time to even respond to this question.
All right, Mr. Young, what is your relationship with the CIA? I'm asking you now.
Objection, Your Honor. He said a million times that he cannot answer this question. Mr. Axelrod, we can reject it. Okay, but if you want, I just want to make a record. Sorry, Your Honor.
But
Right, yet another sidebar. Sorry, was distracting texting my boss. But yeah, so far they've proved a bunch of whole nothing. So it's been a bit of a hard morning for listening again to the same line of questioning that we've been listening for the past 3 days. But um now I think they should be at any time now be on a verge of the lunch break because it's about 10 to 12, I think, over there in Bay County because they are CST, if I'm not making my maths incorrectly, that in Bay County, Florida, it's 10 to 12. I see, I'm getting good with time zones. So yeah, in my opinion, I was discussing talking tonight, but I want to see the other piece that they say they have, that of the CNN retracted this whole story, because that story out there I haven't been able to find. But to be fair, I try not to use too much Google on my computer while I'm streaming, not to affect quality of the stream. I can do on my phone, true, but I do have something on the background as well there to watch while watching my own trial in the chat. Because normally I'm always focusing on two things, on two trials. I'm actually watching the Slenderman hearing, and it's actually being quite interesting. There's nothing much because I think it's a 2-day hearing. There's not going to be a decision really today on that one anyway. And then still keeping an eye out for the fires in LA to see how it is going and what's not. And I think we should be back now. The judge is looking very serious. I can't see the books.
hey, real quick, come back up here. We don't need to. We don't need it all.
And I thought we were going to go back, but no. The judge pulls like, oh, actually, no. Wait for a second. Okay, let's switch back. But there's actually another hearing that happened today of Brian Walsh. I need to watch that. This is going to be in the Zoom.
So just,
Right. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, just to set the stage, Mr. Young, you were talking about Mr. Marquardt's question, and that the question was, what is your relationship with the CIA? And I think you just gave the answer. I would need a long time to even respond to this question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I asked you this question in court today, what is your relationship with the CIA? Would that be the same answer that you gave Mr. Friedman in past testimony in this court?
Yes, it would be.
And that wouldn't have taken very long to give, would it?
I need time to consult with people about a reporter who is telling me he's about to publish something about my affiliation, not only in the CIA, but being a NOC, which is the most clandestine part of the CIA. So I would want some time to talk to people before I respond to this reporter.
The part about your relationship with the CIA, that didn't make it into CNN's reporting today.
No.
Was it in the TV segment?
No, it wasn't.
Was it in the article?
Nope.
The last question, I think if we go down, we can keep going. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, G. We intend to use this quote from you. You are welcome to add any context. If someone reaches out, we need to understand that they have a sponsor behind them able to pay evacuation costs, which he says are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You see that?
I do.
And that was the quote that you had given Ms. Lewis, correct?
That's right.
There was nothing inaccurate about the way Mr. Marquardt had quoted you, was there?
Nothing.
And given that this was the quote that you'd already given Ms. Lewis, it wouldn't have taken any time to respond to that comment, correct?
No, I wasn't concerned with this quote.
If we go back to the document and pull up that last line for Mr. Young. And so you say that's definitely not a realistic deadline. In any case, I can tell you for sure some of your facts assertions were not accurate. And if they are published, I will seek legal damages. You never told Mr. Marquardt what facts or assertions were not accurate, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you say, if this is published, if they are published, I will seek legal damages, correct?
Correct.
And so this is before anything is published, before CNN does anything, before you have any idea whether you will be harmed at all, right?
No, not right.
Not right?
Not right.
So,
All this stuff would be harmful for me, with the exception of a few quotes that they cherry picked.
right. And so before anything's published, you're telling Mr. Marquardt you're going to seek legal damages, right?
I was advising him to be careful and he should make sure he gets his facts right before he rushes to publish.
So before anything happens, you said if this is published like this, I'm going to seek legal damages, right?
That's right.
And it's true that at the moment that you're having this back and forth with Mr. Marquardt, you anticipated that you might sue CNN.
I was really just warning him that all this information that he had wasn't accurate. The implication that it paints is definitely false. Even if he had a few of his facts right, the implication was still false and would have been defamatory. So I was urging him to pump the brakes. There's nothing urgent about it. That's what Katie Bo told me. And I wanted some time to consult with people, probably a lawyer, probably some people from the national security apparatus, to tell them what this lawyer just told, or what this journalist just told me he was about to publish. And I needed some time to go through that. Not more than 2 hours.
But at this moment, you anticipated you might sue CNN, correct? That's
Yeah.
really my question.
Yes.
Okay. Go back to the document, Mr. Gomezzo. Go to the next page. And Mr. Marquardt, you see in the blue, it says, can you clarify which ones? Here are the figures as presented by you. And so this is after you said some of your facts assertions are not accurate. And so he's giving you the information that he has. And he's saying, tell me which facts and assertions are incorrect, right?
Yes.
And you don't give him any information about which facts were wrong, correct?
No, I didn't.
No, I think this is a good stopping point.
Okay. All right. Lunch is here, so we'll take our lunch break. Just take your notepads and put them in your phone. And when you leave, just leave them on your chairs. What were y'all thinking of? 12:30?
Sounds good at that time of the jury.
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, what we'll do, we'll take our lunch recess till 12:30. We've got the lunches in the jury lounge, so you can stay in there if you need to use the restroom or you want to go out and use the phone or something like that. Just be back. Make sure you're back in the jury lounge at 12:30. I'll give you the instruction. We're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. Become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all. Notify court personnel of the violation. And then before we come back in, just make sure your phone or electronic device is turned off if you use it during lunch. Any other instructions from plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from defense?
No, Your
All
Honor,
right.
thank you.
And just leave your notepads there and we'll take you out to the jury lounge.
All right, so we are officially in lunch break for this trial, but it's only a very quick and short lunch break. I mean, half an hour break that they say they're gonna have, because it's 12 o'clock there right now in Bay County. Remember, Bay County is in CST time zone, so they are now behind EST to
All right, jurors are out of the courtroom.
start talking
Anything
to.
we need to address before?
Just a non-binding good faith estimate of when we should have our next witness here.
I think once we start again, I have about 90 minutes.
Okay. And then maybe you have in your mind how long you might have on redirect.
Yeah, not very long, like maybe 45 minutes now, maybe less.
Kind of look up. I've been saying this for a while. I got to see if 301.10 has been updated since Twitter's been changed to X. So I keep saying tweeting. Do you call it Xing?
I know.
Well, what is the act of posting on X?
Yeah, I'm not sure that, no, I'm not going to say my comment.
No, I mean, those were, I pulled them up there, the 2020 version of them. So, all right, well, if nothing else, we'll be in research. We'll be back at 12:30.
So yes, they are having a shorter day today. They are stopping at 3:45 p.m. their time, CST. So that's going to be at 4:45 EST, and then it's going to be at 9:45 p.m. for me, since I'm over in the UK time zone. But yeah, so apparently they have other witnesses apart from Zachary, because good to know, because for the past 3 days that we've been watching this trial has been Zachary. I know it's is the plaintiff and all. I know this is all about him, and the defamation is all about him and everything. But I need to know things also from other people's perspectives and how they perspective this whole situation and how they see it and how might have impacted him or impacted them in terms of making business with Zachary. So I'm really intrigued of wanting to watch that part of the trial. I was gonna say is because I did say we still can like watch a couple bits of the updates on the fires in LA for the half an hour that we have of lunch, because to be fair, I don't think you guys want to listen myself talk for half an hour about nothing important, apart from the what is out there. I was actually gonna say tomorrow we're gonna stream this case as normal and everything at the same time, as in place, usual per usual. But there's also very interesting hearing that I don't think it's going to be live streamed, and I will be very surprised it would be live stream, is the TikTok hearing. There is a hearing tomorrow for the ban, about the ban of the TikTok, because I think if they don't change something tomorrow, TikTok is set to be banned in a couple of days in America, in about 10 days. Yeah, today's the 9th. So that's happening as well. It's on the calendar, and hopefully by then the fires in LA will be finished. I mean, I'm trying to find um a link for it for the LA. So we'll watch a bit of Fox for now. They are talking about the winds and how it is impacting them, and see. We'll watch.
Those fixed wing aircraft, we're seeing the air assets go up, which is fantastic. The winds, as you can see here, so different from the last couple of days. Still an offshore flow with us. So when we have those weaker Santa Ana winds still, that still does give us those very dry conditions. And we still have those occasional gusts. So we're not completely out of the danger, but in the sense of much better conditions, most certainly it is for firefighters and officials out there and for homeowners, because hopefully they can get a better handle. High pressure still in control of our weather. The offshore flow is still going to be with us. The unfortunate thing is that, or the bad news is high pressure will strengthen. This afternoon, this evening, into tomorrow, the winds will get gustier. We are expecting those stronger wind gusts. Not as ferocious as the last couple of days. At least that's the silver lining. However, that being said, that's going to increase the fire danger again. So red flag warnings continue in effect through at least tomorrow evening. I wouldn't be surprised if they get extended. Some bouts of stronger winds, then weaker winds this weekend, and then another round perhaps as we get to next week, Tuesday into Wednesday. Otherwise, red flag warnings still encompassing all of SoCal here from Ventura out towards LA County, down into Orange County, parts of the Inland Empire for those critical fire weather conditions. A little different in the language that we had the last couple of days with that particularly dangerous situation that the National Weather Service have been talking about. It's at that extreme level. Now we're down a rung and it's critical. High wind warning still in effect for portions of Orange County and the Inland Empire. So the wind gusts, particularly here, still getting up to near 50, 60 miles per hour. So there is that danger, as I mentioned, but not as widespread. The wind advisories, though, are still in effect for portions of Ventura into LA County, and those wind gusts nearing 40 to 50 miles per hour. I'll show you the 7-day forecast and the complete extended outlook on the winds. We'll time it out hour by hour when I come back. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. With more than 17,000 acres and plus those thousands of homes lost, the Palisades fire is just relentless. It is devastating to see the aftermath from what we can see so far.
That's right. Landmarks like Will Rogers Ranch are destroyed. The flames keep spreading slowly today, but steadily. And Gigi Graciet is live there on the scene with the very latest. Gigi.
And we start off with breaking news because, sadly, in addition to the loss of so many homes, houses, structures, businesses, there is also the loss of life and the ongoing investigations. And in an exclusive report, we can confirm that investigators, homicide detectives, or the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department are en route right now to 3 different locations in the Palisades fire and in the Eaton fire areas after what appears to be human remains were found in the rubble of 3 different homes. We start off here in Malibu. Here, deputies with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department were doing a welfare check. They'd received a report of a missing person, and they came to this address to see if this person was well, what was the situation, and that is when they spotted in the rubble what they reported to be human remains. So investigators are en route. We have arson and bomb squad investigators here too, because it is a fire, and they will be working closely with the medical examiner's office to determine many things: who this person is, how they died, was there foul play involved? They may have died during or before the fire. They may have died from natural causes. Many unanswered questions, and the first determination the medical examiner, of course, will have to make is, are they indeed human remains? The other 2 cases in the Eaton fire area, one of them, we're told it was firefighters who called police, who called the sheriff's department to tell them they had found what they believed were human remains in the rubble of a burnt out house. In the 3rd case, it was someone who flagged down passing deputies to tell them they had found what appeared to be human remains in the rubble of a burnt-out house. So very unfortunate, but let's put this in context. This is a fire. These are fires of huge magnitude, and I'm told by law enforcement sources that this is not uncommon, and these 911 calls to report someone missing or asking for welfare checks will come in for the weeks following. Some people don't report their relative or friend missing right away because they simply don't know that they're missing. They maybe assume they're in an evacuation center. They didn't take their cell phone with them. They haven't been able to make contact with their family. And then after days pass, they realize, okay, something is wrong here. Let's have police check, do those welfare checks. So today alone, 3 different homes, 2 in the Eaton fire area, 1 here in the Palisades fire area in Malibu, being investigated. And my last thought, because homicide detectives are responding does not necessarily mean they suspect foul play. It is just part of the process, and they're in charge of that part of the investigation. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
Certainly something you don't want to hear, that number of fatalities going up, but it could be the case in the coming days and weeks to come. All right, Gigi, thank you. Oh, look at this shot of the coastline right here, looking live from an aerial shot. Still cloudy out there. And of course, we're watching the Eaton fire. It's leaving a trail of heartbreak in Altadena as well and nearby communities there.
So at least, and we say at least 5 lives lost. Gigi mentioned some of this information just now. Hundreds of homes, of course, destroyed, thousands displaced as that fire has just raged through the 10,000 acres or so that have been charged. Mario is joining us with an update right now. We mentioned at least 5 lives lost there. And again, that could change.
Exactly. We heard from Sheriff Luna during that press conference a little earlier. He said that there are 5 fatalities. He wants to make sure those are accurate and also believes that the death toll could rise, unfortunately. As the sun came up this morning, we got a better idea of some of the damage. There are dozens of homes here in this neighborhood that we've seen ourselves that have been just leveled. Now, down the way, down this driveway here, we just spoke to 2 homeowners who arrived. Their home is intact here along Murata Place, but everything else surrounding it is just burned to the ground. Now, I want to show you, if Carlos, we can kind of pan over and give you an idea of the street here, and you can see some of the other homes, but also these power lines that have been compromised here, and we've seen that all over this area, downed trees, downed utility poles, and that's a big reason why there is no power here, and a lot of the region is dealing with the same. No power, no water, difficult access into many of these areas. So we've been talking about these businesses here, many businesses in Altadena like Fox's Restaurant, Side Pie Pizza, Theosophical Books and Library, the Bank of America on Lake Avenue just down the street here, all destroyed, along with the Altadena Golf Course and several places of worship. Fire officials say as many as 500 structures have been impacted by fire, with at least 100 structures gone, nothing left standing. And we should mention evacuations, they're still in place. They've now been expanded into all of La Cañada Flint Ridge, in addition to parts of Altadena, Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. And the Pasadena Department of Water and Power also warning people not to drink the water in these evacuated areas because the system is potentially impacted with debris and it could make people sick. Well, we heard during that news conference as well that LA County is now coordinating delivering water into some of these communities, some of these neighbors or residents who may have been left behind. Just another challenge that these fire crews and agencies are dealing with as the Eaton fire continues to burn here. For now, live in Altadena, Mario Ramirez, back to you.
Speaking of the Eaton fire, Mario, thank you. Hundreds of Eaton fire victims are sheltering at the Pasadena Convention Center right now.
Coco McAvoy is there with a closer look.
Good morning. Now that it's day 3 for the Eaton fire and the winds have eased just a little bit, people are really able to see the devastation from this fire that has so far killed 5 people. And a lot of families are realizing that their homes are gone, which means memories are gone. And we've been speaking with a lot of people here at the Pasadena Convention Center who are going through that right now. And I do want to introduce you to Felicia and Les, who we ran into here at the Convention Center this morning. And Les, if you can just first tell me what it was like when you had to evacuate.
Well, it was about 3 in the morning, and the fire was burning southeast, which was away from us. And then the wind changed on a dime, and next thing we know, at about 3:30, we get the evacuation order, and we had to scramble to really get out of there. It was a lot of chaos, the smoke, all the stuff in the road, the power lines, the wind, especially. It was crazy. You know, we were fortunate to get out when we did. Yeah.
And I know it's hard to probably remember or process things. Do you remember what thoughts were running through your mind as you were evacuating with your wife?
You know, it was surreal. It's like stuff happened so fast. You really didn't have time to think. You were just thinking, okay, get in the car and get out, you know, and then it didn't really hit us till, you know, kind of early the next morning. And today, you know, it's kind of hard to keep it together because our life is gone. It's not gone. We're alive. We're fortunate, but our home is nothing there but the chimney. You know, it's and so many others, all our neighbors and everybody, the memories. Altadena is a special place, and I hope we bounce back. You know, it's going to be a hard process, a slow process, but I hope we bounce back. We will. It's just going to take time, you know? It's just going to take time.
And I know, like you were saying, this is emotional for you too because of your cancer journey. You've been through a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I was diagnosed with cancer in the middle of August. I spent 3 weeks in a hospital. I couldn't use my legs at all. And after 7 weeks in a nursing facility and some great PT people, I'm now on a walker, and God willing, in a couple months, I'll be walking again. So it's just like a big one, too, you know. And but I'm fortunate because I'm here. I have my wife. We have some great friends who are really helped us out, and we'll get through this, you know. And I'm wishing that for everyone. You'll get through it one day at a time, you know. Excuse me.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Les and Felicia. I know how difficult this is for you. We've been speaking with you. Our thoughts are with you. I know our viewers' thoughts are with you as well. So I'll get your information. So if there's any way we can help you, please let us know. Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Les and Felicia. So many families going through something similar, finding out that their homes are gone, all of their memories. It's just unimaginable what people are going through. And again, we're here at the Pasadena Convention Center, and a lot of people from the Red Cross are here trying to speak with families to try to connect them with resources as quickly as they can, because this will be a long and very difficult process. I'll send it back to you.
My goodness, so tough to hear him speak, and our hearts certainly go out to him and so many others like that gentleman and his family. The journey he's been on just in the last several months, it's been so tough, and you can understand, you know, he's grateful, of course, as he says, to be alive. Yeah. Absolutely. But at the same time, my goodness.
They've already gone through so much, and then the health and medical issues as well that goes along with that. And we definitely feel for them and so many others. I do have the good news to say that there is this window right now. We need this break so desperately, and I think firefighters hopefully are taking a big jump and taking advantage of the changes in the winds. This brief break, though, it's brief, but it is a break in those strong, fierce winds that we have been talking about incessantly the last couple of days. So it's much lighter, still coming out of the northeast, and it is still drying things out and continuing to contribute to the dry conditions out there, but it is lighter. It will get stronger as we get to the afternoon and evening, not as ferocious as the last couple of days, but it will be stronger than where it is right now. So that will bring some new concerns. Red flag warnings are going to continue through at least 6 p.m. tomorrow, and that means critical fire weather conditions as well will continue. This is our wind gust futurecast. This is one of our computer models, so I want you to watch this now. This hour, we're seeing the gusts still fairly strong, but nowhere near where they were when we were talking about those 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So right now it's about 20 to 40 miles per hour here near Camarillo. So just occasionally gusting to this level. Quieter elsewhere in terms of those winds in LA, parts of Orange County even. But as we get to the afternoon, notice that the numbers go up a little bit. So the wind gusts start to increase a little bit. I think still in that criteria, though, they will be able to still allow to fly those helicopters and fixed wing aircrafts, hopefully. As we get to tomorrow morning, still on the breezy side, but not as bad. And then we get to much better weather conditions. It looks like Friday into Saturday, more of an onshore flow, a little bit of that sea breeze, and hopefully some more moisture. As we get to next week, however, watch how the winds do start to increase again Monday into Tuesday. So that we are not happy about. I'll show you the 7-day forecast in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thanks so much. And when we come back, many businesses offering free services for victims.
Uber, Lyft, and Airbnb, to name a few. So we'll have those details for you coming up right after the break.
A big thank you to our partners down there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as they do have continuing coverage throughout the next several hours as we assess the damage from those wildfires that have burned all throughout Los Angeles County, and also looking ahead to the forecast and really what kind of break firefighters and crews are going to catch as they work to put out several fires that are still burning in that area. I want to bring you this, a live picture, 4 different cameras that we have stationed all around the area there. You see Santa Monica, California. We have Los Angeles, LAX, Mount Wilson. Now, Mount Wilson's looking to be the most active. You can see really those thick plumes of smoke and even some flames down there. The cameras look to freeze every now and then. It's expected because, you know, the connections in these areas. I mean, power lines have been taken down because of these flames. So this is expected. But in the other cameras, you can also see that it is really hazy over there in Los Angeles County due to all of these fires. We're going to go ahead and also use this opportunity to step away for a quick commercial break, but much more continuing coverage on the other side.
Well, they decide to also take a break. I mean, we can talk a little bit. Hopefully my voice and the music will not. Hopefully by lowering down the music won't lower my speaking down. I don't know. I'm not a DJ, so hopefully. But it's just heartbreaking. All of the situations that is happening in LA. It is hard, so don't worry. By the way, I'm also keeping an eye on the feed of the trial, even though they are due back already in 10 minutes from court. I'm keeping an eye, and as soon as this movement will jump back to court and carry on with day 3 of the defamation trial. But I mean, this whole ordeal in Los Angeles is heartbreaking. It's a very beautiful city. Never been personally. Would love to one day. It's one of my life goals is to go to LA. But it's not gonna be the same LA that everyone knows and knew, because it's gonna be half destroyed by the time they finish with the fire is finished, and it's just sad seeing people losing their life, physical life, and losing their life work, like memories. They struggle to get to buy the house and the memories and the attachment that you have to the house. I mean, we struggle and we spend years for more than. So, the music, I think the music.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live picture out here at Joint Base Andrews, I believe, as the remains of former President Jimmy Carter are going to be arriving here at this airport any moment now. Today, 2 of the big stories that we're focusing on, of course, being the funeral service for Jimmy Carter, as well as those wildfires that continue to rage in Southern California. Now, on this main stream, we are going to continue with the wildfire coverage, but a reminder that if you do want to listen in as to how folks are remembering Jimmy Carter, how people are paying their respects and honoring his life and legacy, you can scan this QR code on your screen right now. This will take you to the YouTube page where we will have a continuous coverage on Jimmy Carter's life. My colleague Andrew Kraft, he is in the anchor chair there, and he will be guiding you through really all of the history regarding Jimmy Carter, everything he accomplished as a president, and also his time afterwards, which has really left a long-lasting legacy. Thank you all for joining us here on this Thursday, January 9th. I'm your host, Karal Lahara, and we're heading right back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They are covering the wildfires.
You can use their Wi-Fi, charge any of your devices. You can just relax there. They have massage loungers they'll let you use. I want you to know this is for anyone impacted by the fires, including first responders, and you do not need a membership. Again, this is free. Just keep in mind, some locations have been forced to close because of the fire, so you want to make sure you're going to an open location. Then over at Little Kitchen Academy, which is a children's cooking school in Westfield Century City Mall, they're actually offering free classes for the next 3 days to families impacted. And the thought here is that while schools are closed, parents can have 3 hours to take care of important matters while your kids get to take their mind off of this and learn something fun in a safe and supportive environment. So that's Little Kitchen Academy at Westfield Century City at the mall there. They're offering a class today, tomorrow, and the next day for different age groups. It's just basically just a break for parents so they can get some things done. Because I'm thinking about the fact that you don't even have a second when you lose your home, when you've had to leave your home with only what's on your back, you don't even have a second to take in what you've lost before you have to actually get to work and try to start the rebuild process, start the taking care of yourself, get the money situation together. You know what I mean? Get all of your things in order, and that's horrible.
Well, when you don't have time to process what happened because you're in this mode of just survival, it's hard because it gets compounded, and then you have to deal with every emotion later, and that's what's going to happen to a lot of people for sure.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. So coming up next, Amanda will be here with a look at some of the celebrities impacted by these fires.
Several big names, including Tom Hanks, Ben Affleck, Michael Keaton. One A-lister is now donating $1 million to relief efforts. Others expressing some outrage. She'll have all that coming up.
So Fox 11 in Los Angeles, I do believe they're heading out to another commercial break. We're not going to do so here, though. I'm going to bring up instead these live looks that we're going to continue to stream throughout the day today. On your screen, we have Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson. And then we also have this live picture courtesy of our partners at the Associated Press. They are on the ground. Take a look at this in Altadena, California. And you can really just see the devastation from these multiple fires that crews are still working to contain on this Thursday. The Palisades fire erupting Tuesday morning. So they've been at it for a couple of days now. And it's really not showing any signs of slowing down. These massive wildfires roaring out of control throughout Southern California. Local municipalities, they're working to keep evacuation zones up to date for residents who may be wondering if they should stay safe or if they should go. And those lists being periodically updated, as I mentioned, and they're being also showcased within Fox 11's coverage. But these are the fires that crews are still working to control at this moment. So we have the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire, the Sunset fire, and the Lydia fire. Each of these fires and the corresponding impact areas have been issued evacuation orders and warnings. We've already seen tens of thousands of people that have had to flee their homes just to get to safety. And our crews at Fox 11 are on the ground with live reports speaking to some of these survivors that have lost their homes. They've really lost everything, and they're just looking to what they're going to do going forward. The Palisades fire right now is the largest one burning, currently at last check, about 17,234 acres. That one is the one that broke out in the affluent Los Angeles community located across the coastline, along the coastline on Tuesday morning. And that fire, the Palisades fire, first reported around 10:30 a.m. And the LA County Fire Chief also saying in an update Wednesday that an estimated 1,000 structures had been destroyed. That number could potentially grow as we look to see how these flames continue to spread. Now, firefighters there for the Palisades fire say that about 30,000 people are under mandatory evacuation orders, and people in the area of Palisades were urged to evacuate immediately. Santa Monica residents living between the northern border of the city and the San Vicente Boulevard, between Ocean Boulevard and 26th Street, are also being told to evacuate, according to the city's alert system, from 7:30 p.m. on January 7th. So according to LAPD chief, over 10,000 households were evacuated. Another 15,000 buildings, including businesses, were also evacuated. But the Palisades fire, not the only one. We also have the Eaton fire. It currently has burned about 10,600 acres. That fire was first reported near Altadena and Midwig just after 6 p.m. local time on Tuesday. And this is a live picture out of Altadena, courtesy of the Associated Press. They have a photographer there on the ground. 5 people have died due to these massive wildfires. A significant number more people were also injured. And earlier today on this Thursday, officials did say that the Eaton fire was, again, just over 10,000 acres, but that growth has significantly stopped, and it's currently 0% contained. More than 1,000 structures have been damaged and destroyed. The cause of that fire remains unknown. Now, a number of evacuation orders and warnings have been issued. Let's head back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They have a full look at your forecast, and we're taking a look at how things are going to develop throughout the evening.
It is warmer. 75 in Buena Park, the same in Torrance. I'll show you that 70 forecast when I come back. Back to you.
Thank you, Maria. Amanda here with us right now. A lot of celebrities, right, who've been impacted also by the fires. And not just celebrities, obviously everyday people, but you hear from celebrities.
Sure, well-known residents.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
they've lost their homes, they're evacuated.
Right, so we're gonna be swapping back to court because court is due to start any time now, and we don't want to lose anything of court. So there we go, we are back. So this afternoon, and they should be back in a couple of minutes. So what to expect this afternoon? Oh, I better press play because that would not help us much. So this afternoon, we should expect a simple, quick afternoon because I don't think even maybe the judge is going to have a break because he said that he was going to finish at 3:45 local. So normally that's the time that is going to do it does the break, the mid-afternoon break. And so because it's 12:30, they're gonna have 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, about 3 hours of testimony. 3 hours, yeah. So wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, yeah. About 3 hours and 15 minutes of testimony. They might do a break. Don't know. We'll see. Well, sorry, just checking that I was not on mute again. Yeah, so we're just waiting on court. Watching that the Los Angeles report, it was good. It was informative, but it was a bit sad. And I swapped now was kind of good that it came because there was some celebrities that said less nice things about other people, and this is not what I want to be really showing over here. I know we cover a very tough subject anyway, but yeah, no, it's not really my cup of tea. And so yeah, hopefully today we're gonna be finished. Like they said, the CNN lawyers. I'm gonna be always calling them CNN lawyers. I'm not gonna learn their names. Don't expect that of me. So they gonna they said they have about 90 minutes more of questions to Zach. 90 minutes, which is about an hour and a half, and then the plaintiff lawyers, Zach's lawyers, said they have about 40 minutes of questions to ask him. So I think they will finish Zach today. He will be finished off. Sorry, not funny, but he will be done today of testimony, and I'm hoping that tomorrow we have brand new witnesses and a different kind. Oh, let me take this banner across the bottom. The brand new witnesses to tell us more about their side of the story of the thing, of this defamation trial. And then we'll see, because tomorrow as well, they said they're going to finish at 4 p.m. So, because it's Friday, they always finish early on Friday. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. But it seems that this is going to be a 2-week trial. I was thinking earlier, and I was talking to Nightbot as well about it. Nightbot is one of the mods in the channel, and my other half, and we were talking, and because this trial has been so interesting and been very grasping in terms of attention, and I really want to know how it follows life, and I want to follow it live, because we were gonna start the trial on Monday, the Jason Chan, but because we started this one, we're gonna keep with this one. We're gonna keep going with this one from now until not eternity, but until it finishes, which is 2 weeks, and then we'll pick it up. Hopefully, then we're gonna pick up an aliving trial, because it's my first civil trial. I like it, but I don't want to be doing civil trials all the time. I want to do the juicy unaliving ones, and I want to follow those ones. So after this one, this civil trial will catch an aliving trial, whatever is out there. There's a couple. There's starting around the time this one finishes, which is good. But there's also oh, I can see the judge already. Wow, this judge is spot on time. Is punctual. So before he does, there's the sentencing that I'm gonna go live in the UK in a couple weeks time as well. So I am very excited about that. I am gonna try to like report live from the outside of the trial, or just post the video for when I'm out there. Just you know, as informant, because I'm not going to be able to record. But then afterwards, I'm thinking of doing a tell all of how the process was, and how it was to watch sentencing live in the UK, because they're not very televised very much, and it's very hard to get permission to televise any sentencings or anything court-wise over here in UK to stream. They're getting a little bit more easy to do, but still not like you in certain states. You just file a document, a Rule 22 or something in Georgia, and to have access, and fair enough, and that's it. In the UK, you have to jump through hoops and battles and people and languages and knowledge, and it's just, yeah. So yeah, I like, you can see the scene, and you can see the area that it is as well. It's a very pretty area where the court is, near me, near where I live, and you're gonna get to see a little bit of more of like a BTS behind the scenes type thing. And I think Zach is tired, because woof, he was yawning right at the camera. That was a bit of a close up that we did not need. Uh, so yeah, so that's coming up as well at the end of the month. Tomorrow it's going to be a very busy day in terms of court, because there is the day 2 of the hearing for the Slenderman girl that wants to be released. There's the TikTok ban hearing going on tomorrow. There's the day 4 of this trial going. And I'm sure, because it's true crime, there's something else gonna go, because it never comes only at 3, comes at 4 or 5, because I've already have so many things to catch up on, because Brian Walsh, and I wanted to talk to this about earlier. This is the guy that is being tried for unaliving his wife over in the Massachusetts, in Boston, the same courtroom as Karen Reed. Same detective, lead detective was Trooper Proctor. Same judge was Aunt Beth. Same prosecutor that was Lally, or still is Lally. I think he's still the main prosecutor on that case. So that case, the only thing that differs is the defense team and the defendant, because the rest between Karen Reed and the Brian Walsh is the same the same thing, same courtroom, almost same everything. But it's also a very interesting case, and they had a hearing today, and I really want to watch that. So I've got to catch up on that, and then catch up on another trial that is ongoing in another channel. So there's a lot going on for sure. I mean, we can't say that there's nothing going on in the true crime world, but that is not very true. So yeah, it's gonna be. Oh, and I did some research this morning, right? So in the mornings when you wake up, when you're having your cup of coffee, you do research, about inmates that are in prison, as you do, because you're bored. Oh, you don't? Oh, it's just me. Okay, fair enough. So this morning I was doing my internet walks, and I was checking which prison everyone is. So I was like investigating Anna Payne, that she's been in prison already for over a year, which is crazy. She looks so different. I should have taken a screenshot out of mugshots, but she doesn't look. She changed a lot. She lost a little bit of weight. Well, I'm not saying that she was overweight, but she did lose a little bit of weight, which kind of is good. It's healthy. But she looks meaner in prison now. And then the other one, Jamie Komorowski in South Carolina. Now she's in prison too. Oh, the judge is coming back. I need to be fast. She in her mugshot, she looks good. She really likes the camera and taking pictures. Sorry, I'm probably gonna be quiet now because the judge is about to come in, and court is about to start. We're only 7 minutes late. Not too bad. It's not too shabby for this thing. But yeah, so it was like that's what I do in the mornings. I travel throughout the internet and check inmates rosters just to check if everyone survived the night. Yeah.
All right, yeah, you all can be seated.
Here we go.
I hope you all had a good lunch.
Yes. Great. Very good.
All right, and since we had a little bit longer lunch break there, I'll just remind you, Mr. Young, you're still under oath from this morning.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Young, before we start, Mr. Bailey told me that your timing was right. It was 8:42, not 7:42. So 6-hour time difference between Washington and Vietnam.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Mr. Nemex, if we could put up PX 170, which is the video and it's in evidence. Excuse me, everywhere. Yes, please. Thank you, Gary. Just stop it as soon as it just comes on. Yeah, start it and stop it. Right. So, Mr. Young, you're familiar with the video, right? I think, is it your testimony that you saw it shortly after it aired?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen it a couple times, I assume?
More than a couple.
More than a couple, okay. Do me a favor, and we're going to watch the video, and you tell me the first time your name's mentioned, and I'll stop the video, okay?
Okay.
In our World Lead today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of last week, it had assisted in the departure of at least 377 U.S. citizens and 279 lawful permanent residents of the U.S. from Afghanistan since August 31st. Still, many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, and Afghans who say their lives are at stake, they remain behind. As CNN's Alex Marquardt has discovered, Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success.
These are the heavy steps of a young man trying to save his family. He's just 26 years old and lives in California. We can't show his face for the safety of his family in Afghanistan.
I'm desperate. The danger is imminent.
Since the chaotic international withdrawal from Afghanistan, his parents, siblings, and wife have been in hiding from the Taliban, who in the past, the young man says, have violently beaten his father, a doctor, and been angry with his mother, a women's rights activist who worked for the U.S.
Taliban left announcement to my parents that anybody who helped them find my parents or my family that ends up with their execution will gain a prize.
They put a bounty on your family's head.
Exactly. This is really serious. They ran to our house. They destroyed every single thing.
Desperate, he turned to Facebook, finding people offering ways to get Afghans out of the country for a price.
That person came up to me and told me, hey, you know what? You got to pay $10,000 per person in order to be evacuated then.
Per person?
10 people. It would be like $100,000, and I cannot provide $100,000 in cash. In a way, like even if I provide that money, there is no guarantee that they will be evacuated.
According to Afghans and activists we've spoken with, desperate Afghans are now being exploited, like that young man, told that they can get them or their families out if they pay exorbitant, often impossible amounts.
For only one family, $50,000.
We Skyped with a father of 3 in Kabul who had just met with a man offering to get them on an evacuation flight list.
You want to leave the country? If you say yes, they're going to say, okay, pay first. I said, how we can pay that much money right now? It's only business matters. People are making $100,000 per day.
This man, whose identity we also need to hide, worked as a contractor for USAID. He's a special interest visa applicant for the U.S. The kind of Afghan citizen the Biden administration says they're working to evacuate. What is the U.S. doing that you know of to try to get you and your family out?
Unfortunately, they are not doing now anything. Up to 31st, they said everything is closed and it's finished. We did not receive anything back from U.S. Embassy or from any other organization.
So he went online, where he found a man named Zachary Young, who is one.
So you see the timer down on the counter. What's the time setting?
3 minutes, 7 seconds.
So you would agree that this segment does not mention the name Zachary Young until 3 minutes and 7 seconds into it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go for it. And Jen, I'm just going to tell you to stop at various places.
One of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this week, weekend.
Mr. Young, you would agree that this is one of your posts on LinkedIn?
Yes.
And I think this is one that we talked about. And I think your testimony was, but correct me if I got it wrong, that you're saying with this, that you only take monies from you only do evacuations from sponsors with funding.
You got it, correct.
Okay, go to the next one.
Deliver. One LinkedIn user posted message.
And you would agree with me that this was another one of your communications on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Messages with Young, where Young said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan. He told another it would be.
Stop it right there. This is another one of your communications on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Okay. CNN change any words in this thing?
No, that's literally for me.
That's literally from you, correct? Okay, go ahead.
$14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates or Albania for another $4,000. Prices well beyond the reach of most Afghans. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN that
Mr. Young, do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Marquardt called you?
Yes.
Your Honor, 865, 5 through 17. Shouldn't be 5 through 17. It should be, sorry, 864, 24 through 865. I'm sorry. Objection. So, Mr. Young, again, do you remember being deposed under oath?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
Do you see on this, it says on page 864, line 24, the question is, do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Marquardt called you? You see that?
Yes.
What was your answer?
No.
Mr. Meza, if you can start it up again.
Afghans trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young says are highly volatile and based on environmental reality.
And again, Mr. Young, these were your own words again?
They are.
Nothing inaccurately reported about your own words?
No.
Okay. Go, Mr. Meza.
Young repeatedly declined to break down the costs or say if he's making money. Back
That statement there that you reportedly declined to break down your costs, that's true, correct?
True.
And you also declined to say whether you were making money. That's also true, correct?
True.
Okay.
in California, the young Afghan American tells us even though he can't pay, he's still pleading to get his family out.
I have sent tons of texts asking these people, begging them to evacuate my family. If I don't be able to evacuate them within the next 2 weeks, I think I will lose them all. I think I will lose them all, my family.
And just moments ago, that young man told me that the Taliban has now issued summons for his family in hiding, indicating his father believes that the Taliban really is after them. Now, the Biden administration continues to work on evacuating people, but as you can see there are just so many more Afghans who want to get out of the country, and that just drives prices higher and higher. In another message, that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he wrote, "Availability is extremely limited and demand is high." Jake, he goes on to say, that's how economics works, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. And so that last piece, Mr. Young, where Mr. Marquardt read that quote about that's how economics work, that was a quote from you, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you recorded accurately, correct?
Yes.
Can you take that down? Now, if you could put up PX 223, which is the article, it's also in evidence. And what I'm going to do, Mr. Young, is Mr. DeMeza is going to kind of page through it, and you tell me the first portion of this article where your name is mentioned, okay?
Yep.
Tell him when to move to the next page.
You can move. Yeah, this is where it starts.
And where is that?
It's just above. That's how economics works. That's
So,
it.
so kind of it towards the bottom third of the third page of the article?
That's right.
Okay. And go to the next paragraph. Okay. In this, it says, when asked about his prices, Young responded to several people on the site that a car from Kabul into Pakistan would be $75,000 or $14,500 per person to get to the UAE. That was your words, correct?
Yes.
To get to Albania with refugee status, Young said would be $4,000 more. That's also your words, correct?
Yes.
Then it says, per person is expensive because availability is extremely limited and demand is high. Those are your words?
Yes.
That's how economics work, unfortunately. That's your words?
Yes.
Okay, go to the next one. Next page. Hold that one up. Young declined to speak on the phone, but said in a text message that he asked Afghans who want to leave to have sponsors cover them. Is that true?
No, I offered to Katie Bowe to speak on the phone, but there was a condition. I didn't want to be named in any article.
Right. So you declined to speak on the phone, right?
No, I offered to speak on the phone.
But only if she would agree not to have your name mentioned, correct?
Correct.
You said in a text message that you ask Afghans who want to leave to have sponsors cover them. Is that true?
That's true, yes.
And then it says, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young said are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You see that?
Yep.
And that was what you said?
Yes, it was.
And that was a direct quote, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Thank you. CNN has not confirmed whether these operators charging the high fees have successfully evacuated anyone who paid to exit the country, as Young claims. And that's not your words. And then we go to the next paragraph. It's not about you, right?
What's that?
The next paragraph, the son in California, you're not named in that paragraph.
I'm not named in the paragraph, no.
The next paragraph, you're not named in, are you?
No.
And the final paragraph, you're not named in, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you take that down. So at some point after CNN makes these publications, and the TV segment airs on November 11th, correct?
Yes.
And the article is published on November 13th, correct?
Yes.
2 days later. At some point, your testimony is that you are affected by these, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, isn't it true, so these happened in November 11th, November 13th. Isn't it true that you started talking to attorneys about filing a lawsuit in December of 2021?
Yes.
And you also talked to Mr. Friedman in December of 2021, correct?
I think so, yes.
Isn't it true that you didn't go actually talk to a doctor until February of 2022?
Right, that's the earliest. I mean, Austria has a socialized healthcare system, so that's fast.
Okay, so you started, the first time you met with a doctor about this was December, January, February, 2 months or so after you started talking to Mr. Friedman.
That's right.
Now, I think it's your claim, in addition to the emotional harm, is that you claim that your reputation has been damaged, correct?
Correct.
And it's your claim that your professional network has distanced itself from you?
Correct.
But as of the time you were deposed in 2023, isn't it true that you couldn't actually name anyone who had actually distanced themselves from you?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Isn't it true that as of when you were deposed in 2023, you couldn't name one person who told you that they thought less of you because of CNN's report?
As of my position, that's true, but it's then.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, you couldn't name one professional contact who told you they thought less of you because of CNN?
That's correct. They couldn't tell me directly. They just wouldn't talk to me.
My question really is this. I'll ask it again.
Okay.
As of your deposition in 2023, you couldn't name one professional contact who told you that they thought less of you because of CNN?
That's correct.
Now, I think that you've named a couple of people that you worked with when you testified today. And I think, you know what, you named a guy named Mark Sullivan at times, another guy named Matt
Gunning.
Yuri Lavrenu.
Yuri.
Isn't it true that you destroyed the contact information for all of these people? You deleted it off your phone?
No, not entirely.
No, that's not true?
Well, I deleted, so when I use, if you use Signal, when you clear like the conversation change, that's also the call log. So yes, it is true that those were deleted, but not separately.
Okay. But you also deleted the contact information, the actual information to contact these people, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. So John Keeley is someone who you believe has distanced himself from you, correct?
Yes.
You deleted Mr. Keeley's contact information?
I did.
Mr. Keeley, as of your deposition in December in 2023, he never told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, did he?
No, he didn't.
I think Henry Clark is someone you've mentioned in this case, correct?
That's right.
And you deleted Henry Clark's contact information?
Yes, I did.
It's true, you don't even know, as of your deposition in 2023, where Mr. Clark lived, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how to find him or contact him now, correct?
No, I don't.
And Mr. Clark, as of your deposition in 2023, he never told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gunning was someone that you've talked about, correct?
Yes,
And you deleted Mr. Gunning's contact information, correct?
I did.
And you deleted all of your communications with Mr. Gunning?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Gunning didn't tell you that he did not want to associate with you as a result of the CNN reports, correct?
Not as of my deposition, but he has since.
Objection, move to strike. It's non-responsive.
He answered the first part of it.
He did. The add-on is non-responsive, and I move to strike.
Strike the second part, and the jury's not to consider the second part of Mr. Young's answer.
Bill Purdy, I think, is someone you also have talked about in this testimony, correct?
Correct.
And I think it was your testimony that you worked with Bill Purdy on the Saudi Arabia project back when you worked for Momentum.
That's right. He was the project manager.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition back in 2023, you hadn't even attempted to reach out to Bill Purdy after the CNN publications?
Yes, I believe so.
And I think I asked you this, but as of your deposition in 2023, you hadn't reached out to anyone at DynCorp Momentum about employment, correct?
No, that would have been totally inappropriate.
After the CNN reports, you made no efforts to obtain employment through DynCorp, correct?
No, not entirely. I wouldn't word it like that. Wouldn't say that.
As of your deposition in 2023, had you made any efforts since the CNN reports to obtain employment through DynCorp?
I did. I reached out to the people that introduced me, but I didn't attempt to contact DynCorp or seek employment directly to them.
It's 222, 14 through 16. Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. I think I might have a problem. No, it's actually 223, 14 through 16.
We have no objection.
Mr. Young, you remember being deposed in 2023?
Yes.
And that was under oath?
Yes.
If you look at page 223 of your deposition, on line 14, the question was, have you made efforts since the CNN reports to obtain employment through DynCorp? You see that?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
No.
Can you put that to the side? And as of your deposition in 2023, no one from DynCorp told you that they wouldn't work with you because of the CNN report, correct?
Correct.
Now, you deleted Bill Purdy's contact information?
Yes.
And as of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Purdy hadn't told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
Mark Sullivan was someone else you talked about, correct? And I think your testimony was that you worked with Mr. Sullivan for a short time in 2015.
Yes.
You deleted Mr. Sullivan's contact information, correct?
Yes.
And you deleted it after you filed this lawsuit?
Yes.
As of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Sullivan hadn't told you that he did not wish to associate with you because of the CNN reports, correct?
Correct.
In fact, isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, no business contact had called you and said that they had done due diligence on you and they wouldn't work with you because of the CNN reporting, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, you hadn't made a single phone call to obtain work since CNN's publication?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Why don't we look at page 154 of your deposition? Lines 3 through 5.
Okay.
What?
No, right here.
Lines 3 through 5 on 154, Your Honor. So, Mr. Young, are you at page 154?
Yes, I am.
This is your deposition under oath?
Yes, it is.
And the question of line 3 is, have you made any phone calls to try to obtain work since CNN's reports? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
What was your answer?
No.
You need to put that down. I just want to make sure I have this established. I think the last time you did an evacuation in Afghanistan was, I think you testified it was like early October of 2021, is that correct?
That's right.
So I think you testified in response to questions from Mr. Friedman yesterday or the day before that at some point you had a security clearance, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first get a security clearance?
When I was in the Navy. I don't remember exactly when.
You had a security clearance in before the CNN publications?
Yes, I did.
And isn't it true that you renewed your security clearance in November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, you had no problem doing that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that you actually renewed your security clearance again in 2022, correct?
I think so. Sounds right.
Okay. Because as of the fall of 2023, you still maintain that security clearance, correct?
Yeah, I still have it now.
You still have it. And when you went to renew it in 2022, you had no problem renewing it, correct?
That's correct.
So you would agree that the CNN reporting did not impact your ability to keep your security clearance at all, correct?
Not yet.
And how many times have you renewed it since 2021?
I haven't yet.
You renewed it in 2022,
Sorry,
correct?
2022. One time.
But nobody's come to you and said, please strike that. Now, getting your security clearance renewed, is that a significant process?
It really depends on the situation. It can be quick or it can be not quick.
Okay. But you didn't have any issue getting yours renewed, correct?
No.
One thing I didn't ask you about is if you could put up Defense Exhibit 77 from Mr. Young. Just for the witness, I know that the documents and evidence, but I didn't write down what Defense Exhibit is. Mr. Young, you recognize Defense Exhibit 77 as your exchange with Mr. Lerner, is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 77.
Is this the entirety of the exhibit?
I think so. No, I mean, I think there's just one page. It's just one page. Just one page? Yeah, just one page.
No objection. All right, Defense 77 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
May.
Okay, thank you. And I think you testified this before, but David Lerner was just someone who, I guess maybe he connected with you or you connected with him or some way you connected on LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
You don't know this man, right?
No, I don't.
And in this exchange, Mr. Lerner asked you, what are you charging? Where does this get him, right? Get her.
Yes.
What did you understand him to be asking?
Exactly what he said. What are you charging and where does this get her?
Okay. And you respond, 75K for one vehicle, 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul, Peshawar. Can also facilitate passports and visas and transits to Dushanbe, but again, it costs money. And then you say, can provide recent corporate sponsors who have used us, including Audible, Inc., and Bloomberg for reference. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Going down on that chain, Mr. Lerner says, I'm not corporate. What is this fee for? Just transportation. When you say just transportation, well, let me start right there. Do you know why it changed? Go back to the full document, Mr. Dinezza. See how it's Zachary Y and then it becomes LinkedIn member? Do you know why that's the case?
I don't, but I might be able to explain it.
Okay.
I think because, no, I can't explain it. Usually if you block someone, they show up as a LinkedIn member. So I don't understand why that is, why it changed.
Okay.
I didn't change my name to LinkedIn member.
Understood. So yeah, if you can blow that back up, Mr. Dinezza. Anyway, Mr. Lerner asked you that question at 104. You responded 105. Just transportation. You can't be serious. Good luck, David. Have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. And that's something you wrote, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, the situation in Afghanistan was pretty serious, right?
Yes.
I mean, people were dying, right?
Yes, people were dying.
Yeah. So responding, have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get is a pretty callous thing to say, correct?
It is. I regret saying it. I thought that he was playing games with me. He wasn't being serious, and I made a off-color, flippant response that I regret.
I mean, it's not just off color, right? I mean, you're talking about people's lives. Have them run for the border and see how far they get. If they ran for the border, things wouldn't work out for them well, right? Correct?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. Do you think it depended on the situation? Were you saying that it was a good thing to say run for the border?
No, it was a bad thing to say it, and I wasn't serious. He wasn't serious either.
Sometimes, though, people write things in the spur of the moment that they don't mean, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you were doing here, correct?
Yes.
Wasn't a very professional thing to do, right?
No.
But you understand why people could look at this and find it offensive, right?
Yes.
And you ended up deleting this exchange with Mr. Lerner, correct?
Yes.
Now, you can take that down, Mr. Mezzo. Now, I understand that, I think I understand it, you tell me if I got it wrong, that you thought after the CNN publications that you felt the damage was almost immediate. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Isn't it true that so the CNN publications were November 11th, November 13th of 2021. Isn't it true that you waited until mid-March to send a letter to CNN asking for a retraction?
Yes.
Okay, so that was November and December. November to December, December to January, January to February, February to March, like 4+ months, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had Katie Bo-Willis and Alex Marquardt's information, correct?
Yes.
You could have reached out to them anytime between November 11th and middle of March when you did and said, hey, you got it wrong, correct this. But you didn't do that, did you?
I told them before they even went to air that they were wrong.
Yeah, but after it was published, you waited 4 months until the middle of March to say, hey, you got it wrong, right?
That's right. I was having a nervous breakdown. It lasted quite a while.
You started talking to lawyers in December, correct?
I did.
Right. And you waited until March, correct?
I did.
And isn't it true, Mr. Young, I think yesterday, Mr. Friedman showed those Jake Tapper teasers for you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where they talk about preying on Afghans. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, when was the first time you saw that teaser?
It was recently.
Right.
Yeah.
It was recently, right?
Yes.
Right. When you wrote that letter to CNN back in March of 2022, you didn't complain about the language about preying on Afghans, correct?
I don't remember exactly what was in the letter, but maybe.
You think me?
I don't know what was in the letter. I don't remember.
Sir, you just said that you hadn't seen those teasers until recently.
Yes.
So it would have been impossible for you to have written a letter back in March of 2022 complaining about the word preying, correct?
In reference to the teaser, yes, but I think even without the teaser, anyone watching that video clip sees that it's about people preying on Afghans.
Sir, I'm simply asking you, at the time you wrote that letter, you had never seen those teasers, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So you couldn't have complained about them because you didn't even know they existed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you filed your lawsuit in April of 2022, you also hadn't seen the teasers, correct?
Correct.
So you couldn't have complained about them because you didn't know they existed, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Judge Shior, may we approach for a minute? Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Young, I want to focus on your alleged economic damages, okay? So I'm trying to understand your argument about economic damages. So I think you testified yesterday, but tell me if I got it wrong, that since the CNN broadcast, you've had no work. Is that right?
Correct.
And would it be your contention that since the CNN broadcast, no one will deal with you?
Yes.
Fair to say that your testimony is that you're a pariah,
Yes.
and you allege that that's because of CNN?
Yes.
And so just to make sure I understand it completely, your assertion is that since the CNN publication is on November 11th, no one will work with you?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, is it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'd like to do, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 589. Mr. Nemex, can you show those? Yeah. Oh, you want me to approach?
You bet.
May we approach from the
Your Honor, pending questions. I would like to ask them. I don't think there's a question that's pending. I don't think that there's a reason for an objection until I ask a question.
Just talk with some exhibit list.
It's for impeachment.
What do you mean for impeachment? There's nothing to impeach.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I apologize. It's a little early for an afternoon break, but there's a matter I need to talk with the attorneys a little bit more extensively than just doing it at sidebar. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for the next 20 minutes. Obviously, y'all can go out, go to the restroom if you need to use your phone or what have you. I just ask that you be back in the jury lounge room outside there to gather back up at 10 minutes to 2. So it's 20 minutes from now. All right. Hopefully we can get this resolved before then. If we're still talking, it may take a little bit longer, but if you could be back there at 10 minutes to 2, we'll try to get you back in here. Go ahead and take your notepads, put them in the folders that are there, leave them on your chairs, and I'll read the instruction to you again. We're going to take a recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. Do not do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of the rules, please let court personnel know. And if you do use your phones or electronic devices, just make sure they're turned off before we come back in the courtroom. Okay? All right, and I'll see you back hopefully in 20 minutes.
Come on, guys.
All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Y'all be seated. All right, let me, I guess to frame the issue that we have at the moment is we have a just discovered document that defense wants to use as an exhibit. Which I would like to say would be the only time we've had this issue come up in this case, but unfortunately it's not been the case thus far. We had some accusations or aspersions made as to why it hadn't been produced during the course of discovery in the case. And we have objections being lodged by the plaintiff as to the use of this at the last minute. And I guess since the defense is offering it at this point in time, that let me throw it to the plaintiff's side of this as to the objection to use of this for substantive or impeachment or any other purpose in this trial.
Yeah, Your Honor, we've never seen this document before, as I've explained to you. Helios Global came up in the middle of discovery, as I didn't think it did, but Mr. Oxford was kind enough to correct me. There were questions about Helios Global and one of the signatory, well, it's unsigned by Helios, but the person who's supposed to sign it from Helios, Ian Conway, is listed on the document, was talked about at the deposition. CNN chose not to send a subpoena to Helios Global for any documents. They made that discovery decision in the midst of discovery in the case. We did not have this document or it would have been produced. And that does not mean Mr. Young violated his discovery obligations. If he signed this and returned it to Helios and did not keep a copy of it, this was in December of 2021, he was not his care, custody, and control to produce it. So again, I've never seen it, so I haven't talked to him about it or what it is and why it exists, but the defense chose not to, like I said, chose not to pursue it. And now they found out about it yesterday. Instead of doing what we did when we found out about newly discovered evidence, which was bringing it to your attention and asking about it and providing it to us as notice, they used it as a surprise document They tried for dramatic effect, which is wholly improper because we're not supposed to have trial by ambush in the state. And had this been properly, had I received this document, Judge, I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have handed it over to the other side. I probably would have went to you about it and then tried to figure out how I could do it. And I've demonstrated that I've done that time and time again. This is wholly inappropriate, and CNN should not be permitted to use this document. They should have provided it to us first, given us an opportunity to look at it, address it, talk to you about it. And the idea that they could never produce it to us, not give it to us, but hold it back and then try to use it as an impeachment exhibit when, by the way, it's not even proper impeachment because he answered the question yes. So there's no impeachment to be made. It's inappropriate. It's trial by ambush. It's being done inappropriately because they're desperate for some way out of this case. And Your Honor, I just ask that you not let them use this document.
Your Honor, this is.
I've said to y'all a number of times, let's not personal attacks or insults or laugh during other individuals' arguments in the case. So, Mr. Axelrod, go ahead.
Your Honor, this is a completely different situation. The plaintiff's entire case, sitting right there, is that after the CNN publications, he couldn't get any work. If you look at his complaint, second amended complaint, paragraph 103, no one in Young's community will touch him. The CNN has turned him into an international pariah. Mr. Young knew when he filed this lawsuit that he had entered into a new consulting agreement with a government contractor 1 month after CNN's publication. This entire lawsuit was a fraud on this court. It was a fraud on CNN. This man knew it. I don't know what they know. But when this came up in discovery, CNN's counsel asked Mr. Young about the Helios connection, and he completely lied in his deposition. Over and over again, he made up some incredible ruse that Helios just had his security clearance because it was a company that held security clearances. It makes no sense. He knew at that time that he had a consulting agreement with Helios Global, and he didn't disclose it. It was not right lie. This document should have been produced. I can go through the discovery requests that were sent that called for the production of this document. You can see that it's a DocuSign. You can see that it has his signature. You can see that it has his address, the same address for Nemex, for their bank account. I have no doubt that there are other emails that he has or has destroyed. Mr. Young perpetrated a fraud on this court by lying in a lawsuit where he claimed his reputation in his business was destroyed by CNN when he knew fundamentally that was a false allegation. And the idea for Mr. Friedman that it's somehow CNN's fault, that they didn't get a document that this is from December, and the record has already established that in December he was meeting with lawyers, that he had a duty to provide. And I'm sorry I'm getting upset, but this case, Mr. Friedman's been talking to the press for years about what a terrible company CNN is. And I'm sorry I'm exercised by it. But the fact is, this lawsuit was a fraud from day one. Mr. Young should have provided this back in 2022. He didn't, and he's let this go on for years of money that's been incurred defending this lawsuit when there was a fundamental problem with it from the beginning, and they hid it. I won't say, hey, I don't know what he knows, but he certainly knew about it. And it was his obligation to keep this, it was his obligation to produce it, and if it had been produced to CNN in 2022, I don't know if we'd be here right now. Things would certainly look different. And the only reason we got this is we happened to get it from Helios yesterday. It should have been produced over 2 years ago. And so the idea that, hey, first of all, we should have showed it with Mr. Friedman first, so his client could have come up with some other story about why it wasn't produced is ridiculous. And now he's benefiting from this, so I'm sure that there's some ruse that he's going to come up with next. The idea that we can't use this now because they failed their basic obligation as a litigant in a civil lawsuit. But somehow now we should be prevented from using the single most important document in this case. And I know that that's been thrown around by opposing counsel. But in this instance, it's true because it decimates Mr. Young's claims. We heard him sit on the stand and testify. I got no work. Emotionally, I'm crippled because of what this has done to me. I don't know what the future holds because I have no work. When he knew it was all a lie. So I'll calm down for a second and I'll say, Your Honor, that later on today, after I confer with counsel, we will be filing a motion about fraud on the court and gross discovery allegation abuses. But for now, the idea that I can't use this to impeach the fundamental concept of their case, which is that Mr. Young's livelihood was destroyed by CNN, with the single most crucial document in this case, it would be a travesty of justice because they didn't produce it.
Let me get back to it. You asked him a question about Helios. And I think you asked him a question, did he sign a consulting agreement with them before you approached to say, let me hand you a copy of this? What was his answer to that question?
He said yes.
Okay.
The question was, I said, your assertion since the publications on November 11th is that no one will work with you. That's correct. Sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? Yes.
And I guess, Mr. Axelrod, to the extent that he answered your question, yes. How does the document impeach him?
The document,
yes.
The document does not impeach that specific question. You are correct, Your Honor. The document impeaches the entire theory of which Mr. Young has been promoting since April of 2022.
So you don't want to use it for impeachment, you want to use it substantively.
I do want to use it substantively. That is correct.
All right. Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, Your Honor, I mean, Mr. Axelrod made a lot of very heated accusations, none of which seem to hold water.
Everybody's made a lot of heated accusations during the course of this case, so.
That's true, Judge.
But anyway, on this latest example, the ones that you want to respond to, go ahead.
That's right. The question I'm looking at in the deposition from Mr. Young is, have you done work for Helium Global? Answer, no, I hadn't. I never done any work for them per se, meaning I have never been paid by them. Ian is the owner of the company, Ian Conley. He's on an email and copy, and a mutual friend of mine from a long time ago introduced Ian to me. I've never met him in person. We've had several discussions years ago about projects that he was involved in that he would like to be on to leverage my specific expertise to consult on. That's how this started. So Mr. Young never said he did not sign an agreement with Helios Global. In fact, I think in another place in his deposition, he says that he has a security clearance through them. For all I know, this document is what's necessary to maintain a security clearance, and Mr. Young's testimony will be that he did no work and was paid no work by Helium Global. I don't know, Judge, because I didn't have it, and Mr. Axelrod chose to try to use it by ambush instead of following the rules of discovery established to ensure due process. And what he's done is taken a document, he's hid it from me, he's created an entire cross-examination, he's got a folder ready to go on how to try to blow up Mr. Young on the stand by ambush, which is completely contrary to due process. Mr. Young has a right to counsel. He has a right to confer with his counsel about documents that are produced in the case, and allowing CNN to use this document now that they chose to hide from us after they got it yesterday. They could have produced it to us and filed this motion for fraud on the court, which I don't even understand how it's fraud on the court, Judge, because I don't know what the rest of Mr. Young's testimony is going to be. But, they could have filed that motion. They could have produced this document and filed that motion. They chose not to do that. It's obvious, in order to try to create a trial by ambush. And it violates Mr. Young's due process rights to be put on the stand and be questioned about a document that was never turned over to his lawyers. That's my argument, Judge. CNN should not be permitted to use it.
May I ask one other question, Mr. Axelrod?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously, decisions to do discovery, not to do discovery, how you do discovery, I mean, those are obviously within the ambit of an attorney's mental impressions, work product, decision-making, or what have you. Without getting into the context of that, and I'm certainly not asking you or on behalf of your team to disclose any of those mental impressions, why wasn't this document or obtaining things from Helios, because it did come up during the course of his October 2023 deposition, so I mean, a year and 3 months ago. Why was this, would you say last night?
About 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon. Why didn't this get obtained until 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon on the third day of trial?
Well, I'll give you 2 reasons. The first is,
and I know you're going to say because they didn't produce it.
that's the first one.
Separate apart from that, I mean, because the thing is, I mean, if something comes up in a deposition, obviously you have the right to test those things. We can do various and sundry investigative means to do it, but we had disclosure requirements. A deposition's October of 2023. This case wasn't set for trial until several months later, where we knew trial was this day, discovery cutoff was this day, our exhibit list disclosure was this day. Why wasn't this obtained until 2 o'clock on the third day of trial?
Because Mr. Young lied in his deposition, and I'll show you exactly where. I'm on page 495, and counsel asked, I'm still struggling to understand. Maybe it's just because I'm a layperson. Why, if you want to know the current status of your security clearance, would you reach out to these people rather than the Department of Defense? Mr. Young says, this is just industry norm. By this point, Your Honor, Mr. Young had renewed his security clearance with Helios both in November of 2021 and October of 2022. I also have those security clearances now, the process that Mr. Young went through, that were also not produced in this case. So he lied there, and he said, and then he says a number to call. You had pre-existing knowledge that if you wanted to know your security clearance, you should reach out to Helios Global, and he says, common knowledge. It was a flat-out lie. The reason why Mr. Young, shaking his head here after he's lied to this jury for the last 4 hours, is saying this, is because he had a consulting agreement with Helios Global, and he'd gone through the security process, clearance process twice with them already. If he had given a truthful answer to that, you better dang believe that CNN would have subpoenaed Helios Global. Common knowledge. A random company had his security clearance? Give me a break.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
Not at this point, Your Honor, but there will be more.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Freeman?
Your Honor, just I haven't had a chance to look at the deposition. I don't see the lies that Mr. Axelrod's talking about, but I guess part of his argument just reinforces the point the court made earlier. If the answer was so absurd that it made no sense whatsoever, why didn't they pursue it then? It wasn't absurd then. It may not be absurd now. I don't know, Judge, because I've been instructed not to talk to him about it. But they clearly were on notice that Helios Global existed. They clearly are on notice, according to Mr. Axelrod, that this made no sense. He chose not to pursue it. Your Honor, many times in this litigation, I've been held to my strategic choices, despite the fact that, for example, I didn't know certain teaser videos existed with Jay Kaplan. Had I known those teaser exist, I may have made different discovery decisions. This is the classic goose gander argument, Your Honor, but I'll stop.
The false equivalency between a teaser and this document.
We're not going to throw mud back and forth again and again and again over the same stuff that's been going on. Y'all both are guilty of it. I'm not going to rule one way or the other just based on who can make each other out to be the worst person in this case. I mean, we got teasers that are showing up last week. We got taking pictures of dictionaries and trying to claw back exhibits you put into evidence. after you don't like something else because you didn't look at the rest of it, because you didn't give it to each other 45 days ago. We got lots of problems going on here. We're going to take a break. I'll be back with you. And yeah, just for the record, do not talk to Mr. Young about Helios, about this document, about anything to do with this whatsoever. And again, I think the document was sitting in front of Mr. Young, but you're not to have any communications about that until I get back. All right?
Thank you.
Wow, oh my days, that got so spicy. It's, oh my days, I can't believe. So they found a document, right? The whole spiciness thing is they found a document yesterday afternoon about this company that apparently offered work to Zach, and now he tried to hide it. Now CNN wants that in. Obviously, plaintiff doesn't want that in because he makes him look very, very, very bad. And it's just, oh wow, oh my days, like this trial has become one of the best things I've done, because it is good. It has spiciness, it has story, it has all the good things that you need to be for a good trial. And just what I've been saying, it's not a lot of people are covering actually this trial. Not really of like the big channels are covering. So I am very glad that we did jump on and we are covering this trial. And my even my now assumption is of covering this from gavel to gavel is definitely going to carry on. I am not going to break this to cover another trial and then come back to this one like we had planned, but no, we're going to be covering this from gavel to gavel. Make sure that you subscribe, you like the stream, share it to come back tomorrow. Probably we're going to start exactly at the same time at 9:30 EST, 8:30 CST, because they are at CST time. And if you are in UK, at 2:30 p.m. To day 4. The link for the new stream will be up later. I'll do when court starts back up again. I'll do the new stream so you guys can save your place, hold place for it, and yeah. So make sure that you do all the YouTube things, and we only really have what, about an hour and 45 minutes of trial, because again, I know I keep saying this the whole day today, but they are finishing trial earlier today. They are finishing at 3:45 CST, which is hang on, math, 4:45 EST, and then 9:45 p.m. in UK. I'm saying UK time because I'm in UK, for those that doesn't know. But yeah, so what is your guys' thoughts about this case? I mean, I thought it was gonna be like a nothing, very boring defamation trial between a big massive corporation and the little guy, but it's becoming, oh, that's good. Awesome. So yeah, so it's becoming, I thought it was gonna be like a David and Goliath type of trial. Like where the Goliath was CNN, the big guy, like, we have money, powerful, we like, and then against David, the little guy, Zach. But it's not really that apparent. Um, I mean, Zach had, well, and I'm doing air quotes. I know you can't see, but I am doing air quotes. In the fact that he had means and ways, and it was not like we found out, obviously we'll hope that the jury will be able to listen to this and listen to this fact, about that he did had job offers, he did had other means, but yeah, it was just interesting. Oh, it's all right. No worries, Lewis. It's absolutely fine. I mean, any observations are welcome, even if you haven't heard much about the trial or not. Is anything is always welcome. We like to listen everyone's opinions, and we value everyone's opinions. So, so 1 second. Now. Okay, can test 1 2 3. Can you guys hear me? Sorry. Can you guys hear me? Hello. Okay, yeah, you guys can. Sorry, my apologies for that. Nightbot decided to connect his headphones, his AirPods, which are my AirPods, to his phone, and it connected to my laptop, and stopped the stream, changed the mic settings. I'm like, ah. I will not unalive him. Don't worry, you won't see my trial just yet. He's still gonna. He has another another one to excuse to get by, but you will be fine. You'll survive. Don't worry. So 1 second, I desperately need to cough. Telling you, this cough is I know, bad night bot. Definitely bad night bot, Lewis. This cough from this COVID thing is the most annoying thing ever. It lingers. It hurts your chest when you cough. It just hurts every single bone in you when you are when you cough. It's just, oh, I had COVID once back in 2021, in the end of 21, and it was not a good experience. And I said, I hope I never have to go through that again. And we just had to go through that again together, me and I bought. And oh my days, it was horrible, horrible. Don't wish that on anyone. Um, I thought, who catches COVID in 2025? Apparently, we do. Um, that's who catches COVID. But we are on a mend anyway. We are getting better every day. We at least ate something today, and we did not, and it stayed. It did not go anywhere. So that's a pleasant thing. That's an upside thing. Um, what else has happened? Nothing much. Oh, it definitely. It wipes you out so much. Um, we literally on Monday, I was sleeping the whole day. I was in and out of consciousness. I was not in this world. I was definitely not in this world because I was in another never world, that I was slipping in and out of consciousness. And then I still kind of slept throughout the night, which was the amazing, because normally if I sleep too much throughout the day, like when I have too much of a long nap or something, I don't sleep well at night. But no, and another thing that has been fantastic is I've been sleeping in, and I am not a person to sleep in. You can ask Nightbot, you can ask anyone that actually knows me. When I'm off from work, I have to get up at 4 o'clock my time to go to work for 5 a.m. So normally when I'm off for my days off and on holidays or vacations or whatever, I always wake up about exactly that same time because I'm so used to. But nah, oh no, this week I've been waking up. We literally got up from bed. This was this morning or yesterday or something. When we started feeling gay, we started getting up at 10 o'clock in the morning, which for me, 10 o'clock in the morning is like half of the day done. It's just so super late, and that it's not acceptable. So I've already told Nightbot that tomorrow we're gonna wake up early and we're gonna start doing things around the house now that we are feeling better, and we cannot neglect the house anymore because, well, to be fair, we've been so sick that we've been just in bed that we have not done much mess around the house. But there's always still something to tidy, there's always clothes to wash, and we want to, now that we are feeling better, we're gonna want to clean this house upside down, top to bottom, left to right, wash every single thing that there is to wash, just to try to get rid of any bug or any germs or anything. Wipe every surface, wipe literally everything, because yeah, we don't want to catch that thing again for sure. But I did hear that once you have COVID, you kind of build a not humanity immunity to it for a while, which I hope it is true, because I don't want to have this again, because it's, yeah, do not recommend. Definitely was not on my 2025 list of things to do, was not to catch COVID, but I failed. We failed on that one. We did did catch it, but 1 second again. I needed a bit of water. So like I was saying, we catched it. We are okay. We survived. We are very blessed about it. Sadly, we all know that sadly there's people that don't. Um, you have, you know what, Lewis? My Nightbot could have said that until now. 5 years or 4 years, COVID has been around, right? The original COVID, not the strands or the several types of COVID that there was. Anyway, he has never had it until now, and they all probably only had it because of me, because husband and wife, when one gets sick, it's very hard for the other one not to get sick. So I got sick, I got it. I was the one that went down with it first, because I got sick on Saturday night. Sunday morning, I started to get ill, and then he went down Monday. So he still fought for a day, and he was still clear. But then went down like, sorry to say, Nightbot, like a sack of potatoes. But he had it for the first time as well. And I don't think he would like to share the experience with anyone, because I don't think he liked that very much. I mean, I don't think no one likes to be sick, or like to be sick. Um, so yeah, so that's been our experience with this week with COVID. I mean, we kind of wanted to start this trial live from the first day, from the get go, but because of the sickness, we we did Daryl Brooks, um, which will eventually go back to whenever we need like a filler or something not much going on, because we are so close of finishing Daryl Brooks that might as well finish, but not now. Not now. Now we have normal trials, up to date trials that we want to follow. When there's a downtime, we'll do it, or over the weekends. Our weekend streams that will be talking about weekend streams. The trials coverage that we've been doing, the case overviews, that there's cases that Court TV, they say they live stream, but they don't live stream. So they started doing another one. There's another one. There's a trial going on. Jealous X trial again. Another one. Something like that. It's been ongoing, but again, they only have like opening snippets here and there. So we're gonna probably be having another case to do a case review again in one of our Saturday's live streams. Probably not this one. We'll see one, because obviously that case needs to be finished first before we can talk about it. Yeah, Daryl was a good experience, and it's gonna be a good experience, but it's just gonna, you need a lot of patience for Daryl Brooks, which, yeah, no. And I think Court is coming back, so I will be quiet. Enjoy.
All right. You ready? All right, we'll go back on the record. I guess the first good announcement is we only have about another week and a day to do discovery in this case. So after, I guess, 8 days from now, nobody else will be springing up new documents for purposes of trial. We talked about this the other day in the context of late disclosed exhibits. And I pointed to the case, the Supreme Court case of Binger versus King Pest Control at 401 Southern 2nd, 1310, which dealt with late disclosed witnesses being added. And I guess the initial argument being made by CNN in this case as to defendant's exhibit 589 had to do with it being an impeachment document, but obviously it's not just for impeachment purposes. But the issue in Binger had to do with some generic labeling of impeachment witnesses. And it dealt with the exclusion of a late disclosed or non-specifically disclosed witness in that case. And as I read the other day, the court said that as it related to a witness, but I'm treating it the same for purposes of a non-disclosed or a late impeachment / substantive exhibit in this case. But the court said in Binger, the discretion to either exclude or not exclude must not be exercised blindly, however, and should be guided largely by determination as to whether use of the undisclosed, in that case witness, will prejudice the objecting party, which in this case is the plaintiff. Prejudice in this sense refers to the surprise in fact of the objecting party and is not dependent on the adverse nature of the testimony. And it talks about other factors that can enter into the court's exercise of discretion, include the objecting party's ability to cure the prejudice, or similarly, his independent knowledge of the existence of the witness in that case, the calling party's possible intentional or bad faith noncompliance with the pretrial order, and the possible disruption of the orderly and efficient trial of the case. If after considering these factors and any others that are relevant, the trial court concludes that use of the undisclosed witness will not substantially endanger the fairness of the proceedings, the pretrial order mandating disclosure should be modified and the witness should be allowed to testify. All right. I think before we took that break, I had raised some issues as to, why during the course of discovery, Helios had come up and why this wasn't obtained prior to 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the third day of trial. That's, I guess, to some extent, a tactical decision or what have you that was made, which obviously the tactical decision to wait and not send out a subpoena to Helios could backfire and blow up in the defendant's face by me saying you can't use this exhibit because you didn't find it in a timely manner during the timely part of discovery in this case. The other aspect of it is there were some questions that came up in the deposition, and I don't know, looking through, and I looked before and after the pages that we all talked about at sidebar and that you pointed out, Mr. Axelrod. I don't know that there were specific questions that necessarily pointed to something in terms of Mr. Young's discussion of Helios or the questions that were posed to him. The biggest aspect of this, though, and you make aspersions that Mr. Young didn't produce this during the course of discovery, despite you making pointed discovery requests. And obviously, he needs to produce what's ever in his possession, custody, or control. I don't know how many times I said that during the course of this case on all the discovery motions that we had in this case. And he may or may not have had access to it. Obviously we dealt with a bunch of other issues that he didn't have access to. It looks like here his signature is on here, December 8th, 2021. If we got into the questioning, we may find out it's just something he went on and DocuSigned online or what have you. But anyway, I'm not here at this point in time in a position to make a call as to whether I believe sanctions are warranted or whether Mr. Young had this within his possession, custody, or control at the time of the discovery requests that were pertinent and made in this case that would have covered this. But the biggest aspect of this, in my opinion, in looking at it is whether the document was within Mr. Young's possession, custody, or control at the time of a discovery request that was served upon him in this case. The fact that he sat there on December 8th, 2021 and signed the document, the knowledge of that clearly was within the possession, custody, or control of his brain. So the fact that he may have signed something with Helios Global on December 8th, 2021, he knew about it. It's not a surprise to him that the document that whether he signed it in person, whether he signed it electronically or otherwise, whether he kept a copy of it or not, is kind of irrelevant. So the document and the knowledge of the document, the fact that he signed it, he would have known about 3+ years ago at this point in time. So other than the fact that the document wasn't timely disclosed and defense or plaintiff's counsel may not have been aware of the document or seen the document before today, it's not necessarily the prejudice to counsel. It's a prejudice to the party. And the fact that he signed it and would know that he signed this thing 3+ years ago, there's no prejudice to sticking it in front of him for purposes of this trial. So I'll allow the use of the document. Again, you only have 8 more days, guys, to do discovery so that we have a whole bunch of other documents show up. I mean, we're on defense 589. I don't know what the highest number of the plaintiffs are, but why not get a few more? See what else y'all can uncover and find out about the next week, and we can keep having this argument. I say that sarcastically, and I know the record in this case doesn't show my sarcasm. But I'm going to be pissed off if we continue to do this on a daily basis, because it seems like in 4 days of trial, maybe it didn't happen during jury selection, but otherwise, we already got through one witness and cross-examination of that witness, and I don't know how many documents here y'all haven't come up with and produced and exchanged with each other at this point in time. I don't expect this to happen again. I think I said that the last time. If there's other things that y'all have that you haven't put on an exhibit list, I don't want to see this showing up in the first time in my courtroom. Y'all need to resolve that issue. Otherwise, we're going to have some problems. All right?
Yes, I have one follow-up question, not an argument, question.
I'll judge whether it's an argument or a question.
My question is, had it been produced, we would have had an opportunity to confer with our client. As I said before, I think he may not be prejudicial to him of its existence, but his inability to be able to confer with his lawyers is prejudicial. He has a right to do that. So my question is, may we take 5 minutes to speak with our client about this surprise document? I will represent you, Judge, as an officer of the court. I have never seen this document before.
Mr. Oxrod, you stood like you wanted to say something.
I'm an easy tell. I think it's inappropriate. There's questions pending. Your Honor has now gone through the analysis and has decided that we can question him about the document. Mr. Young should not benefit from the opportunity to come up with a story now to justify why. Okay. Okay.
Whoever makes a personal insult to the other side is going to start paying a $100 fine each time it happens. That's going to go to legal services here. You can make an argument without casting aspersions on the other side. All right, I'm making that rule now. If I find a personal insult to the other side, it's $100 that's going to North Florida Legal Services. All right. Can I make the rest of your comment without insulting or trying to insult opposing counsel?
I will make a voluntary donation after this.
I'm not ordering you to do it this time. I'm saying on a go-forward basis.
I'm going to make a good faith voluntary donation. And I'll just say, I think there's a question pending. I would like to just move forward with my question.
Mr. Friedman, but prior to redirect, I will allow you to talk to your client. In terms of now, we're not going to take a break and have a consultation regarding this document. All right. We wouldn't normally take a break during cross-examination, so I'm not doing it. All right.
I understand your ruling, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else? If you're filing any other motions, raise the number of other issues you want to raise, file a motion, or deal with it later on.
We will.
But in terms, the only thing I need to deal with right now is this document. That's what I'm doing.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Young, come back up to the witness stand. Anything else before we get the jurors in?
Not for plaintiff, Your Honor.
No, you're right.
I need to get a cash register sound machine up here. If I think you do something, you're just going to hear it ching.
What you actually need is a Venmo, given that nobody carries cash anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to search for an app while I'm sitting up here with a noise thing where I can just hit the button. I don't know, remember that Bazoola thing from the World Cup years ago? And everybody had that where you could shake your phone? Yeah. God, that's an annoying sound. Was it called Bazoola? Something like that.
Boo was able.
Yeah. See, I've tried to block it out. All right, y'all stand. All right, yeah, y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs. I apologize. I definitely underestimated when I said 20 minutes. I'll let you get settled in and get your notepads back out. No, y'all ready? Okay. All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Young, I think the last question I asked you was, sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? Your answer was yes, correct?
Yes,
Do you have Defense Exhibit 589 in front of you?
I do.
And that is your signed consulting agreement with Helios Global, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of DX 589.
Your Honor, based on our discussions earlier, you know my position on this. We object, but
All right.
I understand the court's order.
Over your objection, I'll admit Defense 589.
Okay, Mr. Nevez, can you publish? So, first of all, let's go down to the keyhole at the bottom. So, Mr. Young, on the right, that's Helios Global, Ian Conway, correct?
Correct.
And Helios Global is a government contractor?
They are.
On the right, on the left, consultant signature, that's your signature, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's the address, Nemex's address. I think that was your mother's,
My mom's home address.
your mother's home address. And you signed this electronically on 8th of December, 2021, correct?
No, I think this was printed and signed. I mean, it's my wet signature.
Okay. The date of this contract is December 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. you would agree that December 8th of 2021 is about a month after the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
So if you look at the top, if we can go back to the top, this says consultant security agreement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In accordance with paragraph 2-212 of the National Industrial Security Program Operating Manual, DOD 5220.2-M, we certify that Helios Global Inc. has entered into an agreement whereby Zachary Young will provide security services requiring access to information classified up to the top secret level. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the following guidelines apply, and it lists those guidelines, correct?
Yes.
So just to go back to my first question, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with this government contractor, Helios Global?
Yes.
And this was 1 month after the CNN publications?
Yes.
And after this, so this was, isn't it true, Mr. Young, that on November 13th of 2021, you renewed your security clearance through Helios Global?
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
It's not how it works.
Okay. It's not true that Helios Global had you sign or had you go through a company security briefing and then you executed an agreement. I, Zachary Young, have read the PowerPoint presentation furnished to me by the FSO. I understand my responsibilities in safeguarding, destroying, and transmitting national security information. And you signed that on 13th of November, 2021. That's not true?
I signed that, but that's not renewing your clearance.
May we approach for 1 minute? We don't have copies of everything that we've discussed. We only have a single page.
Young, yeah, so in November, on November 13th of 2021, which would be right after the CNN publication, you went through this, you went through a Helios security briefing and executed that agreement, correct?
That's correct.
And then a year later, in 2022, you went through another Helios security briefing and executed that agreement, correct?
I think so. I don't remember. They should do it every year.
You should do it every year. And you did it with Helios in 21 and 22, correct?
I don't recall 2022, but I see what you have for 2021 there.
Okay. You would agree that this all happened after the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
All right, we can take that down. Mr. Nez, if you could put up DX92 just for Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 92. Do you recognize it as another one of your LinkedIn posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit DX92.
Any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just trying to look. Is this the only page?
How many pages is this? One page.
I think this is our, but no objection.
All right, defense number 92 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
And if you could blow up that post for Mr. Young. And here in this post, you say still conducting emergency evac flights from Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you had never conducted any emergency evac flights from Afghanistan, correct?
Correct.
As you can take that down. As you were watching the situation unfold in Afghanistan in August of 2021, you knew it was a pretty horrible situation for the people who lived there, correct?
Yes.
People were desperate to get out, correct?
Definitely.
Fair to say that in August, September, and then the very beginning of October, you made about $300,000 doing evacuations, correct?
Yes.
And you made that money evacuating people from that desperate situation, correct?
I made that money evacuating people for corporations, yes.
Right. You made that money from corporations evacuating people from that desperate situation, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, he answered, but I was just asking to answer it up. It's just, how many times the same question?
If it's asked and answered, I'll sustain it.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, we've seen a good number of posts on LinkedIn from you advertising your services, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where you talked about your proficiency of evacuating people, correct?
Correct.
And some of those posts mentioned sponsors, correct?
Yes.
Some of those posts didn't mention sponsors, did they?
No, they didn't.
And two U.S. corporations reached out to you, correct?
Say again, sorry.
Two U.S. corporations reached out and hired you, correct?
Correct.
One U.S. nonprofit reached out to you, correct?
Correct.
And then the German company Civil Fleet, the German Civil, I guess NGO Civil Fleet, correct?
Correct.
And then a lot of Afghans reached out to you, correct?
Yes, Afghans reached out as well.
And you advertised to those Afghans, didn't you?
I did, in the sense that my advertisements reached Afghans.
And you never helped any of those Afghans who reached out to you evacuate from Afghanistan, did you?
I never conducted any evacuations for them, but I helped.
My question is, you never helped evacuate any of those Afghans who reached out to you on LinkedIn, did you?
Correct.
1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm done with this one. Pretender the witness.
All right, take 5.
I think that would make sense, Your Honor. I can get questions in order and try to use our time more efficiently.
Yeah, I'll do this. what we're going to do, we just had taken a longer break, and obviously I don't want to take another break. So I'll have you go back to the jury deliberation room and just hang out there. We'll take 5 minutes real quick before we flip back to Mr. Friedman doing redirect questioning of his client. All right, before we take this recess, just remember all the rules I've given you apply even outside the courtroom. Remember the basic rule, don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with the trial except speak to court staff. No emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. Do not do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. And remember all the other rules I've given you apply. If you become aware of any violation of those rules, let court personnel know. And if you do turn on your phone, when you're back there in the deliberation room, just make sure you're turned off before we come back in. But we'll have a quick 5-minute break, okay? All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. All right. You can step down and go talk to Mr. Friedman. But everybody else, if you need to go run and use the restroom or whatever, which maybe you did before, you want to do it again, feel free, but don't wander off too far. This will be short. just remember, we got to knock off at 3:45.
I got it. I think we'll be done. I hope so.
Yeah, I don't know if it was less that you were planning. Everybody said, but yeah, I mean, if we get done with Mr. Young by 3:45. Yeah, I mean, if you can't, obviously we can put it back up in the morning. But all right, on the record, anything we need to do before we bring it back?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Juror Henry?
Y'all have a seat. All right, y'all ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Freeman.
Good afternoon, Zach.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall yesterday Mr. Axelrod asked you a bunch of questions about your tax returns?
Yes.
Do you prepare your own tax returns?
No,
You have a professional help you with them?
I do. I have a CPA.
Okay, I want to take a quick look at what Mr. Axelrod showed you. Corey, can we put up PX 21? And it's in evidence, so can we, there we go, okay. This is one of your tax returns, right, Zach?
It is.
When Mr. Axelrod put this up, did he show the front page?
No, he didn't.
Okay, what is that front page? Corey, can you bring it up for us? Who is this David Rubel?
He's a CPA in Miami, Florida, who I've been with for many years.
Okay, and he says, "Dear Zach, we have prepared your 2017 federal tax returns."
That's right.
You know, I don't want to go through all of them, but Corey, can we put that one down? Let's just bring up two others, PX 27 and PX 52. Let's put them side by side. Did Mr. Axelrod show the jury that your CPA prepared your tax returns when he showed them to him?
No, he didn't.
And do all of your tax returns have this CPA letter attaching to it?
They do.
And do you sit down with your CPA to review your returns before they are filed?
Yes, I review them.
And does your accountant actually file your returns for you?
Yes, he does. Can
you bring us to PX 52, page 4, please, Corey? And can you bring up the signature line over there? See where it says preparer's name, David Rubel, CPA, preparer's signature, David Rubel, CPA?
I see that.
Has Mr. Rubel ever hesitated signing one of your tax returns?
No, he hasn't.
Is he still a licensed CPA?
Yes.
Has you ever been audited by the IRS?
No.
Zach, your tax
foundation.
Let me, I think I just, my question.
Ask the question to his knowledge.
To your knowledge, have you ever been audited by the IRS?
No, not to my knowledge.
And Zach, your tax returns have now been aired very publicly in this very public lawsuit.
They've been live streamed all over or whoever's watching.
Objection.
What's
It relevance prejudice? You're out catching a sidebar?
All right. I'm sustaining the objection to the last question. The jury's to disregard the last question. I mean, obviously, it's not a question's not evidence in the case or testimony in the case, so there's nothing to consider. But the fact the question was asked, you're asked to disregard. All right, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Young, do you understand that as part of this lawsuit, your tax returns will be publicly filed?
Yes, of course.
And does that cause you any concern?
Not at all. They're completely normal.
Do you remember when Mr. Axelrod took a long time yesterday going through a bunch of Nemex returns that showed various amounts of income?
Yes, I do.
Who owns Nemex?
I do.
Anyone else?
No.
To whom does all of Nemex's income flow?
Me.
Did you produce your personal tax returns in this case?
I think I did.
So
7 years back.
So at the end of the day, did we really need to look at Nemex's tax returns to understand your income over the past several years?
Objection.
Nemex. What's the objection in a couple words?
Nemex was a party to this case, sir.
Your Honor.
I asked for the basis of the objection.
I'm sorry, I thought you said in a couple words.
Yeah, I said the basis in a couple words. That'd be foundation, hearsay, speculation, whatever. I don't think there was, I'll overrule the objection as to the question as asked and as phrased.
Okay, thank you. Can you repeat it for me?
Yeah, the question was, at the end of the day, did we need to look at Nemex's tax returns to understand your income over the past several years?
No.
And now that Mr. Axelrod has raised it, a while ago, your company Nemex was a party to this case, right?
Correct.
And so do you understand why Mr. Axelrod has Nemex's tax returns, right?
Because Nemex was a party to the case.
But is it a party today?
No, it's not.
So did we need to go through those returns?
No.
Okay. And we talked about an operating loss carryover. Do you remember that?
We did.
And can we, do you remember when Mr. Axelrod showed you your tax returns from 2018?
I do.
And do you recall testifying at deposition that you couldn't be sure when the loss came from, but at trial you testified that it was a classified business activity?
That's right.
And how long ago was your deposition?
A year? A while.
Represent to us 15 months.
I'll accept your representation.
Is there a reason why your testimony, you became sure between your deposition 15 months ago and today in trial?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. You know, I wanted to go and make sure, so I had reviewed since the deposition.
And you did what? Did you review it?
I did.
And is that why you were sure?
Yes.
Zach, do you recall that we talked about your losses that we were carrying forward for many years?
Yes.
And when did you incur that loss?
Many years ago, many years ago. And I think, I'm not an accountant, I'm not a CPA, that's why I have one do my taxes, but I think it's, 20 years to carry your losses forward.
So when your tax return shows a zero income from a tax perspective, to you, does that mean that you didn't make any money that year?
No, it doesn't mean that.
So when Mr. Axelrod asked you about these losses, you told him it was classified. Do you remember that?
That's right.
And was the source of your income classified or the source of the operating loss classified?
The source of the income was classified and the details of the operating loss, but the operating loss itself was not classified, which is why you see it on my unclassified tax returns.
And is it true you told CNN's lawyers in deposition that the loss is related to income from a class?
Objection, improper. Just hearsay.
Okay. The loss is related to income from a classified project?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
How's that?
Overrule that.
And has you told anyone that before?
I think I brought it up.
Sustain the objection to that.
Thank you.
All right. Were you deposed in this case?
Yes.
And were you asked questions about this classified loss?
Yes, it was.
Did you answer those questions honestly and truthfully?
I did.
And completely?
I did.
Was CNN the people that deposed you in that case?
They were.
That classified project, how many years ago? Can you give us a ballpark?
More than 10.
So I think you've testified that you stopped working for the government. Like, when was it?
I didn't say.
Okay, so, but by 2014, you're out of the government, right?
Correct.
So 20 years, can you do the math for me? I became a lawyer because I don't do math.
I'm not tracking.
How long would you have, if 20 years from about 2014, how long would you have to take that operating loss into the IRS guidelines?
Like in the 90s, late 90s.
Okay. Do you recall on cross-examination that you were asked about deleting your call logs?
I do.
And Mr. Axelrod asked, well, you know what? Let me back up a second. Do you recall today Mr. Axelrod made a big deal out of the time you go to bed?
Yes.
And you know, cross-examinations are tough, right?
They are.
And you actually agreed with him about the time that it was 7:42 instead of 8:42. Do you remember that?
Yep.
But you were actually right originally, right?
I was right the first time, yeah.
And, so I want to make sure you didn't make any other mistakes, okay? Because Mr. Axelrod in cross, he asked you a bit of a compound question. He said, isn't it true that you deleted these signal messages so that this jury cannot determine if you made those calls? Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
I want to make sure the record is clear down, so I'm going to break that question down, okay? Did you delete signal records?
Yes.
And is it true that the jury can therefore no longer review those records to determine if you made those calls?
Yes.
But so there's no ambiguity. Why did you delete the call logs?
That happens automatically if I delete a contact on Signal, the history with that contact, it's the calls, the call logs, messages.
And did you delete those messages for the purpose of depriving it from the jury's review?
Of course not.
Okay. Corey, can you put up DX8 for me? Yes, Your Honor. It was been admitted to evidence. Okay. Do you recall looking at this document yesterday?
Yes.
And would you consider this document your resume?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because people like me can't put accurate details about their background on a resume.
So why does this document exist?
I made this for the purpose of the Saudi program because I still had to go through their onboarding process with an HR department. And like everyone else on the team, had to have something to give them to check the box that there was a resume. They reviewed it. I met all the qualifications, but that was it. It wasn't a real resume.
Did you sit for a deposition 15 months ago?
Yes.
Were you asked questions about this resume?
I was.
Did you answer them truthfully?
I did.
Consistently with today?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Axelrod asked you questions about a statement that you made to Amentum folks about, you know what, actually this might be easier. Can we just pull up PX55? And can we scroll down a little bit? A little bit more. Okay. And then here, you've got, I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time, right here.
Yes.
And he also asked you about a statement you made about work drying up. Do you remember?
I do.
And then you offered to explain.
I did.
Did Mr. Axelrod let you explain?
He didn't.
Okay. Why did you say I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time?
It was a negotiating tactic, and it worked. Actually, I was trying to send the message, hey, I'm going to go away. I can go somewhere else. Let's get this moving forward.
Thank you, Corey. You can take it down. Do you remember a line of questioning from Mr. Axelrod about whether your contacts, Matt Gunning and others, are still at Amentum?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And he asked you, could you get hired by Amentum now that your colleagues are no longer there?
No, I couldn't.
And where are many of those people today?
They started a company called Five Eyes.
Are you working for Five Eyes?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Objection.
What's the basis of the objection?
Foundation. Thank you, ladies.
I'll overrule it to the extent if he's got knowledge, but he can't comment on what other people's impressions are. So
Let me ask.
if he can answer it. Sorry.
I'll ask it a slightly.
All right, rephrase it.
Let me rephrase that. So, do you recall Mr. Axelrod a few months ago was asking you questions about had you spoke to Matt Gunning before your deposition 15 months ago?
Yes, I do.
He was very careful to limit it to the deposition.
He was.
Have you spoken to Matt Gunning since?
I have.
And don't tell me what Matt Gunning said, but did you leave that with an impression?
Yes, I did.
And what was your impression?
My impression was my assumptions about why I'd been exiled were absolutely correct. And my impression was that what I had built, my material, my program, moved on without me through Five Eyes and is being used without me. That's my impression.
Corey, can we put up DX 86, last page only?
The last page is in.
Yeah, sorry.
The last page in.
I believe, let's
Where is
just
that?
make a limited production so that I think you, yeah. Yeah, so last page only. You don't have that one? You only have it as one page? Is it a page that says we've been moving people over land to safety? No? We'll come back to it.
Would you like us to do it?
Yeah, do you have it? That'd be awesome.
Appreciate that.
See, we can get along, Judge.
Yeah.
It's only the last message I think, isn't it? Right? Yeah. Let's just focus on that last Mr. I apologize. Mr. Demeza. Thank you. Thank you so much. Didn't know you'd be working for me today, huh? Thank you. All right, can we publish that, please? Can we publish the jury? All right. Do you recall being shown this message by Mr. Axelrod yesterday?
Yes.
And I think he asked you a question about the limitation of language. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he said, it doesn't say in here anything about Afghans being limited to corporations, right?
It doesn't.
Who are you connected with on LinkedIn primarily?
Primarily corporate connections, chief security officers, chief executive officers, chief operating officers, mostly, almost the vast majority corporate, and the vast majority of those security oriented.
Who did you understand LinkedIn would push this to when you published it?
Objection. Your order, Your Honor.
In terms of the question, I'll overrule the objection on the question. I mean, I think the hey, come up here real quick.
Okay.
All right. Hang on.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Ready? All right. So just for the record, I was overruling the objection as to the last question. Do you want to read back the last question? Y'all have it.
Who did you understand LinkedIn would push this to when you published it?
My network.
Did you view it as necessary to always write that a sponsor was required?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Because it was, my target audience was corporate, and specifically corporate security. That was what I was targeting.
Objection, Your Honor. For the standards we just talked about.
Yeah, I'll overrule it.
I was targeting mine. I just described it. I don't know how many times I can say it differently.
Corey, can you put up 298, please? And you testified on direct that these posts caused you mental distress. Do you remember that?
Yes.
On cross-examination, Mr. Asrod asked you about whether this post was made before or after the CNN post was aired, right?
Correct.
Now, he didn't ask you when you saw the post, right?
He didn't.
When did you see the post?
After the broadcast was aired.
And did it cause you mental distress?
Severe.
You take that down, please. On cross-examination, Mr. Axelrod pointed to a period about a year and a half between 2017 and 2018 where you didn't make any money. Do you recall that?
I do.
Was there a reason you didn't make any money during that time period?
Yeah, there's a good reason.
What's that?
That's when I was building the Saudi program. It doesn't happen in a couple weeks or a couple months. You have to invest your time. I think I went over that process. Making sure the client understands what they want, what's realistic, we walked through the statement of work, or part of it at least. That all had to be built. So there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of client engagement. It took 2 years, but it was 2 years that was a good investment for me. This was the point where I think just geopolitically, the world was at a place where this was becoming privatized. And I was at the very front of that process. So I was willing to invest 2 years of my life working to develop this concept and build this plan that was successful. It did reach the contract stage. It was funded. We did actually execute and go into Saudi Arabia. And my plan was, this is the end. This is the end game. The Saudi project was supposed to be 10 years at least. And this is something that would have been implemented and is being implemented in other places now. And that was supposed to be the end for me. So I invested 2 years with the expected return at a later period, continuing through the end of my career. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
You were asked a lot of questions about deleting documents. Do you recall those?
I do.
And you were asked a lot of questions about deleting documents at the same time you were meeting with lawyers to talk about filing a lawsuit against CNN. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And Mr. Axelrod seemed to leave the impression that you were doing so at the instructions of counsel, right?
That's ridiculous.
Objection. It's prejudicial, irrelevant.
And the objection, rephrase the question.
Were you ever asked to delete documents?
No, I wasn't.
Was that part of your legal strategy?
No, of course not.
So the order of events is correct?
Which order of events?
That you met with a lawyer before you deleted some documents?
No, I don't remember. It was around the same general time period. And this was general outreach, general consultations with a couple lawyers to see if there was potential for us to move forward. Now, there was no deep discussion about documents or discovery didn't even happen until I signed on with your firm.
I just want you to be careful of privilege.
Okay.
Did you hire those lawyers you were meeting with in December?
No.
And Mr. Axelrod asked you about when you first talked to me. Do you recall that?
I do.
You said you didn't quite remember, but maybe in December?
I think it was December.
Can I refresh your recollection with something?
Sure.
And I'm handing you a privilege log that was created in this case. Do you know what a privilege log is, Mr. Young?
I do know.
And it lists the documents that we don't have to turn over to the other side because they're attorney-client privileged, right?
Correct.
And the second entry on that log, can you take a look at that?
I see it.
And that's your opening email to me, right?
That's the first time I emailed you.
And what's the date there?
It's February 11th, 2022.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
When's the first time you met me, Mr. Zach?
So that's February 11th of 2022.
Thank you. Corey, can we put a PX 313, please? And can we publish everywhere? It's in evidence. Do you got it? Do you remember Mr. Axelrod showing you this document?
I do.
And he asked you if you could explain why you started advertising. Well, let me take that back. He asked you questions about why you're offering air evacuations, right?
Correct.
Believe you offered to explain, but you weren't able to, right?
I was not.
Can you explain now?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I said we are now shifting focus to air evacuations from Afghanistan, from Kabul to safe countries. So this was as the options evolved, as the operating environment evolved and changed, air evacuations were becoming an option. My contacts were successful in conducting these types of air evacuations. I personally hadn't come forward with one and been involved in one, but they were doing it. That's why I say we and not I.
Thank you, Corey. Could you put up PX 309? It's also an evidence, Judge. During the back and forth, Mr. Axelrod, you brought up these direct messages. Do you recall that?
I do.
And can you scroll down a little bit where it's out right there? Can you highlight where it says can also provide, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. Scroll down a little more. Now, we have an agreement with the Albanian government to provide refugee status. Do you remember Mr. Axelrod showing you that in cross?
Yes,
And you offered to explain.
I did.
Did he let you explain?
No.
Can you explain now?
Yeah, Yuri had been moving.
Objection, you're saying.
All right, to the extent that you can answer the question without saying what some other third party said to you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll ask him. I'll rephrase it.
Right.
You put this online, right?
I did.
So you had an impression inside, right?
Yes, I did.
What was your impression?
I had total confidence that I would be able to do what's described here, air evacuations with an endpoint in Albania, because there was in fact an agreement with the Albanian government.
Objection, hearsay again. Strike.
All right, I'll sustain the last part of what he said. I think is premised on you saying what a third party said to you. So I'll sustain the objection and I shall disregard the last part of what Mr. Young said. His impression of what they had it's fine for y'all to consider.
Was it your impression that there was an agreement with the Albanian government?
Yes, it was my impression that there was an agreement with the Albanian government.
Thank you. Do you recall being shown your deposition transcript and we wanted to read more, but Mr. Axelrod wouldn't let us, right?
Yes.
And the court said,
I mean, I think anytime that there was an impeachment, using the depot that we used it all, but.
well, the court, I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, ask the question without the initial.
Do you recall being shown your deposition?
A few times, yeah.
And there was a point I asked to read more.
Yep.
And the court said, do that on direct, right?
Yes.
I want to do that now, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to your deposition, page 627, lines 19 through 25. Ooh. 627, 19 through 25. And so Mr. Axelrod had you read 19 through 21, right?
Yes.
Let's read that.
Okay. Question is, did you have any contacts on the ground in Afghanistan? Answer, no.
Now read the rest, please.
Question, so in order to perform evacuations in Afghanistan, you needed Yuri because you needed his contacts, correct? And I answered, that's right.
There were some questions about deleting documents, the operational documents while you were in Austria. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And you offered to explain.
I did.
Can you explain now, please?
Yes, so this is just basic operational security. The more people that know about it, I think I've discussed the need to know concept. This is just something that's completely standard and expected if you're a professional. So the more people that have access to any information that could get the operation compromised or put people in danger or just didn't need to be shared, that should be as limited to a small pool as possible. That's why not only me, but my sponsors, and it was just good operational security and totally routine to not keep compromising communications with sensitive sources on the ground in Afghanistan who are doing this type of work. I wasn't doing it specifically to keep it from Austrian police. I could probably talk all afternoon about the various ways of getting into phones and laptops and how organizations like NSA and the forward equivalents, especially in China and Russia, Iran, have similar capabilities. There's all sorts of ways to get information, and you don't always know about it when it happens. Typically, an adversary would just keep this new access, it's access is the term, they'd keep that secret, and they would continue monitoring and wait until the best time that they could do as much damage as possible. So that's the concept behind need to know in operational security.
Is it possible if you knew the names, you might just make a mistake and say them?
I don't understand.
So I'm saying, is another reason for the need to know protocol because people are fallible human beings?
Yeah, that happens. I mean, people make mistakes. In the intelligence community, it's the same concept. Documents get lost. Phones get left in taxi cabs. Information gets mishandled. We've seen lots of examples of that recently. Information gets leaked intentionally. It gets lost in accident. So that's another reason.
Remember Mr. Axelrod brought you through the math on your Bloomberg evacuation?
Yes.
And you evacuated for others besides Bloomberg, right?
I did.
What did you testify the average profit margin was?
I think it was about 65% across the board.
But do you recall which one of your evacuations had the highest profit margin?
That was Bloomberg.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod reading you some text messages or something that allegedly came from a Mr. Bryant or something like that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Do you know a Mr. Bryant?
No, I don't.
Have you ever communicated with a Mr. Bryant?
No, I haven't.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod putting on the screen some wire transfers to Ralph?
Yes.
Do you know if CNN deposed Ralph in this case?
They did.
And who is Mr. Ralph?
I don't know much about him other than he's working for a company that was doing evacuations in Afghanistan.
And do you know where he lives now?
I forget. Somewhere in the Midwest.
In the United States?
Yes, in the U.S.
Zach, does your former employer tolerate using ambiguous terms like agency CO?
Yes.
Speculation.
I can rephrase it, too. Is it your impression that your former employer tolerates using ambiguous terms like agency CO?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustain.
Have you had discussions with your former employer?
No.
Have you discussions with your colleagues?
When?
anytime while you were at that agency, since you've left that agency?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And during those discussions, have you discussed what is and is not permissible?
Of course.
And acceptable?
Of course.
And when you sent that message to Jel Kornetsky, were you under the impression that that's accepted by your employer?
Yes, I was under the impression that it's accepted and extremely common.
Ask you a question I asked you yesterday, which is during cross-examination and today, have you said anything that would jeopardize any ongoing operations?
No.
Have you said anything that would jeopardize anyone?
No, I've been very careful.
Do you recall the exchange between you and Katie Bolilis?
I do.
And at the end of it, you talked about libel. Do you recall that?
I do.
And Mr. Osterrod asked you a series of questions about why you care about the industry. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
If CNN put out a piece that libeled the corporate evacuation industry, would that hurt you too?
Of course.
Even though the story wouldn't be about you?
Of course.
Why?
Because people would be afraid of being involved in black market illegal activity. They would shy away from using people like me because of the story, the fiction that CNN created. They don't want the reputational damage.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod showing you, how long were you deposed for, Zach?
3 days, 3 full days.
How many hours each day?
I don't remember. It was a blur. 8 hours, and 7, approximately. They were long days.
And do you recall Mr. Axelrod showing you a question? Have you tried to make calls to and you said no there?
I did.
Have you ever provided other information about who you called?
No, it was just the people that that they asked me about.
I want to refresh your recollection. Can you take your binder, please? Go to 9714 of your deposition.
Okay.
97.
I'm there.
Okay, you got there faster than me. Okay. This is your fresher recollection of whether or not you made calls to folks?
Yeah, I've made calls to folks.
Okay. And told CNN you did?
I told CNN.
And on, can you also go to 98, line 2?
Yes.
Objection, improper refreshing, if that's what this is reading this deposition.
I don't need to read it. I can tell you.
Mr. Young, I'll sustain the objection.
There are some questions about seeing certain parts of the segment relatively recently. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you have the view. So you saw those relatively recently, right?
Correct.
Do you know if millions of others did?
Yeah, for sure.
Objection, foundation, move to strike.
Or interrogatories.
I asked him, does he know?
Does he know?
I'll overrule the objection.
Do you remember Mr. Axelrod put on the segment and asked you a bunch of questions about different parts of it?
Yes.
He asked you, is this true? Is this true?
Yes.
Did he ever ask you if the black market label was true?
No, he forgot that part.
Did he ask you anything about the black market label?
No.
Zach, do you remember a contract that Mr. Axelrod showed you from a company called Helios?
Yes.
Mr. DeMeza, can I enlist your services one more time? We don't have a copy of it. And I believe it's in evidence, so can we publish it to the jury, please? Can we publish the jury? Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry. We're waiting on me, yes.
Says Consultant Security Agreements Act. Do you see that?
I do.
I know Mr. Axelrod did give you a chance to explain it, so I would like you to. Please go ahead.
Okay. So with somebody who doesn't understand anything about security clearances or how the process works, you have to have a little bit of background information. Once you leave government service, you can't personally hold a clearance by yourself. It has to be through a company that has an agreement with the United States government. They are the ones that have to sponsor the clearance. The clearance is issued by the U.S. government. The renewal process, when you have to go through a reinvestigation, that happens by the U.S. government. This is just a company, like any defense contractor, that has the contracts with the U.S. government, and they hold the clearance for the individual. Typically, they have people like me who are basically in the stable that they can.
Foundation.
People like me who have various backgrounds that are not in the government anymore, that they need to be able to tap into on short notice. And the way that they do that is they hold the clearance for you. In my case, it's through this company, Helios Globos. The CEO is Ian Conaway. I was introduced to him many years ago through a mutual friend from the agency. Ian and I have never had the pleasure of meeting. We've talked a few times over a period of maybe 5 years since he's been holding my clearance. He's a very nice guy, and I'm very grateful for him to keep my clearance for me, because he hasn't really gotten anything out of it. He's done me a solid here and continues to. But part of the process and what you're seeing here is every year you have to sign this administrative document with whoever holds your clearance. In this case, it's Helios. It's not an agreement to do work for them. You don't see any numbers here. You don't see any project here. It's just an administrative function that they have to do every year to keep your clearance for you. So very grateful to Ian. If he's watching, I hope he knows that. But I haven't ever had any work from Ian. I've produced 7 years of my bank records, my own personal, and Nemex is my company. Never once, CNN knows this. There's no transfers from Helios Global, and it's because I've never.
You're not going to see it, sidebar.
And while she's getting set, Mr. Friedman,
Yes, Your Honor.
reminded about the 45.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be done.
You ready? All right, Mr. Friedman.
Your Honor, did we get a ruling? I didn't.
Yeah, I was overruling the objection.
Ah,
It was on the record at sidebar, but
got it.
yes.
Zach, is there anything else to add on this issue?
That's about it.
Did you sit for a deposition in this case?
I did.
And were you asked about Helios in your deposition?
I did, and I gave the same explanation.
Your Honor, can I have 1 minute to confer? Zach, did you and your team successfully evacuate 3 women for Audible?
Yes.
Did you and your team successfully evacuate 4 women and 1 baby for Bloomberg?
Yes.
Did you and your team evacuate 3 women for Civil Fleet?
Yes.
Did you and your team evacuate 12 women for Hero?
Approximately 12. It might have been 13. I'm just not sure.
Were these successful evacuations of 22 women and a child reported by CNN?
No, they left that out.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have 2, really quickly. 2 very short questions that are new on. All right.
All right, hang on.
Mr. Young, I just have one question. When you were deposed in 2023, you never testified. You had a 2021, December 2021 consulting agreement with Helios, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would you like me to show you your portion of the deposition about Helios? Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on his answer, I'm giving him more than one.
Mr. Young, if you would take out your deposition.
Got it.
And the portion that discusses Helios starts at, I think, right around 494. Actually, it starts at the bottom of 493, and then it goes to 498. If you want to look at those pages.
Okay, I've read it.
Does that refresh your recollection that you never testified you had a December 2021 consulting agreement with Helios?
That's right. I didn't say that specifically.
Okay. You didn't say that at all, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that point? Mr. Freeman?
Did CNN ask you if you had a December 2021 agreement?
No.
No further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you got an opportunity, I think, as I instructed you at the beginning, to ask questions of Mr. Young. If you do have questions, write them down on your piece of paper. If you don't have any questions, just tear out a piece of paper. When you're done, either writing your questions down or not writing anything down, fold your papers over and pass them to the bailiff. And again, whether you want to ask a question or not, that's entirely up to you. And while I'm waiting on those, y'all want to come to sidebar and I'll review the questions with you, if any.
If you don't know.
Figured you can get ready. I'll get ready. I said I figured you could get ready while I was. Yeah.
All right, so this is a different reason for sidebar. It's a good reason. So now the jury is actually handing their note, their handwritten questions for Zach. And I think after that, that's it for the day, because the judge did say he was going to finish around 4 p.m. local time, which is in about 5 minutes at the time of this sidebar of the time that I'm talking. For those catching up, yeah, you probably can just skip me talking, because yeah. So tomorrow is the same day plan. It's carry on watching this great trial, because day 4 we can have a new witness. It's not Zach anymore, and I'm so excited finally listening from somebody that it's not him, that it doesn't contradict himself so much. And so I'm really, really looking forward to that tomorrow. Tomorrow they said they're also gonna finish at 4 o'clock. So and we'll see. I mean, it's yeah, this trial has been awesome. I know it's been 3 days. I know it's been a little bit premature me saying it has been awesome because it's been 3 days, but I love it. I like the intrigue. I like the characters in this trial. I love the judge. Oh, this judge is funny. He has snark. He has sarcasm. He has is the whole package. I mean, what can it be any worse? No, you can't. I mean, we could have have just Judge Beth, or we could have had Judge Carroll from the Maya trial as well, because he also does civil. But I think he is busy with Maya stuff, so let's not wishing that bless him. He has a lot to deal with as well. But I think this judge at some points he had enough with this two attorneys bickering at each other like kids and behaving. But I think the idea of him charging $100 each when they stop bickering at each other for the court or for whatever he said, that was funny, and I think he should uphold that, because I mean, I'm sure the court could update the technology equipment by the way they bicker. They could very quickly upgrade it. But I also wanted to thank you guys for the support. I know I normally do this in the outro, but I wanted to do before that as well. Um, we've reached 600 subscribers today. Yay! I am so happy. I'm beyond happy. It's almost a dream come true being able to do this. It's hard. It has been hard. It's been a few very long months of fighting to try to get off the ground and find the niche of the channel and find exactly what I want, well, for the channel and for the community that we're trying to build. And a lot of tears, a lot of laughter, a lot of help from the Nightbot. Um, but it's been worth it. It's showing up. It's the fruits are coming through. Um, like weird tree or something. Sorry, but yeah. So I don't want to get too soppy anyway. But thank you very much for everything. Thank you for all the likes, all the times that you guys spend watching the streams, the even rewatching when I'm not live, even it's just in the background. It does really help a lot the channel. All the likes and shares and yeah, recommendations. It does help a lot. It helps a ton the channel, especially for someone like I'm over in the UK, so I've never really expected this to grow this much, this quick because I'm not there in the US, but yes, we're still finding like watching it live, but still, I mean, it still amazes me that you guys choose to watch the channel, and I really, really appreciate that. It doesn't go unnoticed, and yeah, I'll stop being sobby now. Carry on. Talk. The oh, the bailiff is handing the note now of the questions. Probably now they're just gonna go over it, see what they want to ask each other or not, and then yeah, and then hopefully we can hear something if they don't object or strike all of the questions, and see what comes out of it. I was gonna say I was gonna do a little bit like recap of the day, but probably when I start actually talking about that, the judge is gonna interrupt me. So I think I'm just gonna carry on talking about nothing, which I normally do is talk about a lot of nothing. But anyway, I don't think this guy has gone far at all in terms of proving the defamation. He proved that CNN talked about him. He proved that maybe CNN could have done things differently, but so could he have done things differently? He could have handled that the whole CNN debacle situation differently. For example, explaining maybe the people of CNN did not know that he was in Austria, of all the places, when they thought that CNN thought that Zach was in the US and not in Austria, because the time difference. That's what the conundrum was the time difference, and then he did not know about the daylight savings time that was about in like November time that I think. Um, so it was just a whole complication. I think time different zones does make things more complicated. It makes things harder, and you have to think a lot more about that. But I don't understand how you have a business in the US and you live in Austria and you can manage the kind of business that you're managing from Austria in the US, because the Nemex or something or whatever the name of his company was or is American. Was in America, not in Austria. So it was in Austria, but with a company in America. How does that work? I know, like, you can work remotely, blah blah blah, but time difference between Austria and America, it's a lot more, especially than UK to Florida, because it's like from Florida or from where it is, it's about 6 hours. Austria is, what is the time? time in Austria. Let me Google very quickly. So yeah, so Austria is an hour ahead of UK, which would be 7 hours difference from Bay County, 6 hours from EST, from the rest of Florida. So any business meetings and everything, how would you even handle? I would not like, especially, I don't think he said he has kids. I don't remember. I don't want to say yes or no to kids because I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, I think it would be a bit too weird having a business. I know who am I to talk. I'm running a YouTube channel covering US trials and I'm in UK, but the time difference here is not too much from to the trials that we try to cover, because I do try to cover trials that are more or less closer to my time zone, that I doesn't like end at very late times. But when we do cover trials that does end a bit late for me, that's why we have Nightbot to help us out. For those that don't know, Nightbot is a mod in the channel and is also my other half, and he helps us out a lot when I have to go to bed earlier, because I work in my day job. I have to start at 5 o'clock my time, which I have to wake up at 4 a.m., which I have to go to bed about 10 p.m., which is about the time court normally finishes. But if we are covering a trial that goes past 10 p.m., and that's why he comes in and he's in chatting with everybody, and he just oversees things, make sure that things are clear and everything. He doesn't really speak, he's just in chat. He's a bit shy in that regard, but that's why we call him as well Nightbot, because he does the night shifts, even though he is here throughout the day as well, but he mainly does night shifts. That's why Nightbot is his title, and that's why you're gonna see two night bots in the chat. You have the automatic night bot for the commands and stuff like that, and then you have Nightbot 95, that is the human night bot. We call the human night bot. But yeah, so been trying to talk a lot because they are not back yet. I think they are gonna be back yet. See, just perfect. I talked just enough.
Let you get back. All right, I know we got to cut off. We got to get out of here, but I'd rather go through these real quick, and we'll be real quick here. All right, Mr. Young, what medication prescriptions are you currently have?
I'm on an antidepressant called mirtazapine. I'm on something for panic attacks called Kitalan, probably pronouncing that wrong. And then I'm on a sleep medication for insomnia called Tritico.
All right, and what support system for your disabilities?
What support system?
What support system?
I don't have any support system. This injury happened a long time ago. But the best thing you can do with a condition like the one that I have is to stay physically fit. I've avoided surgery, and I hope I can continue through the rest of my life without it. But if it does get worse, if I let myself go, then that would be the next option. But it's actually been better, a lot better the last few years than it was initially. But I still have the disability rating with the Navy. That doesn't go away. But yeah, it's been manageable.
All right, tell us more about how your relationship with Yuri started and developed.
I wish I could, but the genesis of that relationship is under the classified category.
All right, Ralph Logistics also conducting evacuations?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about their operations. What I know by watching the deposition, but they were definitely doing evacuations. I don't know what part was corporate and what part wasn't, but they were involved in Yuri's network.
All right, and briefly, what was your contract with Helios for? Did they employ you after November 11th, 2021?
No, not at all. As I said, this is just and this is very routine in the contracting world, you have hopefully you're fortunate enough to have someone who's willing to hold your clearance for you. And that's all this relationship ever was with Helios. I've produced 7 years of bank statements. There's nothing, never a dollar from Helios. And there's never been a dollar, since the CNN thing either. But thankfully, they're still holding the clearance, as far as I know. Maybe I should go back and check, but nobody's told me that it's been dropped yet. So I hope I still have it. I haven't been told that they dropped it.
All right, CNN's apology. Have you seen this apology, and was it made public?
It was, and I have seen it because CNN produced it. It was on the Jake Tapper show. Jake Tapper wasn't on the show that day. It was somebody else, and I'll try to recite it. It was basically we ran a story featuring evacuations and a man named Zachary Young. During the broadcast, we used the term black market. The use of the term black market was an error, and to Mr. Young, we apologize. Pretty close. I didn't see it. If you wanted to see it, you wouldn't be able to because it was just a blurb in time. If you hadn't been watching CNN that day, at that 20-second period, then you would have missed it. It was gone. Wasn't on any of the shows, wasn't on their social media, wasn't on their website, wasn't anywhere else. So take it for what it is.
Did you receive or conduct training on maintaining a level state of mind in strenuous conditions?
Yes.
Was this tactic employed by you?
Here? No, not today. I just told the truth.
At the time of the incident.
All right. Like after the publication? After the publication, do you employ that tactic?
I really tried to. That's why that's why it was that's why it was especially different, and I've gone through a lot of hardships in my life. The SEAL training, the agency stuff, and I've always been able to do that very well. I was selected for that, and then learned to do it better and better and better. Developed such a high degree of training and doing that, and to the point where I went overseas by myself in the most dangerous environments and was always able to handle it. Never lost my cool, never had panic attacks. I would just be able to, I won't say do anything, but I never had any problem in stressful environments. But then I've never had my life destroyed. This was something different. You take away somebody's ability to put food on the table, take care of their family. It's not about, crossing into Iran or going into China for a trip or meeting with agents. It's something totally different. And I've never done this before. This is my first experience, and it's been horrible.
All right. Is it rational to think the Austrian government would knock on your door?
Yeah, it is. It is rational. And, foreign country, different laws. Austria is very neutral. They're like Switzerland. They stay out of conflict. They're not a member of NATO. Not a lot of people know that. They aren't involved in Ukraine. They are neutral. So mercenaries like me, according to CNN, aren't welcome there. So I still worry about it. Yeah.
Why do you remain, or have you remained, in Austria?
I've been there for 17 years. My wife is still at school there. That's where our roots are now. I'm still American. I'm still a patriot. Still serve my country, even from Austria. My family's here, but that's where we built a life. We love it there. It's a really nice place. And I was able to build a model that allowed me to be very successful living in a beautiful place in Austria. And it just worked. It's not something that can be replicated. There's no website for something else that was like it. But Austria is a great place. If you ever have the opportunity to go, highly recommend it.
All right. If I didn't read your question, as I indicated when I gave the instructions on questions by the jurors, it was because under our rules of evidence or other rulings in this case, they would not be proper for purposes of the trial. So I appreciate the questions, but apologize if they did not get asked for that reason. Mr. Freeman, anything else on those?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right. We need to get you out of here. I do need to read the instruction real quick to you before we're about to take our recess for the evening. Remember all the rules I've given you apply outside the courtroom. Remember the basic rule, don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with the trial. So, except to speak to court staff, this means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. And remember to observe all the other rules I've given you. If you become aware of any violation, let court personnel know. We'll come back tomorrow, start at 8:30 again. All right, so come back at 8:15, meet downstairs in the reception area. We'll bring you up here, and we'll get rolling at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And y'all have a good evening. Jurors are out of the courtroom. Everybody be seated.
Are you looking to me or just walking?
Yeah, you're going to say we got nothing we need to address, and Mr. Axelrod's going to say we have nothing we need to address.
I wish I do have one. Your Honor, I'm cognizant of the time both sides are taking. Not that we all probably could have wrapped up things faster. I think the only person who saved any time here today in this trial was Mr. Roche, and that was inadvertent. So I know we need to finish before the end of the week, and so what I was hoping the court could give us some guidance on when we need to give this case to the jury, because there might be a phase 2, and however much side each time has taken, they've taken, and give us, like, if we have to divide time equally, then we've eaten our time, they've eaten their time, whatever it is, and we just need a note because we need to be able to get this submitted on time. So I just need some guidance from you because I don't know how long the jury's going to deliberate. So that's why I'm just flagging this to make sure we do this on time, because I know the court said many times it needs to be done on time.
Yeah, well, how many more witnesses y'all have?
We have 3 experts, and then we call we call 3 CNN witnesses live. One of them is about a 10-minute examination. One of them will be substantial. Mr. Marquardt will obviously be a substantial examination. And
our experts are under 3.
Yeah, the total of our 3 experts will be under 3 hours in direct. And one of our, like I said, one of the CNN experts crosses will be about 15 minutes. Who's the third? One will be maybe 45 minutes to an hour. And then Mr. Marquardt is a little tougher to say, but probably a little more than half a day, maybe a day, I don't know. But that's why I need to know how much time we got so that I can fit it in, Judge.
Well, we got till Friday.
Well, I got to turn it over.
Next week. I mean, to get everything wrapped up, phase 1, and if necessary, phase 2.
Right, Your Honor, but if we turn it over to the jury, let's say Friday morning, and they deliberate through the evening of Friday, and we don't have a verdict on phase 1, how do you want to handle phase 2?
The same jury needs to decide phase 2.
I agree, Judge. My point is.
And my point is, if the jury's out deliberating on Friday afternoon, we'll have them deliberate till they get done deliberating. But working backwards, we need to plan that if necessary, they'd be deliberating phase 2 on Friday.
So when do we need to turn that? That's why I'm asking, Your Honor, for guidance.
How long would it be in terms of evidence or testimony for phase 2?
Very quickly, Your Honor. I can't imagine. What?
So in other words, they need to render a verdict on phase 1 by Thursday.
Friday morning, Your Honor. I think phase 2 from our side is going to be maybe an hour and a half. It's not a long.
Right, but then you got argument, I got instructions, we got all that other stuff, and send it out. That's why I'm saying I would plan right now that they'd be deliberating by Thursday afternoon next week on phase 1. So that we got Friday, if necessary, for phase 2.
So that means closings are Thursday mornings.
No, I mean,
That's why I'm raising this now, Judge.
No, I mean,
I just want to
obviously,
plan.
we need to have, we don't need to be at a point that we're taking an excessive amount of time on Thursday during the day to go over and finalize instructions. We'll figure out that earlier in the week on the final instructions to give. Hopefully, knowing what I gave on the preliminary instructions on the law, we can make the closing instructions fairly easily, as that being a guidepost for most of them. I mean, obviously, there's some other ones that'll probably get thrown in, but, you know, I mean, we can have potentially, depending on how long a witness is, you know, some testimony Thursday morning, closings and instructions, and get him you know, I think they need to be deliberating by Thursday afternoon, is my point of saying they need to have deliberated phase one by Thursday. And I understand you're sitting there going,
I have a case.
you have to put on your case.
I got
Which is-
6 witnesses,
which
2 experts.
we're working backwards. We're working
I
backwards.
understand, but
So my point is you shouldn't have much of a case, or if anything, whatever, I don't know, rebuttal case, but there shouldn't be much of testimony and evidence by Thursday. We should be done by Wednesday. So if we're working backwards from that, you spent Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday with one witness on your case.
Oh, Your Honor, that's not fair, because if we were told that
What was incorrect?
was incorrect, was CNN took half that time on cross while we did not object and allowed them to introduce evidence for the purposes of efficiency.
Right.
If I wanted to run my case as fast as I could, I'd object to the introduction of every single document. I'd make Mr. Axelrod pass on Mr. Young. I'd run all my witnesses through, and then I'd hand the case over to him, and he could bring Mr. Young back. I didn't do that for efficiency purposes, and he had him up here for over a day.
Okay.
And that's fine, but it's not my witness.
I made that point yesterday, that we were introducing defense exhibits during the plaintiff's case in chief, and I appreciated that from the efficiency standpoint. However, there was nothing incorrect with what I said, that we spent 3 days on one witness in this case.
And that's for as long as the you was a collective you. I thought it was plaintiffs that spent 3 days. As long
No,
as
and you know, whether they call them back during their case in chief or not, you know, that's obviously their decision as to whether they're going to do that. But we spent 3 days. We've got tomorrow, and what I'm saying is we got 3 days next week to get evidence and testimony concluded in this case. So we got 4 days left.
Your Honor, my understanding from our pretrial was if we allowed cross-examinations to go, they would not be recalling witnesses. That was, I thought, the understanding that now he's done. Otherwise, I would have certainly, I mean, that's what was discussed, and we talked about not playing, we agreed not to play depositions. We could have just played CNN deposition witnesses and then crossed them live when they brought them live. We worked with CNN to schedule those witnesses and bring them live so that each witness had to be called at once. So you just said they could call Mr. Young back. That'd be contrary to our understanding and the premise of why I allowed them to introduce.
All right, well, we're going down a road here that may or may not even come up, and we can address it at that point in time. But my point is we got 4 days left for you to present the rest of your case and for defense to put on their case.
Understood.
I said a day or so ago, we need to get this done by Friday next week.
is Saturday an option?
Not for me. But could we ask the jurors if they'd stay a little later each day? We did lose an hour and a half to an hour, you know, that was unseen, unforced.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can get them in much earlier in the morning to start in the morning. I mean, I can ask them tomorrow about staying later. I wouldn't plan on tomorrow being any later, just from the standpoint of it's springing on them and it's Friday.
That would be a bad idea.
Yeah. I could ask him about starting on Monday about going later.
If Mr. Axelrod,
I'll have a whole lot of court personnel ain't gonna be happy with me, but
Mr. Axelrod's up to it, I'm happy to split the cost of dinner for the jurors and the court personnel.
I mean, I don't plan on wanting to keep, I mean, that might be an issue if they're deliberating of doing that, but I wouldn't be doing that during the week. Why don't y'all do this before tomorrow? Y'all talk on how long you're anticipating for the schedule of what you've got potentially coming and how long you anticipate on those. Give me some sort of schedule of what your reasonable anticipated timing is going to be on some of these witnesses. Obviously, if they're videotapes, we know exactly how long some of these videotapes will play. So that part will be easy. But otherwise, we're going to have to start adhering to some time schedule or time limit on some of these witnesses. I mean, obviously, Mr. Young, being the plaintiff in the case, has a lot of testimony and evidence to put forth, but we are kind of way behind on getting towards a conclusion and allowing defense to be able to put on their case.
And Your Honor, I have to say, I don't really have a sense from plaintiff really what's going on. I know the experts are tomorrow, and then I thought that there was going to be, they've designated about what, 6 hours?
3 hours. I think the tape is 3 hours as of now. It might be cut even further.
Well, I don't know. I thought it was more. I thought it was like 6. Maybe it's 3 now. It was 4 or 5. I don't know. I don't know who they're calling besides Alex Marquardt from our case. We've been asking.
Hogan on. Yeah, I thought you guys arranged to bring Hogan tomorrow. Yeah, you did. Oh, okay. So you know. So Hogan's tomorrow. The only people calling live, I'm happy to tell you in open court because we told you before. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can I? Fuzz Hogan's supposed to come tomorrow. You asked us if Mr. Marquardt could come on Monday, so we agreed that he could start on Monday instead of coming tomorrow. And then the only other live witness we're calling is, am I blanking? Mr. Lumley, Tom Lumley.
Okay, because previously they had told us that they were also calling Katie Bo-Willis and Lacey Bordeaux. This is the first time I'm hearing that they're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're not. So.
Okay. And then, of course, we have 2 experts after that. We have Ralph Otto, who we thought that we would be firmly into our case, and he's going to be here Monday, flying from Germany. He'll be brief, very brief.
All right. Like I said, why don't you put together who you got in anticipation of time and maybe try to put a schedule in place where y'all are working towards giving them defense enough time to put on witnesses, a reasonable amount of time, but build it in for Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to try to figure out what kind of schedule. If there's a problem with you don't think you've got enough time based on what they're building in here, we can deal with that. We'll deal with that at 8:15 tomorrow morning. We'll talk about the schedule.
Okay, understood.
And then to the extent that I may be able to get, if they're agreeable to doing like a 6 o'clock or whatever, I mean, I'm not keeping them here till 8 or 9 o'clock at night. But if we can build something where they're agreeable to like 6 o'clock or something along those lines, then we can obviously tweak each of those days next week, a couple hours, or, an hour. But I mean, I think we're also shortening down lunchtime to a half hour too, which will be helpful.
Your Honor, also, I guess part of this will be need to know whether witnesses are being called once or twice. If they're being called twice, then we're going to insist on not allowing new evidence in through those witnesses and moving it on. I mean, I was trying to be efficient, but if that's going to backfire on my client, then I can't agree to that.
We're not planning on calling twice.
Okay.
All right, and I mean, I just mentioned about whether they were going to call Mr. Young because you had thrown that out there. But if Mr. Marquardt's coming and it's the plaintiff's calling him and you're just doing cross and you're going to have the extent of his testimony through that, then that's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll talk tonight and we'll put together a schedule. Your Honor, clarity, because at one point you said you've got to go to the jury Thursday afternoon, and now I thought before you said got to go to the jury, got to be done by Wednesday evening. So, I mean, it would be easier for us if we could give it to the jury, sometime on Thursday, but we got to do it by Wednesday. We'll do it by Wednesday.
I say that from the standpoint of the jury has to be out deliberating by Thursday afternoon on phase 1. I say concluding testimony by Wednesday because nothing in this case has been done within the time parameters of anything that we've set for a hearing or anything else. So I figured something was going to bleed over to Thursday morning anyway.
Understood.
You can build a schedule that plans on Wednesday.
You are wiser than us.
Maybe there's a chance that we will have very minimal stuff that we'd have to carry over to Thursday. But
Your Honor, I would propose, if plaintiff is agreeable to it, to dispose with the jury asking questions. In my experience, it takes up a lot of time, and I don't think it's necessary, and defendants would agree to forego that.
I don't know if you're prepared to respond to that on the spot, but why don't we address that? We'll address it before we get them in here tomorrow morning. Yeah. All right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
No, no.
All right. I mentioned it yesterday or this morning about getting the paper exhibits, or at least starting to get the paper exhibits of what you've got readily accessible to the clerk so she can start marking them. So if you want to do that
Do we have a binder? This is all of plaintiffs.
now, that'd be great.
We have plaintiffs exhibit. Does this have defendants exhibits?
We have never seen it.
All right. Yeah, I mean,
I'll bring it back. We just talk after.
yeah, I mean, we can go off the record and have a discussion about that. But anyway, since it's almost a quarter after 4, there's a little more time before they start locking up the building. I was suggesting of at least trying to get some of those. And obviously y'all both need to be comfortable that what you're handing to the clerk is what y'all had electronically and what we've been showing everybody. So, you got some time that we can do that this afternoon. So just from an administration standpoint, that would be helpful.
We will get that done.
All right. Anything else for now? All right. I'm going to put the swear jar out on the front of the bench for tomorrow. All right. Well, if nothing else, we'll be in recess till 8:15 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Those two lawyers bake more than I don't know. These two are going to be awesome to watch together. And this trial is going to be awesome. It is going to be awesome. We're definitely going to be carry on watching this one through Monday. And because also there's a possibility that ends next week anyway. And then we'll see what we catch. But this is what it is for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Like he said, 8:15 CST, 9:15 EST, and 2:15 GMT UK time. So that'll be us for today. Thank you very much to everyone on chat, on stream, who pressed the like button, who shared, who subscribed. Try not to get emotion, but today was an awesome day. I've never thought to see the double digits of people in chat and people chatting and getting to know new people in this part of the community, and it's just amazing. I love it. I am so excited for the future. I'm so excited for what is to become with our channel. And yeah, I am not gonna get too soppy, so I am gonna say thank you again for everything. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.